This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Somerset and on the Surrey live stream. And if you're having a little look on the Surrey live stream, Mr. Anthony Gibson there alongside myself, Mark Church, Mr. Gibson giving it the old thumbs up there. And again, it sounds like we're at the local swimming baths because the kids are in again this morning. They were here yesterday. It's great to hear them. Bit of atmosphere around the place. And well, this morning Somerset starting 283 for 6. Won the toss, batted first yesterday. And really the headline yesterday, Tom Abell, 121 not out, the Somerset captain. He's been having a bit of a time of it, but did he show some character yesterday and some fight? He certainly did. And he starts this morning 121 on out, and Josh Davey doing a very good job with him last night to get Somerset through to 283 for 6, because Surrey, last delivery, Will Jacks with the old ball, James Hildreth looking lovely, drove one straight to Hashim Amla and was out for 54. Surrey then took the new ball, straight away got rid of Stephen Davis and Craig Overton, and at that point 237 for 6. Well, Surrey would have thought to themselves, well, we could possibly get Somerset out for under 300 here, but Davey kept Abell company, and it was a lovely moment when Tom Abell went to his 100 yesterday. Anthony Gibson, as I say, is alongside, and you spoke to Mr. Abell last night, Mr. Gibson, and he must have been, I suppose relief would probably be the word as much as anything.
It was. He actually used that word himself, that he was relieved to have finally got some decent runs on the board after that bad run. I asked him if he'd made any technical changes that explained his return to form, and he said no initially, but then I said, am I right in thinking you've changed your stance a little bit and just
opened
it up a bit, and he sort of dissembled a bit. So I think the answer is he has. But he didn't particularly want to talk about it. Presumably he didn't want to give away any state secrets to the Surrey bowlers. But it was great to see him back amongst the runs. He's such a good guy, and he's been. It really has hurt him, not so much for his own sake, but he's not been playing his part for the team, and it's the team that he worries about most of all. So that was great, and I thought Josh Davey at the end. Played very sensibly, and he did exactly what he needed to do, which was to support his captain, to keep him company. And that, I hope and believe, is the approach that he'll take this morning, because Hildreth's shot was poor by any standards. Stephen Davis's was worse, chasing a wide ball outside the off stump that was bowled there precisely in order to tempt him into playing the shot that he did play and nicking off in consequence, and Craig Overton isn't in any sort of batting form, however magnificent his bowling has been just recently. So it's important, I think, that this partnership continues, because we've only got the bowlers to come.
Yes, indeed. And I think
Siddle, Brooks and Leach.
Sort of speaking to Surrey last night and Jordan Clark, I think it's exactly what we said yesterday. I thought they were very disciplined with the ball yesterday. There's not a lot there for the bowlers, and the game could have got away from them yesterday had they not bowled well. So they all did their job yesterday, and I can see the kids getting into their seats now away to our right hand side, and yeah, lovely to see them here. It's a cloudy day here though, and I think the sun's meant to break through this afternoon. I was listening to a BBC weather report this morning. Now, it could have been for Scotland for all I knew, but wherever it was they were talking about, they were saying cloudy this morning and sun coming out this afternoon. So we'll have to wait to see on that point. But yeah, yesterday the weather was lovely. This morning a bit chillier, a bit more cloud cover, and you'd feel it possibly a bit more conducive to bowling this morning. I can see the Surrey players making their way down the steps away in the distance. Isabel Duncan is alongside us as well today, which is lovely, and Isabel will be with us throughout the day, of course, here on there's her hand on the live stream waving here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, and the Surrey live stream. Few people dotted around in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion already, and at the bottom of the Peter May stand as well. Anybody who didn't bring a coat today might be regretting that at the moment. There's some long sleeve sweaters for the Surrey fielders, and Messrs Pollard and Saggers there are making their way to the middle, and then down the steps come Tom Abell and Josh Davies. So it'll be very interesting to see how this morning pans out, because I always forget this. The other thing, of course, is bonus points, and we've got 14 overs remaining for bonus points, and Somerset 17 runs away from a third batting point, and Surrey 3 wickets away from a third and final bowling point.
Interesting what you said about the pitch. I've had a tweet from Giles Harrison, who's obviously watching the live stream yesterday, or may actually have been here. He said not that good a surface, lots of movement, which confused the umpire for Banton's dismissal. Lots of balls keeping low. And Tom Abell, though, when I asked him about the toss, he said they made up their mind quite firmly that this was a bat
always
first pitch.
First here, unless it's a complete and absolute bunsen. And
but he did say well, he said how well Surrey had bowled,
yep,
not offering any easy runs, but that it isn't a completely straightforward. This is not a road. There's a bit in it.
I would say it's a good pitch in the fact that there is a bit in it for the bowlers as well. But you've proved again that you can make your runs. So I would say it's a good cricket wicket this at the moment, and they always say wait until both sides have batted. So we'll wait for that. But yeah, I thought yesterday, as Surrey proved, if you bowled with discipline, you could get your wickets. But as Abell proved, if you batted with discipline, you can make your runs. That's about right on day one. And Surrey would have batted if they'd won the toss yesterday as well. It's going to be Jordan Clark to get us started down there at the pavilion end. The partnership is worth 46 between Davey and Abell. And Rory Burns out there having a chat with Jordan Clark at the moment. And yesterday, Jordan Clark, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 51. A couple of slips in there. Jamie Overton in his long sleeve sweater. Ollie Pope in short sleeve sweater. Took a couple of good catches in there yesterday, Ollie Pope. There's the Gully World Jacks. There is the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There is the short extra cover. There's mid off, mid on. There's the deep mid wicket. And there is the long leg. And Abell will be the man on strike on 121. The group of school kids are all settled down away to our right. Here we go then, opening ball of this second day. And it's Jordan Clark from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket, and Abell's in behind this one, pushes it away into the offside. And there is no run. Be interested to see how Somerset go about it this morning as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is a dangerous little period, this first half an hour, because if they lose one wicket, they could be bowled out pretty quickly. And
anything under, batting first here, anything under 350, yes, as Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Abell, and Abell, first runs of the day, just tucks this one off his hip neatly and tidily out there towards deep mid wicket, and Abell will move on to 122 and Somerset move on to 284 for 6. But yeah, if you win the toss here, bat first, minimum 350. Ideally bat once, which is what Surrey managed against Hampshire last week when Hampshire won the toss and stuck Surrey in, interestingly. And Surrey batted the once and then knocked Hampshire over twice. So that will be the first port of call this morning for Somerset. Will be around about 350 as Jordan Clark is into Josh Davey, and Davey forward he comes to a good length delivery, pushes this one up towards Hashim Amla, stood up there at mid-on, and there's no run.
What was the key to bowling Hampshire out twice on what was presumably still a pretty good wicket?
Yeah, the key to bowling Hampshire out twice was again discipline. And also just hitting a good line and a good length. It was really Jamie Overton with his short stuff was the only one who did that, and to do it with one of your main bowlers down as well was a heck of an effort, really. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. That's on the hip of Davey, that hits the thigh guard, will run away down towards Reece Topley, and leg by will be the signal as the floodlights are coming on as well, because it is a little bit gloomy here. But the other thing, they took all their chances as well. That was the other thing. Any edge was snaffled up. But if you look back at the wickets, most of them were good length, just doing enough. And that was the thing about the pitch last week as well. And I think this one will be the same. As long as you keep hitting the right spot, something will happen. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Abell's letting this one go. Outside is off stump and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. But it was a very good effort. If you think Kemar Roach, 6.2 overs is all he bowled in the game, and then had to go off in the first innings, and everybody else stepped up. And yeah, Jamie Overton with his 5 and 3 in the second innings, but then Jordan Clark 4 in the second innings, James Taylor 3, Will Jacks popped up with a couple of wickets as well. So sort of everybody did their bit last week, as Jordan Clark is in once more, and Abell's turning this one off his hip once again. Down there towards Reece Topley, who comes up to do the fielding, and nice quiet start this morning for Somerset in that first over end of it, and Somerset have moved on to 286 for 6.
Yeah, a strange bit of field placing. I mean, there was a great big open space on the onside that Tom Abell could just chip the ball into, which he did. Take a single, last ball of the over, keep the strike. It's one or two odd ones field settings yesterday afternoon as well.
I think that's sort of the modern way, isn't it? And I think as well on a pitch like this, I think you're not bowling for a bad ball, but you're giving your bowler a little bit of protection with men out. Because I think what Surrey is saying is we're going to make you work damn hard to get to your 350 if you want to, which is what they did yesterday with the ball as well, wasn't it?
Reece Topley is going to open up from the Vauxhall end, bowling to Abell, outside the off stump, no shot from Abell. Kids downstairs sounds as if they're enjoying themselves.
Having a great time, aren't they?
Was it indoor cricket school?
Yeah, well, yes, there's one down there, and I think they're all on the concourse as well at the moment. So down below us as well, there's a big area that they can have a play in. And then there's a very well-behaved group. I think they might be from the Ben Hollyoak Learning Centre, and over in the stand, and they're having a little watch of the cricket.
Topley then to Abell, in and bowls. Abell lets it go through outside the off stump. What's the situation with Liam Plunkett?
He's gone.
He's gone,
yeah,
is he?
Done now. Yeah. So he, as I understand it, he's out in the United States of America, and he was behind the US Open T20 during the winter.
All right.
So yes, I feel for Liam Plunkett in the fact that, you know, that there he was in the World Cup, won the World Cup, and then never really got a phone call to say that was it.
Topley in and bowls to Abell, and this time Abell does have to play a shot out into the offside, just a defensive shot.
And then when he was here at Surrey, he had injury problems.
He did, constantly
so
injured,
I think,
wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's sort of gone off the pastures new now. And it was also, I think strength and conditioning coaching was sort of on his radar as well. But as I understand it, that US Open T20 tournament during Christmas, I think he was sort of part of that as well, the organisation of that.
Is Topley to Abell. There will be a run this time as he just runs that down to Sam Curran at deep backward point. Again, comfortable single, 287 for 6. And going on about, continuing with Surrey quick bowlers, Tom Curran, what's the sort of prognosis there?
I think as well with Tom, it's, again, he had back problems. I've seen him here using the gym and all that good stuff, but I think that's a slowly come back. It's a while since Tom's played any red ball cricket for Surrey anyway.
Is Topley into Josh Davey, who's up on his toes and just punching that away through the offside. Classy shot that from Josh Davey. It was a fairly gentle delivery, short of a length outside the off stump that invited the shot, but he executed it perfectly.
Very fast pizza delivery man there, going up the Harleford Road. Yeah, that shows that there's absolutely no margin for error on this wicket. Josh Davey loads of time just to sit on the back foot and punch that one away through the covers for 4.
291 for 6, as this is pitched up and inviting the drive. Davey does drive, but not at full power, doesn't really time it, doesn't get a run. End of the second over of the morning, 291 for 6. So have you got any other injured or absent fast bowlers up your sleeve here at the Oval?
Connor McCurr, Matthew Dunn, Gus Atkinson was bowling for the twos last week, and of course Dan Worrell is here now. So I saw Dan Worrell having a bit of a bowl this morning. So Dan Worrell has arrived.
Is he going to play championship cricket?
Yes,
or?
Well he's come over on. He's got English passport as well now, Dan Worrell. So yes, he doesn't count, I don't think, at the moment as an overseas, of course. So now whether they're going to dip in, it's who's available really. That's the problem. It's who's available to, if you want to, with Kemar Roach, it's who's available. Rory Burns thinks the ball's gone square here, because we're seeing this with Martin Saggers. He's pointing out to umpires Pollard and Saggers, and they've just put it through the little hole thing that they have. But Rory Burns is saying it's gone square, and umpire Saggers has put it through the little hoop to say no, it's still round. So yes, Dan Worrell is here. Whether they're going to, but it's who's available. With all the cricket going on around the world now, getting another overseas is very, very difficult. As Jordan Clark is coming in from the pavilion end, and this one's turned nice and neatly by Abell out towards Sam Curran at deep backward square, and they'll pick up another single. One more to the total.
I think you feel feel pretty sick about missing out on Shaheen Shah Afridi, don't they? Fancy? I mean, he's gone to Middlesex as well. Couldn't be worse, could it?
Well, I don't. Different divisions. They're not going to see him, are they? Apart from the T20. So, yeah, I don't think so. I think it's great that Afridi's over playing for anybody. I think it's fantastic, actually. I was looking at the scorecards yesterday. See so many of the Pakistani players now playing championship cricket. It's wonderful. I think Rizwan down at Sussex, of course. Yeah. So I think it's terrific that they're here playing. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This one's left alone by Davey outside his off stump. And well, look at what happened at Cardiff yesterday. You've got Afridi going in at Labuschagne. fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I was thinking yesterday, you know, there must have been
In front of two men and a Welsh sheepdog.
But I was thinking yesterday, you know, listening figures, viewing figures, those two going head to head in terms of second division cricket for the interest in championship cricket as well. It's absolutely fantastic, you know, it really is. And you know, Rizwan and Pujara down at Sussex, it's just great. It really is. It's fantastic. But getting hold of them is quite difficult these days. As Jordan Clark is in to Davey, and that's short, and this is punched by Davey off the back foot. It's good start list from Somerset. Surrey haven't quite got it right. Davey's jumped all over that. And 59 this partnership now worth. Very valuable runs for the 7th wicket, mainly from last night. And Davey moves on to 27, and it's 296 for 6.
Well, Josh Davey fancies himself as an all-rounder, and this morning so far, without wishing to put the mockers on him, he's shown us why he's got a perfectly solid case.
The chop jumped all over that, crashed it through the offside, absolutely whistled away as Clark is in, outside edge gone. That's the length to Davey, and it's nicely picked up at slip by Will Jacks, but that sort of is your blueprint right there on this surface. That is the length, good length, has to play at that, and Davey pushing forwards, good one that, and well taken by Will Jacks in there at third slip. And not a lot that Davey did wrong there, it's just a good bit of bowling. Davey goes for 27, and it's 296 for 7.
Well, I certainly managed to put the mockers on Josh Davey by saying how well he was batting, but there is a spot there which that ball hit, where there is just that little bit of extra lift and movement. It was Ryan Patel that got one really to rear up from just short of a length on more or less the same area as that delivery from Jordan Clark, and there wasn't really anything that Josh Davey could have done about it. It was good bowling rather than poor batting, but it's a big breakthrough for Surrey, because, as I said, they're really into the bowlers now, and this looks to me like Jack Leach, isn't it?
Well, he's marching out there, Mr. Leach, and playing a couple of rehearsal shots. But yeah, that's why, as sort of talking about this pitch this morning, yeah, you get in, you can make runs on here. Get it right as a bowler, you can make it difficult, and that's why there's a nice balance to this at the moment. 296 for 7, Abell 125 not out. Jordan Clark with the first wicket of the morning, so the left-handed Leach out there in the middle, all ready to go.
Didn't take long on Twitter. Sam Shane says, well done for jinxing Davey, Anthony.
Well, you see, I don't believe in all this stuff. You know, I admire you greatly, Anthony Gibson, for many, many reasons. Cricket commentary, autobiographies, cider. But you had absolutely nothing to do with that. I cannot give you any credit for that wicket whatsoever. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Leach, and Leach lets this one go outside his off stump, taken low down by Ben Folkes.
Leach needs to adopt his night watchman mode. Play the sort of innings that he has done for Somerset and indeed for England on many occasions.
Yes, well, there was that great stat for a while. He was averaging the best of all the number 3s for England for a while, wasn't he? Jack Leach, as they're getting a man out at the deep mid-wicket, as Jordan Clark's round the wicket too and goes up on his toes, and Leach is just prodding this one straight back up the pitch. End of the over, Jordan Clark with the first wicket of the day here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, 296 for 7, and the Surrey live stream, of course. Leach yet to get off the mark, and Abell's on 125.
Now, I want to ask you about the story that's in the Daily Mail.
Oh gosh,
today.
The Daily Mail.
Well, it's Sir Andrew Strauss is considering radical shake-up.
Is he?
Of county cricket, with a proposal to crown an overall champion across the game's 3 formats.
Oh yes, now this was around a couple of days ago actually. Yes.
So what do you think about that?
Well,
hang on, just wait for this delivery from Topley to Abell, who picks up a single into the offside and moves on to 126, 297 for 7.
So
bit like the Women's Ashes.
Oh, I
where
see.
you- where you get
Multi-format.
Yeah.
You get
If you-
points, do you? And then, so you get your points for your Championship cricket, your points for your T20, your points for your one day, and then there's an overall champion.
That's right. And in each of the 3 competitions, the counties would be divided into 3 groups
Of 6.
of 6, based on their positions in the previous season.
And that would be the groups for Championship,
And there would be individual.
T20, or
So there'd be a T20 winner, a 50-over winner, and a county championship winner, as Topley bowls to Leach, who plays slightly crookedly at that, but manages to get the middle of the bat on it out into the offside. So you'd have.
So there'd still be a county championship winner. There would still be a T20 winner, and there would still be a one-day winner. But then overall, from points added up at the end of the season, there would be, in the middle of Trafalgar Square, someone would be given an even bigger cup for all 3 formats.
Champion county or whatever.
Fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I don't think it's a bad
Quite good
idea.
fun.
It's Topley in and bowls to Leach, who again plays rather crookedly at that. This time runs it down into the gully.
Why not?
Yeah,
But what will make that interesting, actually, if you think about it logically, is that I suppose somebody who would be in, let's say, Division 2 or Division 3, who goes really well in the white ball stuff, would maybe then have a chance at the back end of the season, if they won their last 2 championship games, to win the overall tournament. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Topley's in and bowls, Leach drives, and it's fielded in the covers.
All I do want, if they do go down that route, is I want the cup to be bigger than all the others at the end. Because if you win an overall trophy, you want it to be a big one, don't you? So yes, I actually, it's quite a good idea, I think. Makes it all a bit more modern, and gives everybody something to play for at the back end of the season. So yes, I if that is the idea, I think it's a good one.
Well, we'll see what the reaction is. This is short. Leach sways back in the accepted manner, and almost didn't sway back quite enough, and didn't miss his nut by very much, because he is known as the Nut. Is Jack Leach? That's his nickname, Nut.
I'll tell you what, cricket nicknames, they are rubbish, aren't they?
He's got a fantastic sense of humour.
Not
Jack
many
Leach.
good ones, really. But that was a bit better than Leachy.
Leachy. Topley to Leach. He shuffles across his stumps, and I think Topley his eyes, I think, were lighting up there as he saw Leach shuffling across in front of all 3 stumps. But Leach managed to get some bat onto it before it thumped into his pads. Yes, I suppose it will mean less county championship cricket, won't it? Because you'll presumably play 10 county championship matches.
You play your 10
home and away against the other 5 in your group.
Still county championship cricket, though. That's the thing. Still your red
What
ball
about
stuff.
devaluing the county championship itself? Because at the moment, this is the premier competition, is it not?
It is, but there's so much cricket, isn't there? Unless you, as Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket, and this one's left alone. And as I say, the debate on this can go on for ages. And a gentleman came up to me last night and was not happy with me saying that I think the 50-over comp should go to the front end of the season and possibly just be shrunken down a bit to free up a bit more space. That's sort of my thinking on it. But if they go down that 3 groups of 6, then 10 games of championship cricket, then your T20 and your one-day stuff as well, as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is down the leg side and gets nothing on this. Again, Abell looking to flick away down towards fine leg. Then actually I quite like the idea of having that sort of overall, a bit like the multi-format with it, because as I say, you could get to the end of the season and somebody in Division 3, because they've gone really well in T20 and the one-day stuff, might have to win their last 2 championship games to be crowned overall champions of everything. As forward goes Abell, plays this one back at the pitch, and there's no end. And I hope that's what they call it as well, overall champions of everything. That would be that would sort of,
very snappy.
That would look good on the old poster.
Champions of everything.
You are the overall champions of everything. Well done. And here is a massive globe for you, or just a massive picture of the British Isles, maybe. will be what it is. But no,
I think the other reason you like it is you rather fancy Surrey's chances of winning it.
No, not at all. I quite like a sort of, it's a bit like the old Superstars. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
As in over the wicket once again. Jordan Clark, short ball, up on his toes goes Abell, works this one out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total. And the other thing here is, you know, and we sort of spoke to Lawrence Booth about this yesterday, is, you know, you can go on and on about England and all that good stuff, but there are some very good players playing county cricket from the 18 counties. Where else are you getting them from? You're going to get them from those 18 counties. Now, 6 in 3 divisions. As round the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Jack Leach, turns this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Unless you get rid of a competition to free up more time for red ball stuff, which is not going to happen. The 100 is not going anywhere. Whatever anybody wants to happen, it's not going anywhere. So you have to, we can all say what we want about the 100, it's not going anywhere. So you have to sort of adapt round it. As round the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Leach, opens up the face and guides this one down towards third man. Up comes Reece Topley. That's a single, 299%. But as I was banging on about yesterday and boring everybody, one area that I think is so important, which sort of hasn't been mentioned too much, is that whole, whatever you want to call it, England Lions, England A, England Academy, North versus South, whatever. I was chatting with Nick Friend about it this morning over a coffee. And
but you're talking about this in the off-season or in
overseas
an already
tours,
congested
overseas
main
tours, proper overseas tours during the winter. And could you, because England are going to get, you're going to get your red ball warm-up stuff, but you know, could you fit in a game between England and the England Lions during the season for one round of championship? I don't know. It's always
a good delivery from Reece Topley going past Jack Leach's outside edge. Isn't there a danger though as well that these would just be regarded as practice matches?
But that, they don't have any
nothing
anyway.
hanging.
Yeah, but they don't have any anyway. And the thing that I'm getting slightly not bored of is that people come up with solutions and then everybody immediately jumps off the back of it and says, no, you can't do that, you can't do that. You've got to find a way of doing it in a sensible manner.
To Leach, and Leach takes that on the body, goes out into the offside. But I can see, you know, England A matches, England Lions matches, you'll get people retired not out or retired out. You know, they'll be used as practice matches in the same way as you get pre-season practice matches in county.
The thing is, again, and I'm not saying this to you, Mr. Gibson, but I sort of am, is that, you know, there's just an idea there, and we're immediately going, that won't work. And this is all I keep hearing with everything at the moment is the 100 is not going anywhere. Now we've got to adapt round that.
He's Topley in a bowls down the leg side, and Leach looking for a single in for the onside.
Because, you know, England are going to go into a test series again with, 3 days preparation to go into a test series? Again? They are. And what I'm saying is, especially overseas, during the winter, there is nothing to stop them. The other thing that Nick and I were talking about is this whole thing about youngsters going out to clubs overseas.
It's Topley in the bowls to Leach, who whips that away down towards deep backward square leg. There's Sam Curran down there, scampering around the boundary, and they come back for 2 runs, and that's the Somerset third batting point. 301 for 7, 2 runs to Jack Leach. He moves on to 3. I suspect that's the last of the batting points that they will accrue, as we are in the 102nd over. So they've only got 8 more overs, and they'll just be concerned to hang in there for as long as they can. It's the Surrey 12th man. Who is the Surrey 12th man?
I can't see from here. My eyes are these days, without my specs on, I can't see that far. And the thing is, I've only got reading glasses, so unless they come and stand in the box with me, I cannot tell you who that is running up the steps.
Well, what he was doing was bringing out the helmet for Ryan Patel, I presume that is, at short leg. So we've got 2 slips of gully and a forward short leg. in catching positions for Topley to Leach, who lifts his bat out of the way of a good delivery outside the off stump, just a fraction too wide.
But yeah, getting back to that, the other thing that used to happen, of course, was kids used to go over to Australia and play out in Australia for club sides. And
well, that still happens.
Not as much as it was.
Tom Abell, not this last winter, the winter. No,
yeah, but not as much.
Pre-COVID.
You know, an awful lot of them spend their winters here now, training with their clubs for on a 12-month contract.
They go out and play in these T10 and T20 tournaments, don't they? That's a bouncer from Topley.
But that's down again with that argument as well. You see, people will say to me, well, there'll be youngsters there like Banton who will be getting loads of good. That's down to England to sit them down and go, listen, we're going to put you on a proper programme during the winter. You'll get your chance to play franchise cricket, but we want you playing test match cricket. So this is the winter programme. This is where we're going, and this is what you're going to be doing with us. Otherwise, why wouldn't you? And there's nothing for them. There's not, unless you're in that test match squad during the winter now, what do you go and do? What do you go and do? If someone makes you an offer to play franchise, you go and play franchise. As in, over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And that's down to England. That is down. And my other thing that I'm adamant about is central contracts has to go back to a bit of responsibility to the player.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, your whole argument is predicated on the fact that county cricket isn't good enough, that the gap between county cricket and test match cricket is too wide.
No, it is at the moment. As in, over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. But I will ask anybody who's played championship cricket to then go into a test match series with no preparation whatsoever, without 30 test matches under their belt. I was saying this morning, Alistair Kirk, when he made his test debut in India, was pulled out of an England A tour where he'd been in the West Indies playing on an England A tour. So he wasn't just being thrown in off the... I know he made a double 100 for Essex against Australia, as Jordan Clark is in. Forward again goes Abell, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But it's an awful jump. It's an awfully big jump to go from playing at the top of the first division of county cricket these days with to suddenly then get slung into a test match. It's a huge jump. And
it is, and one of the reasons why it's such a big jump is the nature of the bowling that you face in county cricket.
But we were just saying about Afridi and all the Pakistani players that are around now playing.
That's the exception rather than the rule. Well, I mean, you look back to the 70s and 80s and 90s, and you had all the West Indian fast bowlers playing in county cricket.
That's not happening now.
English batsmen, I know it's not. But
but what I'm saying, Anthony, is that's great, and I love that era. It was fantastic, but we're not in that era now. It's not happening. They're not all going to turn up and play county cricket.
But if the England contracted fast bowlers were allowed to play more county cricket, it would improve the standard.
That was my argument.
Yeah.
As driving is Abell up towards mid-off, and they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. But what I'm saying is the next group, then it's an awfully big thing to ask someone to go from playing county cricket to jumping into a test match. It really is. There is a gap there, and everyone will go to me, but there were England A tours. You go back over England A tours and the players that went on England A tours, England A tours, England A tour, England A tour, then bang, you're in a test match, and actually they're prepared. They know they've been in that environment. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Jack Leach, who drives, and fielding is done out there at extra cover by Sam Curran, and there's no run. So I think my point being now that they're going to have to come up with something. Whichever way it goes, people are not going to agree and disagree. But I just think at the moment there's an awful lot of someone comes up with an idea, and at times it's quite a sensible idea, and everyone jumps straight on the back of it and goes, well, that won't work. And I think you've got to sort of balance stuff up a bit here. And the 100's not going anywhere. If they're going to go with 6-3, that's what they're going to go with. You'll still have your red ball cricket. But what I'm saying is that I think in this modern day and age, that if you could put together a proper programme during the winter and maybe one game in the summer where these lads are involved in England setups.
It's Topley to Abell. Defensive shot. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing, but I think there are other issues like pitches and the quality of the bowling, fast bowling in county cricket, and also the difference between the nature of cricket in this country and the sort of pitches that you play on in the subcontinent and in Australia, which it is very difficult to prepare cricketers for. I agree. England A tours would certainly help to do that.
Because you're away playing on them.
Topley's in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Tom Abell, just for a single, 303 for 7, moves on to 129.
But the interesting thing as well is if you look at the first couple of rounds of championship cricket, bar a couple of games here and there, they've all been pretty high-scoring affairs. And that's why I like these sorts of pitches, because as I say, bat well, get your runs, bowl well, you get your wickets.
Well,
and that's
you just
what
have to
you
look,
want
as I
your
said
balance.
yesterday, you just have to look at the crop of young batsmen, homegrown batsmen that Surrey have got, to see the value of playing county cricket on a really good pitch here at the Oval. Taunton Dean Cricket Club say Taunton's finest, bringing up the 300 for Somerset. Tom going long and Leachy standing firm. Well, let's hope that's not. Leach pushes this into the offside. That's a well-judged single as they set off 304 for 7. Various people saying it sounds like we've got 3,000 kids in swimming baths.
It does sound a bit like that, doesn't it, at the moment? But the lovely thing about all this chat is that until somebody actually, I said this the other day, until somebody actually makes a decision, we're not going to know what's happening, really.
Is Topley to Abell, who will pick up another single out into the onside. 305, I think it is, for 7.
You see, I've always said my ideal day of cricket is this. It's my ideal day. I love red ball cricket. I love my test match cricket. That's what I've always loved it. But the white ball stuff is here, and
nothing
you've
wrong
got
with the white
no,
ball
there
stuff.
isn't. But I'm just saying, for me, this is what it's all about.
It's Topley into Leach, shuffles across down the leg side, and nicely taken by Ben Folks.
But you have to adapt, don't you, really? And I think that until this all started with Mr. Strauss and the Mail, and again until
But it's going to be any number of plans and proposals and suggestions.
That's what I mean.
Being discussed over the coming weeks and months. Topley to Leach. Lets that go through outside the off stump. Again, he's coming a long way across his stumps, is Jack Leach. That concludes the first half an hour, and time for me to make way for Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. And what I would say is I loved it when you had all the best super fast bowlers playing in county cricket and all that good stuff. It just doesn't happen these days, really. And I think, actually, on a serious point again, to have Shaheen Shah Afridi playing a few games for Middlesex, and sadly Kemar broke down last week. I think it's terrific, as Jordan Clark from the pavilion end is in, and that's down the leg side to Tom Abell. But I am, as you probably told, I'm quite adamant I am about this England Lions A Academy, whatever you want to call it. I think that is a trick that sort of is being lost at the moment, and I understand about COVID and all that good stuff, but I think that is hopefully one area that will be looked at, as Jordan Clark is in, and this is checked straight up the pitch by Tom Abell. That rolls up towards mid-off, and there is no run as Rory Burns does the fielding, moving away to his right-hand side. Good morning, Isabel Duncan.
Hello, good morning. And how lovely to be here. Not quite as sunny today, is it? And the lights are on as well, assisting the natural light
It's
this
the old
morning.
artificial light versus the natural light, as Jordan Clark is in, and this is turned away by Abell out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total, 306 for 7.
And it was very much Tom Abell's day yesterday, wasn't it?
Very good
And
day.
he's not far away now from his highest score in first-class cricket, which is 135. There he is on 131. Will he get there? There are milestones here for Somerset. They've already got their third batting point this morning once they got to 300. And, of course, Abell was ably supported by Davey earlier on with that 7th wicket partnership this morning.
Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Leach, and Leach is up on his toes, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Jordan Clark does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
And we do know that, of course, Leach is a good support act as well. He's proved that with that 10th wicket partnership at Headingley that everybody knows about.
And I was saying there was a time where he had the best average of the number three.
Number 3, that's right.
Because he got 90 odd, didn't he? Against
99
Ireland.
Against Ireland.
Yes,
yeah, we
good.
thought that was going to be a debacle, but in the end it wasn't too bad.
As driving here is Leach, one-handed, thick edge, flies off down towards third man. There is Reece Topley to do the fielding, and they will pick up one more. 307 for 7. No, I enjoyed yesterday's cricket, and I think this morning it's sort of slightly what I expected. It's a little bit of sort of eyeing each other up this morning, but that 350 will be the key thing from a Somerset point of view. So dearly love to knock Somerset over for under that. And, they've got that one wicket of Josh Davies so far, as Jordan Clark is in, and Abell will look for a couple here because he's just knocking that one down towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. That's James Taylor down there who does the fielding, and they will pick up two more to the total. Abell moves on to 133, and Somerset move on to 309 for 7.
Yeah, Tom Abell, his decision to bat first, as you say, most sides do, bar Hampshire, of course, last week. That was a bit of a disaster for them, and I think the decision has been vindicated here for Tom Abell, and he's the man with all the runs as well, and at 309 for 7, not too far away from that 350 magical mark, as you've mentioned there. So he's doing all the right things, Tom Abell. He just needs some supporting acts to keep going. I know that Anthony Gibson wasn't too hopeful on the tail enders here, but Jack Leach at the moment is making a very good effort for his 5 of 21.
Where do you stand on the old commentator's curse, Isabel? Because I've always
I don't believe in that rubbish.
No, absolutely.
Leach facing, and here's Topley. He bowls his left arm. Ooh, was a play and a miss at that one. That really reared off a length. It flew off a length. Looking dangerous out there, Topley. I think he was pick of the bowlers yesterday. He got 2 for... I've got his figures down here. 2 for 41 at close of play yesterday, Topley. Messed around a little bit with his run-up.
Had some nice... The debate that I had with Mr. Gibson there, there were a few tweets saying they were enjoying that debate on Twitter that Mr. Gibson...
Oh, yeah, that was quite... I enjoyed very lively.
Yes, lively.
I was eavesdropping on that. Yeah. Topley again, the tall man, he's in and bowls very much on the stumps. A good looking shot there from Leach. Nice drive for nothing though, because the ball just races towards Hamler at mid-on.
It's nothing like a lively debate. Nothing like a lively debate.
Yeah, I think you've calmed down a bit now, haven't you?
I'm just passionate.
There you are. And very
interesting.
Interesting what you were saying.
My red ball and my England Lions, and adapting to what is going on.
Topley left arm. Vauxhall end, bowls. I think it's about a single here, but the ball is just pushed gently into the covers by Leach, who comes forward to that. 309 for 7 here, Somerset.
And it's
out of themselves.
my age,
Do you think you're getting to the whingy age?
No,
but you weren't actually whinging. It was more of a debate.
But I'm getting to that sort of age that when someone puts something to me, rather than whenever I used to think about immediately what's wrong with it, I try to see what's right with it first.
Positive thinking. Topley, gangly Topley bowls again. That's on off stump, and well watched there by Leach again. A good stride forward from him, and keeps it out. The short leg is in there, 2 slips and a gully and a point. Mid off, mid on, and square leg in place.
See, I'm the man that would ban any sort of talking on a train.
Oh, I've got a story about that this morning. I came up on the train. And I hope this gentleman isn't listening when I deliver this story. Well, perhaps I hope he is listening, because it might teach him a lesson. Anyway, here is Reece Topley from the Vauxhall end. Long-limbed. As he speeds in and bowls, pops in a short one, but doesn't really get up. And that's played with soft hands by Leach, and the ball just gently plops in front of him for no run. Yeah, coming up on the train from Clandon to Vauxhall this morning. It's an incredibly loud man. Swearing on the phone. Every other word was the F word, and it wasn't football. And I actually moved into another carriage because I just wanted a bit of peace and quiet. It was quite early, and I could see everybody else was pretty silent, contemplating life. I just thought it was very selfish. Kiwi bloke, and yeah, wasn't very happy this morning following that. Topley thunders in, bowls. That's shortish, but left alone outside the off stump by Leach.
Yes, when I say banning all talking, I don't mean all talking. nice quiet conversation, lovely. But anybody who... I went to Warwickshire only 2 weeks ago. From
Very civilised county.
London Euston to Birmingham station. And I sat in my seat, and as we took off, well, we didn't take off, obviously I was on the train, but as the train...
Is this a Harry Potter movie?
As the train pulled out of London Euston, a lady decided to ring her friend up and discuss her Easter lunch and what she was cooking for everybody for the entirety of the trip, 2.5 hours.
Wow, that's a big lunch. How many courses? 12 courses?
I'm not joking. As in, over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Abell's forward plays this one up towards mid-on. We'll take a single. Good stuff again from Tom Abell there. Moves on to 134. And one of the... Do you know what the most annoying thing on that, and this is the last I'll say, is when they go into a tunnel. And then... Hello, are you still there? Hello. Oh. And then it's silent for about 10, and you're thinking, fantastic. I've just been into a tunnel and I didn't have a signal, so I'm ringing you back now. Oh, why? As in comes Jordan Clark, bouncer, and ducking underneath it is Leach, and that's taken by Ben Folkes up above his left shoulder.
Well, they have got those quiet carriages now, haven't they? They're not always quiet, though. This is the problem, especially in a packed train.
Absolutely.
You think, oh, I'm going to book a seat on the quiet carriage if I possibly can, for a bit of peace and quiet, but I'm afraid it's not always delivered, is it?
I've never really understood that whole thing as well of you might leave your good husband or other half in the morning. In comes Clark, and forward goes Leach. That beats the outside edge of the bat, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes. And I know that people are in a rush, and I get all that. But then to spend your entire journey ringing up aforementioned other half to discuss what's happening in the day, I always think, could you have not done that last night? Rather than for the 40 minutes of my train journey this morning?
Well, at least they're still speaking to each other.
There is that, I suppose.
Yeah.
There is that. As in comes Jordan Clark once again, and Leach is up on his toes, playing this one out into the offside. And there's no... I'm sorry you had that this morning. And that gentleman should be ashamed of himself.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I had to move. It was offensive. The language wasn't great, and
That's
the volume, top volume.
That's awful.
Yeah, we all wanted to hear about his company and everything.
Well,
it's like, Mr. Big.
Yes, headphones is sort of a way forward as well. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Leach, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. So Leach at the moment doing his job with Tom Abell, and 310 for 7 Somerset. Yeah,
and Abell just one away now from his to equal his highest score of 135 in first-class cricket. But it was really quite an eventful day yesterday. The bowlers certainly had to toil hard for their wickets. It's a good balanced pitch. I heard you two earlier talking about the pitch.
This one's left alone by Abell outside his off stump, and apologies, Leach on strike, and Leach will wander up to have a little word with Tom Abell, and 134 for Abell. Leach has 5 and Somerset 310 for 7.
It's the sort of pitch we approve of, really, for county cricket. There's something in it for everybody, and it's still got a certain amount of greenness on it, the green tinge. It's a little bit on the slow side, I would say. But the bowlers have got to bend their backs, and there's not much turn at the moment. We didn't see any turn yesterday at all. It's probably still a little bit greasy out there with the grass on it. But that'll dry out. Although, of course, we have a cloudier day today. You sort of expect more wickets on a day like this, don't you? There's a lot of cloud cover around. Well, it's going to be Rhys Topley to continue here at the Vauxhall Road end. He's just having a chin wag with Hashim Amla down there, who's fielding at mid-on. 2 slips in place. It's going to be Abell who's facing the right-hander. There's just an adjustment to the field here. There's a man going out to deep extra cover boundaries to patrol out there in front of the PBH Maze stand. 110 for 7 Somerset. Topley ball in hand, up onto his toes, and bowls. Left arm around. That's a lovely shot. It should go for 4 runs, or perhaps it'll slow up in the dew. But that's turned into the onside, and it has just made it over the ropes. Deep mid-wicket, lent into that, and he has now surpassed Tom Abell, his previous highest score in first-class cricket. He goes on to 138.
What a lovely way to go to it as well. Just on the angle, coming round the wicket with the breeze, and he's taken that from a roundabout off-stump, just slightly over pitch, roll of the wrists. And there we are, the announcement that that's the highest first-class score for Tom Abell. And a ripple of applause around the ground, but gorgeous way to go to it as well. from the
Stylish.
Somerset
Stylish off his legs. Left arm around once again, and Abell just comes forward to that and taps it into the offside. He knows that the man's out there at deep extra cover, so he's got an easy single for that. 315 for 7 now, and Abell on to 139. Leach will face the next delivery from that towering man, Topley. I was just talking to Reece Topley's dad earlier, Don, who came in with his bad leg, and he sat behind us and listened for a bit. And I said, what was up with Reece's run-up? Because we couldn't quite work it out yesterday. He kept pulling out of his run-up, and it was all to do with the breeze and the gusts across the ground. He'd run in, and then suddenly a gust would hit him. You'd think he wouldn't notice a gust with his height.
Absolutely, but you can see on that flag how strong it is again, coming left to right across the ground.
Very disconcerting for bowlers. Here he is, left arm over this time to Leach, who comes forward. They're going to steal a single here. It's a very good running there from Leach and his captain, Tom Abell. And Abell was backing up well. And they go through 4-1. It's just dropped in front of his nose there, Leach, and they steal a single. Always frustrates the fielders, that sort of run. 316 for 7, and Leach goes on to 6.
Yeah, and we saw it in the opening game at Edgbaston on the first morning. Ollie Hannon-Dalby, let's be honest, looks like he'd snap in a stiff breeze anyway. But he was almost ending up in the Hollies stand on his follow-through because it's basically a hurricane.
Yeah.
This one's not swinging. Rory Burns takes the ball across. Says, look at this. Look at the state of this.
God, this is the third or fourth time this has happened in this game.
Now, I always enjoy this because I'm a big fan of forensic science. And I always think what goes on here...
Your specialist subject on Mastermind.
Well, but I always think with the sort of discussions that are going on at the moment about the ball, and everyone goes over to have a look, don't they? And then it will go through the little hole. And it reminds me a little bit of sort of CSI Miami. And Jack Leach is across now. I think, though, Rory Burns might have got his way. Because the umpire, Martin Saggers, is now marching off to the box of balls. So... they will find one that looks about, well, what have we had? 27 and a bit over, so they've got to find one that looks about 27.
Yeah, well, actually, you know, they mark it, don't they? They put the number of overs with black marker pen. Do you know why I know that?
How do you know?
Because I was commentating at Horsham once, and there you are commentating outside the lavatories. You probably know it.
Yes.
Bit whiffy.
One of my favourite spots.
Yeah, and I noticed that all the spare balls were sitting right in front of me there, and Sussex weren't very happy with the shape of the ball. Nobody could find them, so I took off my earpiece and I ran out there with the balls and got involved.
Oh, that's
yeah.
good from you, Isabel.
I know. You should get paid extra for that. And I saw all the balls, and I saw all the ways that the numbers of overs are written on the balls. And Patel was out there and being a bit nosy, and the umpires told him off because he was hovering over the balls and looking at them, because they don't get to choose them.
Everybody wants to have a look. See the balls. Now, what I quite enjoy in the old Test match arena and international arena is they have sort of one of those silver briefcases with the balls in.
Yes.
So it's not a box of balls. It's like again, a bit like on a detective film when you see if the film that they picked up ill-gotten gains from a bank robbery and they're taking the silver briefcase.
Yeah.
It's like that for the internet.
Yes, that's very smart, actually, isn't it?
Nice, very nice.
But I think County Games is just a cardboard box, isn't it?
Cardboard box with balls in.
Yeah.
Marked up
Which
balls.
does the trick.
They've got their way here, Surrey. Now we're hoping this one goes round corners now. Rory Burns. As I say, what I always enjoy though is it really is quite a palaver, isn't it, when the ball gets changed? And the umpires have a forensic look at it, everybody has a look at it, and then the ball gets changed. And normally not a lot happens, but you never know, this one might swing a bit.
It should be about 27 overs old as Topley again with this change of ball. That just nips back in a little bit there to the right-hander. But it's still a good leave by Abell. He knows where his off stump is. But it was Topley yesterday he was unhappy with the ball. He brought it to our attention yesterday a couple of times, and I think it was Martin Saggers had to get his hoops out.
He got his hoops out.
See if he could get the ball through the hoops. But I think that was the previous ball, wasn't it? I'm just trying to remember if it was this ball or the ball before. But it's this ball that I certainly haven't been happy with. Left arm over Topley. Bowls. It's very full and driven well there by Abell. Let's see if he gets 4 runs for it. It's Rory Burns. He's putting the chase on. He's given up now because the ball certainly has got the legs for it. That was hit as straight as you like by Abell. Very classic. The checked drive in the V out towards long off. And he will get 4 more. 143 and fast approaching his 150 here. Tom Abell, cracking innings from him, 320 for 7 now. Somerset having inserted themselves yesterday and certainly justified that decision with the score they've got on the board. Leach at the other end on 6. We've talked a lot about Tom Abell, but he had a really rough time with it with the bat. He's had a rocky time, and he's making good now. As once more, Topley's in, pops in a bouncer, and there's a withdrawal of the bat there from Abell, who leaves that well alone in the end. It's rather an angry ball there from Rhys Topley, having just been hit for 4 from an over-pitched ball. 320 for 7 after 108 overs in this Somerset first innings. And the ball has just been changed, with the Surrey players pretty unhappy about it.
Elsewhere, Kent all out for 305 against Hampshire. So Kent all out for 305.
What about Compton? What did he score?
Well, he took 105 deliveries from memory to make 20 odd yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Daniel Bell-Drummond got 100. 149 from Daniel Bell-Drummond, and Ben Compton 27 off 103 deliveries. So he's faced over 1,000 balls already in terms of first-class cricketers. Here is Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off-stump by Jack Leach, and taken by folks away to his left. Essex and Warwickshire. Essex 168, Warwickshire 105 for 4. So they've lost a couple of wickets this morning. Dom Sibley's gone this morning. Sam Haynes still there, 19 not out, and Matthew Lamb is 9 not out. As Jordan Clark is into Leach. Leach is forward, pushes out into the offside. And there's no run once again. At Durham, oh sorry, I've jumped into the second division there. In the first division, Gloucestershire 252, Lancashire 47 for 1. Yorkshire 296, Northamptonshire 76 for 3, 5 for Gareth Berg yesterday for Northamptonshire. In Division 2, Durham 230, Nottinghamshire 88 for 1 as Jordan Clark is in, and Leach has a nibble at this one. That's the spot again. Goes past his outside edge. Nicely bowled by Jordan Clark. Leicestershire 213, Derbyshire 80 for 2. Glamorgan 122, Middlesex 211 for 6. So that game's moving on rapidly at Cardiff. And Worcestershire 376 for 7 against Sussex. So those are all your other scores from around the country. As in comes Jordan Clark once more to Leach. He's looking to punch off the back foot, thick inside edge, and that rolls straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Little look at my West Countryman last night.
Oh, the West Countryman, that's right. We can plug the book without Anthony being here, because he probably gets a little bit embarrassed.
Just had a little flick through. No, not at all. You know, I've read it twice.
Ooh.
I've read it twice.
Well, I was hoping for a copy, but of course Anthony's come up on the train, so he hasn't brought any copies with him. He doesn't want to be weighed down.
As Jordan Clark is in again, and turned leg side by Jack Leach. And there is no run. If you remind me, or if we get to the last day of this game, remind me, and I'll bring my copy up for you to have a look at on Sunday.
Oh, but I feel like a cheapskate. I think I ought to really buy one. Of course, I was hoping for a freebie, because I thought he might bring one in his bag, you know, get him to sign it in his best ink pen.
I think they're still available. I think
can you get them on Amazon, Anthony?
You can still get your copies of West Countryman. Yes, indeed.
The West Countryman on Amazon.
Point, I really thoroughly recommend it, because it's really interesting. As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Leach is looking to flick this one off his hip, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right. End of the over, 320 for 7. Leach 6, Abell 143, and here comes the sun. I lost a bit of my front tooth again this morning.
Oh, we had a chat about that to explain to the listeners, because it's fascinating, and I must say it wasn't a Rottweiler, it was a cockapoo.
Yes, yeah, jumped up.
Quite small teddy bear things.
Yeah, was quite excited to see me for some strange reason. The dog.
Is it female?
Yes, and knocked out a bit of my front tooth, which then this morning a little bit more came out. I've been trying to get a dentistry appointment, but they're not easy to get hold of these days.
Did you spit it out in your cereal?
Yes, I went to a well-known chemist, retailers, and bought my own do-it-yourself, but that didn't really work out.
Oh, what, to sort of rebuild the tooth? Oh, you'll be spitting that out later as well. Ooh, I'm not going to have lunch with you.
Within about 5 minutes I was doing that. So, now James Taylor is into the attack. So Rhys Topley out the attack. James Taylor yesterday, 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 40. 2 slips in there, third man, there's the backward point, there's a sweeper on the cover rope, there's the mid off, the mid on, deep backward square, and the long leg. So the 320 was, I think, Surrey, as I say, if they could have got them out for 320-ish this morning, they'd have been happy, but Somerset want 350. As James Taylor is in over the wicket to Tom Abell, and Abell across his stumps, looks to work leg side, hits the pad, rolls away, leg by will be the signal, and that'll be 1 more to the total, 321 for 7, and Leach comes back onto strike on 6.
Yeah, it was interesting what Don Topley was saying about his son. I was just quizzing him and saying, what was up with Reece yesterday? Because on a number of occasions he just pulled out, didn't he? But there's a very blustery wind here going from left to right across the pitch here, just in front of the pavilion. And he really struggled yesterday, and it was all about the wind. It's difficult for bowlers. You've got to use the wind, obviously, to try and assist you, whichever way you're swinging it.
But it does make it very difficult, because if you think you're running in and you're hitting him, jumping up, and as you're jumping or trying to get into the crease, the wind's blowing you in the other direction. Here is James Taylor up on his toes, goes Leach and plays this one up to mid-on. There are some, though, that thrived in it. You know, there's all those great stories of bowling into the wind up the hill.
If it suits you.
Yes.
If it suits you, yeah. There are some particularly blustery grounds, aren't there?
Yeah, this one, as I say, today you can see the flag again. It's going very, I would like to say east to west or north to south, I don't know. As in over the wicket again comes Taylor, short ball, and Leach gets up on his toes, pushes this one away out towards the covers. And there's no run. Sound of an aeroplane going overhead on this Friday. If you're just joining us this morning, been out there for nearly an hour. And 321 for 7 Somerset. They started the day 283 for 6. The man to go, Josh Davey, caught by Will Jacks off the bowling of Jordan Clark for 27. In comes James Taylor once again over the wicket to Leach, who's driving. Is there an edge on that, or is that bottom of the bat onto the pitch? I think that's bottom of the bat onto the pitch, because there is no reaction from umpire Pollard. It was a good length delivery, he had a drive, definite noise, but I think that was the toe end of Jack Leach's bat hitting the pitch. It could have been the kids screaming that you were hearing there as well, but umpire Pollard kept the hands down in front of him.
Well, it's pleasing to know the kids are watching, unless they just happened to scream at the same time there was an appeal. I'm not sure.
Good, excellent sinking there. As over the wicket again goes Taylor, and Leach lets this one go across him outside his off stump. So yes, I'm going to have to get a trip to the dentist at some point. I'm not a big fan.
Big fan of the dentist? I don't think anyone's.
It's better these days though than it used to be, but still, I still find myself getting a little bit nervous whenever.
Well, yeah, it depends if they're drilling or not. But the tooth that's been chipped in your gob, it's actually a fake tooth, isn't it? It's a false tooth.
That's why it came
Too young
out.
to have false teeth.
That's why it came out.
Oh, Graham Seed's arrived. How exciting.
In over the wicket once again comes James Taylor. This one's pushed into the offside by Jack Leach. There is no run. End of the over. Leach 6, Abell 143, and Somerset at 321 for 7.
Yes, well, we are going to be chatting to Graham Seed later on, aka Nigel Pargeter, amongst other things, of the Archers. 28 years, I think, in the Archers before he fell off Lower Loxley Roof. Isn't that right, Graham? Yeah. And boy, did he scream when he fell off Lower Loxley Roof. Some people used it as a ringtone. Oh, we've got a fixture card of the Stage Cricket Club.
Oh, the Stage Cricket
Graham is also
Club.
captain of the Stage Cricket Club. The founder is Earl Grey,
you know what,
1930.
I still like a fixture list like this, where you sort of unfurl it, and there it is in all its glory.
It's very smart, isn't it?
The other thing with these
glossy,
ones are easy to put on the desk because they
there
stand
we go.
up.
Here's Jamie Overton. That's his first over of the day. He's in, right arm over, and bowls and keeps that one down. Abell, and Jack Leach thinks about a single there. He's backing up, but is turned down by his captain. Abell on 143. The score here, Somerset 321 for 7. Having put themselves in yesterday, a good decision, I think we can all agree on now. Abell facing on 143. He's having certainly the innings of the season so far for him, as he's had some pretty dreadful scores before, so this is a big relief for the captain out there. Short run up from Overton, bowls, and a withdrawal of the bat there. I think just pulled that bat inside the line at the last minute. Abell, giving the benefit of the doubt, as he takes a nervous walk out towards square leg.
Yeah, that's the length again. You see that with Jamie, that's not his natural length, but he's gone up to the bat there, and there is some movement, and that's why this is what he did against Hampshire so well. Was he went fuller, then the short ball.
Here he is, good variety, pumping his arms and bowling Overton. That's a lovely looking cut shot, and he'll get 4 runs just backward of point there from Abell. Didn't even have to move his feet, and gets over the ball and slaps it out towards the boundary. And all the kids are loving that and cheering out there in the stand as the ball just clatters into the advertising boards. So that's another boundary there for Abell. He goes on to 147 and the score 325 for 7. Just having a look to see how many boundaries he has scored now. That's 22 fours for Tom Abell's 147 off 283 deliveries.
Crashed away, wasn't it, that one, by Abell?
Here is Overton, the big man. He's in and bowls with a bit of aggression there. Just comes forward positively, Abell, and plays a defensive shot into the offside. There are a few gaps in the field here. There's a backward point, and there's a man out in the covers who is just patrolling the ropes out there, doing a bit of sweeping, mid-off, mid-on, and also a man out on the ropes at deep square leg, and a long leg down there on the ropes. As Jamie Overton hurtles towards us, nostrils flaring and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Abell. It's wide of off stump.
The good thing here from Abell as well is that he's still going, and you know, we often talk about sort of greedy runs and get to 100 and keep going, and that's exactly what he's come out there this morning, and he's just got his head down again, and he's put the bad ball away, and he's playing really well. He looks a completely different player to this time yesterday.
Yeah, extra covers coming on the single now as Overton is in and bowls, and that's gone directly to point along the ground, and there is no runs. They'll be having a little go at Leach in this next over. 325 for 7.
Well, I am going to leave you now, and Isabel Duncan will be joined in a few moments by Mr. Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, we'll have Anthony Gibson back, who is the voice of Somerset County Cricket Club. 325 for 7, and we're going to continue with James Taylor here from the Vauxhall end. This will be his second over of his spell this morning. We'll have a look at James Taylor's figures here. 0 for 40 off 12 overs. Let's have a look. That's right. 0 for 40. 3 maidens in there. Here he is. Up onto his toes, a slight figure. He's in and bowls, and that's on off stump. And Leach looking pretty solid to me, although I don't want to put the curse on him too much. But he's come forward and he's defended that well under his eyes. The ball spills out into the offside for no run. 325 for 7. We know he's got stick ability. Jack Leach, the slow left arm orthodox bowler, who is currently out there batting. Came in at number 9. We've had 1 wicket this morning, that of Davey, the Scotsman, on 27. Here is Taylor, bowls again. Just leaping off a length there a bit, but is left well alone. It's wide of the off stump. Good leave by Leach. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
I fancy the pitch isn't doing quite as much today as it was yesterday. It just seems to have calmed down a little bit, with the honourable exception of the ball that removed Josh Davey, that did bounce and leave him a bit, but it's becoming more and more easy paced, and Somerset need a few more runs.
James Taylor, right arm over. He bowls. Good length, and ever watchful there. Jack Leach keeps the ball out, no run.
I think 350 absolute minimum, preferably something up nearer 400, because Somerset want to ensure themselves against Surrey getting 500 on this pitch, and then putting Somerset under pressure in the second innings.
Well, the tail enders out there. Certainly Jack Leach is offering a lot of support at the moment to Tom Abell at the other end. So Leach facing the left-hander, and here is Taylor in and bowls. Oh, it's come off the body there. That's nipped back into the left-hander Leach, and it sort of strikes him halfway up the body, but keeps it off. Doesn't look like he's hurt himself.
I don't know. I think he's doing his best to hide it.
Doesn't want to show weakness
No.
to the opposition. But yeah, he shoulder armed that one and it came back into him. James Taylor won't mind that too much. Here he is with his flannels fluttering in the wind. Pummels in and bowls Taylor. And that's looped up into the air and has been caught. That was rather a soft dismissal there from Leach. And the ball has just looped off the bat, the leading edge, and has been taken by mid-off as easy as they come of catches. Rory Burns, the skipper, taking it with his ponytail. 325 for 8 now, and that is the end of Leach, who's out for 6. And that cameo partnership there with his captain is all over. And things are not looking quite so bright now for Somerset.
Well, I wonder if that ball just stopped on Jack Leach a little bit after I'd brilliantly said that the pitch was getting more and more easy.
But you just better shut up.
Or whether he may just have been through the shot a little bit early. But a pretty comfortable catch for Rory Burns, running in from mid-off. But Jack Leach has played his part with that 6 runs that he scored, but he occupied 43 deliveries in getting his 6 runs. So what have we got now? That looks like Peter Siddle to me.
Peter Siddle, the Oz, coming out. So that's James Taylor's first wicket of this innings. 1 for 40 are his figures now off 12.4 deliveries. Gosh, has he bleached his hair, Peter Siddle? It's very bright blonde. Was he naturally that colour?
No.
He's eaten too many bananas, hasn't he? That's what's gone on.
He's, if you saw any of the Big Bash, you'd have seen him captaining the Adelaide Strikers with this peroxide bunch of curls on top of his head.
It's rather startling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the point, isn't it? I mean, if you're rocketing in as a mean, fast bowler, you want to look the part.
Well, I'm not sure that peroxide blonde curls really go with. I think Jamie Overton's nascent beard is more of a fast bowler's.
You think so? I don't know, it's a distraction, hair like that. Took me by surprise. Well, Siddle facing, he's the new man out there, the right-hander, the overseas player for Somerset, the mean fast bowler. He's currently batting. He's coming at number 10, 325 for 8 now, Somerset. James Taylor buoyed now with his first wicket. He picks up his heels, pummels his arms, and he's in. And bowls. And it's right on the stumps, making the new batsman play. And just comes forward and defends that well into the offside. Siddle only had to face one ball, the last ball of that James Taylor over. We've now had 112 overs in this Somerset innings, and the score is 325 for 8. Abell on 147.
Yes, and a bit of a dilemma for Tom Abell. I suspect, as to whether to try and accelerate and score as many runs as he can before the 2 remaining Somerset batsmen at the other end are removed, or whether to put his faith in Messrs Siddle and Brooks and just carry on playing the way he's been playing throughout. And I suspect that's probably what he'll do, just carry on as normal. He's on 147 as Jamie Overton is in and bowls, and he tucks that away down to deep backward square. Sam Curran comes in off the boundary. He picks up another run, 148, 326 for 8. Somerset resuming this morning at 283 for 6. So they have scored 43 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 being Josh Davey and in the previous over Jack Leach. The sun is coming out at the Oval. It's becoming a very pleasant day. It's not as warm today as it was yesterday. So it's Overton to Siddle. He's in and bowls, and Siddle gets that on the pad, and they take a well-judged quick single leg by. I suspect that will be a signal. It is indeed. 327.
Well, they're managing to rotate the strike a bit, and Abell is happy to take singles and expose Siddle. And we also have some faith in Siddle with the bat to some extent. I think they'll just take what runs they can at the moment, Somerset.
So, Tom Abell on 148. needing 2 for his first 150 in first-class cricket, and that one just takes the outside edge and skews out into the offside. It was in the air for a time. Had there been a silly point, it would have been a catch. Inside edge onto pad, but there isn't, and it's picked up by Rory Burns. Again, the field wide spread. We've just got the 2 slips. Burns at backward point, mid-off, extra cover sweeper, deep mid-wicket sweeper, and a long leg and a third man. As Overton is into Abell, who defends back up the pitch.
Well, we'd love to hear from people. We haven't had too much movement on Twitter today, so do tune in and send us your messages. I'm at Fine Glance, I'm Isabel Duncan, and we've got at Back and Across, that is Mark Church, and we've got at Ant Gibb, Anthony Gibson.
Here comes JV Overton again from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Abell leaves that. And the school children down below us still having a whale of a time by the sound of it. They're not actually in the swimming bath, although it does rather sound that way. They're in the indoor cricket centre. Not quite such a good crowd here today as there was yesterday. Maybe that's a reflection on the slightly chillier weather conditions. The floodlights are on here at the Oval. Overton's in and bowls, and Abell will pick up a single. He might even come back for this second. No, he doesn't, as Sam Curran does the fielding out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. But that means that Abell will keep the strike. 328 for 8. He moves on to 149. And again, slightly curious that Rory Burns didn't bring the field in to prevent Abell from taking a single off the last ball.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be jumping at the bit to have a go at,
Peter
Siddle.
Yeah.
He's the new man out there. We've had a couple of tweets. Godson Vineyards, perhaps he's got off his tractor now, has been in touch. He says, Churchy is absolutely right. The county championship is perfect and requires no changes. If they insist upon persevering with the 100, then fit it into the lunch and tea intervals during the championship. Jonathan, thank you, Jonathan, for some amusing take on that. So it's going to be James Taylor continue from the Vauxhall Road end. Tom Hardwick has also been in touch. We'll read his tweet out in a moment. He will be bowling to Abell. Abell facing. And he bowls, and that's on leg stump, and has helped on its way into the leg side, just in front of square there by Tom Abell, who takes that single. And Siddle at the other end now.
So 150. 150
is up
for Tom Abell. His first 150 in any form of senior cricket. I'm sure he made 150 when he was at Taunton School. But a fine captain's innings. 150 from 292 deliveries with 22 fours.
He's having a cracking time of it out there, Tom Abell. It's Siddle facing now. 3 slips in place for Siddle. As once again, Taylor is in and bowls. And it goes shorter there. That's very well steered down to third man. They should only get 1 for it, as there's a fielder down there who scoops it up. And they scuttle through for 1. So Siddle is off the mark. Well controlled, that shot. He's off the mark. And Abell now on 150 is facing. His previous highest score was 135. We've got some comments about Tom Abell, of course, coming through on Twitter. Tony Hardwick has a comment about his trigger movement. Looks to me as though Tom Abell has developed a delicate 2-step trigger into position to play his strokes. As Taylor again up to the crease and bowls. It's on the stumps there, and that is defended by Abell out into the offside. He also goes on to say, I can't access last year's footage to check, but it seems to be paying dividends for him. Maybe it's something he worked at over the winter.
Yep, you're not wrong. Judging by what Tom Abell said to me last night, he's just altered his stance slightly, and he did talk as well about slightly different trigger movement, and it's paying off.
Another Tom Abell comment here. We'll get onto that in a moment. As Taylor again, elbows jutting out as he runs in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Abell. Always look on the bright side of life has been in touch. He says, afternoon, great to see Tom Abell back in form. It wouldn't be too bad if we got Surrey in for a tricky 20 minutes or so before lunch.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think we'd rather have a few more runs, Somerset.
The Always Look on the Bright Side of Life is a splendid podcast that Ian Shepherd puts together every week.
You've been on that podcast, have you, Anthony? I'd imagine you must have.
A regular.
Starring strongly. Right arm over comes James Taylor, and he's bowling to Abell. Tom Abell, the man on 150 shoulder arms, that for no run. Jeremy Shanks has been in touch and says, I'm sure it wasn't a Kiwi on the train, he says. This is after my train story, the very loud and foul-mouthed Kiwi. Maybe it was an Aussie, but it sounded like a Kiwi. Definitely an Aussie, he says. Kiwis are far too polite. Well, yes. You may well be right.
Here you are. I've got an interesting Tom Abell stat. His 150 is 46 more runs than he scored in his previous 12 innings.
Taylor bowls. And left alone again outside the off stump by Abell. Patient leaves from him.
Extraordinary game cricket, isn't it? Poor old Tom. I mean, 35, 11, 2, 14, 0, 0, 14, 0, 1, 4, 11, 12, 150.
Incredible. Yes, I had a look at his figures as well earlier when I was coming up on the train, and something like the last 14 innings he averaged 7 and scored 109 runs. So what a leap into stardom here with his 150 up on the board. Just having an adjustment to one of the batsmen. The 12th man's come out for Somerset. Not sure what's going on out there, but we're having a little bit of a break. It might be a finger or two. Is it Leach? He was struck earlier, wasn't he? Looks like the fingers are being strapped up to me.
And I thought I've got a tweet from a grumpy git. Dave. The only negative of the awesome, mature and classy innings by Tom Abell is that he'll now be even closer to the dreaded England call-up. Well done, Tom Abell. Well, he has been mentioned as a possible future England captain, but he needs to find a place in the England side first of all, and he'll only do that through weight of runs. And his 150 here today will do him no harm at all.
No, it's Tom Abell. It's Tom Abell who's being strapped up. I think it is the fingers, isn't it? We're having the camera is zooming in for us, which is very helpful. Having problems there with his fingers.
Very pleased to see Daniel Bell-Drummond getting some runs as well for Kent. Millfield boy, coached by my summariser Mark Davis, with whom Daniel DBD, as he's known, keeps in regular contact. He's had he 6-7 years ago was widely being touted as a future England opening batsman. He's had a very thin time of it recently. Here comes Overton in and bowls, and Siddle just pulls the bat inside the line with that delivery outside the off stump. Don't know why they've got the floodlights on. It really seems superfluous and wasting a lot of electricity these days of climate consciousness and energy shortages and so on.
It does seem, it seems perfectly bright enough, doesn't it? It's all to do with the reading, the initial reading, isn't it, that the umpires take with their meter.
The sun is out at the moment as Overton with a short run up in from the pavilion end, and that's turned into the onside, picked up by Hashim Amla under his white fluffy sun hat from mid-on. And there's no run.
Well, Ollie Randall's been in touch. He says, it's my first ever county championship day out. An excellent morning so far, but I don't know why I can't see anyone else in the stands listening to your coverage. Probably being drowned out by the kids, I think, at the moment.
Here's Overton. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside by Peter Siddle, who is, as they say, no mug with the bat. He does, in fact, have a first-class century to his name, which he scored in the unlikely context of Australia A versus Scotland back in about, I think it was about 2013, something like that, from memory, so maybe wrong, but he certainly can bat. Here's Overton in and bowls to Siddle, who nearly got Siddle as well, having got Josh Davey early on this morning. That was play and a miss from Peter Siddle. He averages 16.8, and it was indeed. He got 103 not out in 2013 for Australia. Australia A against Scotland. And this is his 200th first-class game. So that's a bit of a landmark
Well
as
spotted.
well. Overton into Siddle, who plays that firmly into the offside as a misfield by Reece Topley. As he moved to his left, which enables them to come through for a single. 3:31 for 8. The scoreboards here are very, very quick in notching up the runs. So Tom Abell will be on strike for the last ball of this Jamie Overton over, so he'll be looking for a single, which he's more likely to get on the onside than the offside. We've got 3 saving 1 on the offside, but only Hashim Amla saving 1 at mid-on on the onside. And this is driven, not timed, by Abell up to Reece Topley at mid-off. End of that over, 3:31 for 8. That was the 115th over, I think. It was indeed. So no more bonus points for either side, which means that Somerset have 3 bonus points and Surrey just the 2 bowling points. And well, maybe the bonus points are a reasonable reflection of the state of the game. Somerset slightly ahead, hard to say, but if Surrey can bowl Somerset out for 350, they'll be reasonably happy, and similarly if Somerset can go on beyond 350, they'll be reasonably happy. So it's still pretty finely balanced.
Here is Taylor with his gleaming whites, right arm over. He bowls, and that's defended well there by Siddle, the number 10 batsman, the mean fast bowler for Somerset, the Australian. And that's defended, so 3-3-1 for 8 now. Siddle on 2, just supporting his captain. Tom Abell not able to get that single off the last ball of the last over, which he very much wanted. There were gaps on the leg side, but it was well bowled by Jamie Overton. So Siddle continues to face. 2 slips and a gully in place. And is it? Oh, it's a lovely looking shot. As that's cut away for 4 runs. He's hit that very hard and just rolls his wrists over it, Siddle. That's a proper cricket shot from him. Hit in front of square there. And he goes on to 6 runs with that, 335 for 8. Really got up onto his toes.
Proper pie from Taylor.
Yes, it was short and a little bit rank there from James Taylor, and it was punished by Siddle. Let's see how Taylor recovers from this. Here he is, 25 on his back. Zips in and bowls, and that's played down towards third man with an open face, guided well. They're going to come back for the second here. They take on the arm of the fielder, and it's going to be run out. Yes, it is. They've taken the second run, ill-judged. And he has been run out, at least at Siddle, but he's been run out, and they're 9 down now. There was no need to take that run.
You shouldn't take on Sam Curran's arm. He was quick to the ball. He got the return away quickly. It was right over the top of the stumps. And Ben Foakes, all he had to do was knock the stumps out of the ground, which he did, all but one of them. And Peter Siddle well short, and that was a waste of a wicket for Somerset. 336 for 9 they are now.
Yeah, they took that run once Sam Curran down there at third man had actually picked the ball up, and there was really no need for that. Yeah, strange decision.
Well, it was Siddle's call, and it was Siddle who paid the price for it, but I shouldn't think Tom Abell is too impressed by that. Siddle is not nearly as quick between the wickets as Tom Abell.
Yes, how old is Siddle? He is 37, so he's a lot older certainly than Abell, and really that's a waste there for Somerset, who really do want to put 350 on the board if they possibly can. Jack Brooks is the new man, the headband warrior.
Also got a first-class century to his name. It's interesting, I've just been reading a piece that Jack Hobbs wrote for Wisden when he retired in 1935, the Master, which Surrey have reprinted as a little pamphlet. And he was saying in that pamphlet how much the standards of batting of numbers 8, 9, 10 and Jack had improved during his career, which stretched from 1903 to 1935. And yet we all, I've just said Jack Brooks has got a first-class 100. Peter Siddle had a first-class 100. Jack Leach, 93 in a Test match at Lord's against Ireland. And it's something that a lot of people in cricket say now, how much the standards of lower order batting have improved. But Jack Brooks needs to hang around here, and he's got the ability to do it. First match of the season for Jack Brooks, coming into the Somerset side.
Here he is, twiddling his back, Brooks, and bobbing in the crease as Taylor storms in and bowls. He's on the stumps, forces him to play a shot, and defends it well, solidly there from Brooks. We're just waiting for his name. Here it is at last. It's flicked up onto the scoreboard. Brooks has faced his first delivery. 2 slips in a gully, and that danger man down there at third man, Sam Curran, who got the run out there, threw it in like an arrow. Very whippy throw that he's got, Sam Curran. Very strong, flat throw. And ran out Siddle. So James Taylor up onto his toes. Bowls in the sunshine. Oh, there's a big shot here for LBW. Could have been going down. I think that's a close call. Everybody's gone up there. The slip cordon, there's a big chorus of voices.
Oh, I'd have given that out.
But the umpire is unmoved. Is that Martin Saggers this end?
No, it's Paul Pollard.
It's Paul Pollard this end of knots. He is certainly unmoved. Have you seen the replay? We haven't seen the replay yet. We'll wait for it to come up on the screen.
It really had the look of an out about it, that one.
The only possibility is going down leg. It hit him very low by the looks of things, but we haven't had the replay yet. 337 for 9 as he survives that. It's Abell who's facing. Abell on 150. Oh, he's just stuttered on his run up there, James Taylor. Here he is, Taylor, swooping in. Right arm over and bowls. Plays that late, Abell. They think about the single, but it would have been suicidal had they taken it. And there is no runs. Also the end of the over, so 337 for 9.
And on that occasion, Rory Burns did have the field in to save the single. And Tom Abell looking just to drop it into the offside. Tip and run almost, but no way there. I've had a tweet from Greg Hill down there at Huntington. Good afternoon. Just tuned in because I've been out doing some day-to-day chores, including haircut. Was back just in time to see Captain Tom get his 150. Congratulations to him. An interesting tweet from Rob, who says, I wonder how much longer it will take of hearing Anthony say in runs Overton to bowl, and I don't automatically wish for a wicket to fall. At almost 20 overs now, and I still can't help wanting a wicket after those words are uttered. Well, Jamie did play for Somerset for a good few years. It's Topley though in from the pavilion end, who Jack Brooks plays a short arm jab at that up to Ashimanda at mid on. I must say, if Surrey are playing against anyone else but Somerset, I always looked to see how many wickets Jamie Overton has got, or how many runs he scored, and wish him well. Here's Topley in the bowls, bouncer, and Jack Brooks ducks underneath that, no doubt makes a mental note of having been bowled a bouncer by Rhys Topley, although these days bouncers at tail enders tend to be regarded as fair game because tail end batting standards have improved so much. Here's Topley, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Jack Brooks just draws the bat inside the line of that one. As Isabel Duncan makes way for Mark Church. He's got a very natty pair of cricket boots on, does Jack Brooks, with orange flashes on them. Topley in the bowls to him. He's edged and caught at first slip, and that is the end of the Somerset innings. Jamie Overton taking the catch at first slip. Somerset have been bowled out for 337, leaving Tom Abell unbeaten on 150. Somerset starting today at 283 for 6. So they have added 54 runs for the loss of their last 4 wickets, which I guess Mark Church is pretty much what we would have expected.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a funny thing, isn't it? I think both sides will be all right with that. I think 337 gives you something to play with. Surrey this morning we were sort of saying 320, weren't we? So 337's there or thereabouts. They've sort of polished that all off quite quickly. But Tom Abell, well played. 150 not out from Tom Abell out of 337 all out. Talk about leading from the front from Tom Abell. But yeah, as I said, I think that sets it up quite nicely for this afternoon. Surrey will have a sort of tricky 20 minutes now to have a bat before the lunch break, and Jack Brooks the last to go there. Bowling figures come up on the board. Clark 3 for 66, Topley 3 for 62, 1 for Jamie Overton, 1 for James Taylor and 1 for Will Jackson. And of course that spectacular demolishing of the stumps from Ben Folkes as well, with the run out of Peter Siddle. I sort of looked up for a second with that one. I thought, is that a direct hit? But then watching it back, obviously B. Folkes, lovely throw from Sam Curran.
What a waste of a wicket.
Wasn't the best second run I've ever seen, I have to say. But yeah, demolished the stumps. But 337. And as I say, that gives Somerset something to work with. Surrey will be pretty happy with that, especially sort of getting here this morning at 283 for 6. But well batted Tom Abell, 150 not out, and that will do the average no harm whatsoever, but also for his confidence as well, and the fact he's done it. Won the toss yesterday, batted. I listened to a bit of your interview last night where you asked him the question about, with the way the batting's gone, winning the toss, was there a thought of bowling? And I like the way he sort of went, no, we were always going to bat. And then to go out there and be the man that does finish 150 not out is terrific. So, yeah, I think this will be an interesting 20 minutes for Surrey before lunch. And I think with this pitch as well, as we've been saying, it's proved there that if you can get enough balls in the right spot, you're in the game. But Abell showed that if you get your head down, you can make runs as well.
Yep, absolutely. And a tinge of disappointment, I think they'll be in the Somerset camp at 337, because Matt Renshaw got 48, James Hildreth 54, and Tom Abell, of course, 150, and Josh Davey, honourable mention for Davey for his 27, which I can very look forward to deliveries. But as Grumpy Gets just pointed out on Twitter, at least 3 wickets gifted to Surrey. The Siddle run out, the Hildreth catch to backward point, and the Steve Davis waft. And I think Craig Overton might be included in that as well, because that wasn't a great shot that he hit to cover. So, they'll feel they've left some runs out there, if you see what I mean.
But I always think it's quite interesting, isn't it, for both sides? You sort of get a little bit of an indicator of how to go about it from the way the opposition do it first time up. And I think, look, Abell showed there that on here you have to get your head down. And he worked very, very hard for his runs yesterday, and then this morning looked a bit more fluent. And you've seen with the way that Surrey bowled, you've got to plug away at a pretty good line and a pretty good length. Davey, Overton's on absolute top form at the moment. Really looking forward to watching Craig Overton have a bowl. But sort of bowling coaches and everybody else they'll have worked out their way of doing it on here, having seen the way that Surrey bowled there and the way that Abell batted. Surrey, obviously, they bat a long way down. That's the other thing. But this will be an interesting 20 minutes for Ryan Patel and Rory Burns. And as I say, with Siddle and Overton and Davey and Brooks, and then a bit of Jack Leach. It's a good bowling attack, this Somerset bowling attack, and I think actually in many ways, from a Somerset point of view, the bowling hasn't been the problem this season. That's not been the issue at all. The bowling's been pretty good. It's been that batting now. They've now got 337 to play with. So for the first time in a while, from a bowling point of view, they've got some runs to play with. But what you don't want to do here is search. That's the thing. You don't want to go searching on this pitch. You want to just keep it line length, discipline with the odd short ball. So I think it'll be very interesting. These 20 minutes, we'll get a good idea of whether anything's going to happen this afternoon. And nicely set up, I think, Mr. Gibson, this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's be interesting to see how Jack Brooks goes. He's not been at his best for the last 2 seasons, the 2 COVID seasons. He was suffering from an Achilles tendon strain, and even when he was playing, there was an element of limp about the way he moved in the field. Josh Davey, also coming back from injury, with a stomach muscle problem, I think it was.
I do remember last year at Taunton in that strange old game where the rain ruined it, but Josh Davey bowled one of the great spells of all time without taking a wicket. In fact, he bowled too well. He was doing far too much, and he's always, Josh Davey's always a bowler I've really liked, because he keeps it pretty simple. He will run in and just hit good line, good length, but as I say, Siddle, Overton, Brooks, Davey and a bit of Jack Leach, that's a pretty good bowling lineup against a very good batting lineup. So it's sort of a mouth-watering prospect, this, for what's to come. And Roloff, of course, will do a bit of... Oh, he's not playing, is he? Oh, I always want Roloff to play. In my head there, I've got Roloff van der Merwe playing.
As did Cricinfo yesterday morning.
Oh, did they? They had him down there, did they?
Yes. I tweeted that he'd come into the side and was rapidly disabused of it by Ben Warren, who looks after the Somerset website. But
I tell you why I've just said Roloff.
They do have Jack Leach to bowl his...
I've said Roloff there because he's doing the mitting. I'm pretty sure that is him mitting, isn't it? That's why he came into my head there, because he's doing the mitting for Messrs Brooks and Overton. So there he is, Mr. van der Merwe.
Be interesting to see who Somerset open up with. I mean, the obvious combination would be Overton and Siddle. Against that, Overton and Davey bowl very, very well in partnership. They've got a tremendous record. I haven't got figures in front of me, but Steve Pittard has provided figures in the past which show that they're the most successful opening bowling partnership in county cricket this century, ahead even of Rushworth and Onions.
Really? That's interesting, isn't it? That is interesting.
Because they complement each other so well. Big Craig hits the pitch pretty hard. Davey is a skiddier bowler. Gets a bit more swing, and certainly back in 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy in that truncated season, a force to be reckoned with.
As I say, I've always really liked Josh Davey as a bowler, because as I say, he keeps it pretty simple. And I think as a captain for Tom Abell with Josh Davey, you know exactly what you're going to get. You can set your field for Josh Davey because you know he's just going to plug away on or about that or something. And on this pitch, that might be the way to go as well. We've sort of seen that from Jordan Clark. You know, the ball that Jordan Clark picked up Davey with this morning was the perfect length. Perfect length. Just got him pushing forward, bit of extra nip, found the outside edge of the bat. So,
well, there is a bit in the pitch with the bowling from the pavilion end to a right-hander. There is just that spot that accounted for Josh Davey this morning. Arguably accounted for Jack Brooks as well, or I think that was one that was just angled across Brooks and didn't get his bat in the right line. Somerset going into a huddle out there. They'll be
keep him warm.
Really hoping to nick a wicket in this mini session running up to the lunch interval. 2 Surrey openers waiting on the boundary edge, giving each other a fist bump.
Now, where have I put my little blue book? There it is. I've got my new exercise book for this season, Mr. Gibson, for my stats. And just to say, for Somerset listeners, this opening pair, Warwickshire Burns 41 and 22 not out, Patel 75 and 16 not out, and then Hampshire last week, Burns 21, Patel 58. So both have looked in good nick without actually going on and getting a big score as yet.
Yeah.
And then you've got Ashley Mamler, Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes. Then, of course, Sam Curran in this game, coming in at 6. Will Jacks at 7. And then Jordan Clark at 8. So, as I said, they bat a long way down, Surrey.
Yes. Surrey will be looking to score 500, I guess.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? 500.
Well, it would be if you're a Surrey follower. I'm not sure
that'll be.
Somerset listeners and watchers would be entirely enamoured of the prospect of seeing Surrey get 500, but I certainly wouldn't put it past them with the batting lineup that they've got.
I don't think that the thing about that is that if Somerset get it right as well, as we saw with Surrey, it takes a while to get your runs as well.
It does. Right, we're going to have 4 slips for Craig Overton from the pavilion end, who's going to be bowling to Rory Burns, left-hander. James Hildreth at first slip. Matt Renshaw at second. Tom Abell at third. I think it's Jack Leach at fourth. I won't swear to it. Tom Lammonby at mid-on. Peter Siddle down at long leg. Here comes Craig Overton in and bowls to Burns outside the off stump, and he watches it go through to wicketkeeper Stephen Davis.
He's not happy with that foot mark. He's scuffing it up. They've just been out there, the ground staff, and refilled them all in, of course. And he's not happy there, so he's just scuffing it. As he let that go, he immediately looked straight back behind him. Craig Overton. Kids are still having a nice time, Mr. Gibson, down below us.
I think they're probably only here for the morning. Here comes Overton again from the pavilion end. He's in bowls to Burns, who gets a good ball on off stump, defends it into the offside.
I always remember that they had Schools Day here a few years ago, where the umpires walked out, and it was a bit like a One Direction concert or sort of a boy band screaming. They'd never had two umpires will never get a reception like that ever again.
Overton to Burns, the 4 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and this is tucked away for the first run of the Surrey innings. Surrey underway with a single down to Peter Siddle at long leg. Just trying to spot Jack Brooks. There's Tom Banton at mid-off. Tom Lammonby at mid-on. Overton coming around the wicket to Ryan Patel, another left-hander. He's in and bowls, and Patel is also off the mark. As the throw comes in from, I think, Josh Davey.
Is that Mr. Brooks lurking at square leg?
It is. That's absolutely right. Spot on. So that, I think, is the field. Somerset, like Surrey, don't have numbers on the backs of their cable knit traditional cricket sweaters. Overton to Burns, in and bowls, and Burns gets the ball on the middle stump, which he plays back to the bowler, who kicks it in the general direction of the stumps.
Ah, lovely. He looks fed up already.
Not a very sensible thing to do with a nice shiny new ball, is it?
I love that.
Eh?
I love that though for Craig Overton.
He's nothing if not aggressive.
It's great stuff.
It's Craig. And he'll be anxious to make his mark before lunch. He's in and bowls, and this is played back to him, and he'll go. He does have to hurl that ball at the stumps. Rory Burns hasn't moved from deep in the crease. I just knew he was going to do that as soon as the ball came back to him. End of the first over. 2 runs are on the board, and nothing untoward to report from the Surrey batting point of view.
It's going to be Peter Siddle from this Vauxhall end with his blonde hair that he has now. Peter Siddle, but a terrific cricketer and bowler for Australia. It's quite interesting seeing Peter Siddle in Somerset. You've got used to him, Nottinghamshire and Essex over the years, of course, but doing it now for Somerset, and Ryan Patel will be the man on strike. 4 slips in there, cover point, wideish mid-off, a mid-on, square leg, and the fine leg for Peter Siddle. He's going to start round the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Patel. Siddle's in and Patel's up on his toes to a shorter length delivery from Peter Siddle. First up, pushes that one away into the offside. So yes, if you're just joining us, Somerset all out for 337. And Surrey into the second over of their reply ahead of lunch on this second day. And Surrey are 2 without loss. Single for Burns and a single for Ryan Patel. Peter Siddle down below us. Round the wicket he comes once again, and forward goes
the swing there.
Patel. Yep, little bit of swing, and then plays that one solidly straight back up the pitch. I always remember the day that Alistair Cook played his final Test innings for England. Mr. Siddle for Essex wore Cook's shirt. And he's still a very, very good bowler.
Oh, he is.
Peter Siddle.
He bowled really well against down at Hampshire, and again against Essex last weekend.
Round the wicket he comes once again to Ryan Patel, and Patel is forward and playing this one up towards mid-on, but he's got his sort of this blonde hair now, Peter Siddle. I must say, the first time I noticed that was during the Big Bash.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and he sort of unveiled the blonde hair, and still sticking with that, quite rightly. As
why quite rightly?
I quite like it.
I don't think it's not a fast bowler.
Quite a big fan of this, you see. Round the wicket once again comes Siddle, and Patel is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I've gone that shade myself, Anthony Gibson, through mistake than judgment. Because you used to be able to get this stuff that I can't remember what it was called, but you bunged it in your hair, you see, and then if you sat in the sun, your hair went a lighter colour. But I unfortunately put an entire bottle in and then fell asleep, and also it went down onto my eyebrows. As round the wicket again comes Siddle, and forward solidly again goes Ryan Patel, plays this good length ball out towards cover. And so there's no run.
Californian surfer that way.
Yeah, well, I was trying to at that point, yes, but I sort of woke up and it dripped down onto my eyebrows as well. So they went a very sort of lighter shade than they are now. But no, I rather like it. Nothing wrong with that at all. Stands out in the crowd, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
As he turns down below us once again. And round the wicket he comes once more, and now that just hops off that goodish length. It's well played by Ryan Patel. That's the length. And Ryan Patel, soft hands, that runs away down towards the man. Nicely bowled, new ball, and just a little bit of hop and bounce from Peter Siddle. Well played though by Ryan Patel. End of the over, and Surrey are 4 without loss.
Yeah, retrieved by Jack Leach with that unmistakable gait of his. Long strides. He's got long legs in relation to his height, as Jack Leach.
What you're saying is he's got long legs, but he's not that tall.
Exactly. He's about 6 foot, I suppose.
But with that length of legs, he should be taller.
Yeah, exactly. Rory Burns just composing himself, wandering around the crease. Craig Overton from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Burns, who plays that back to Overton, who fields on the bounce, goes down, takes the ball two-handed. Great excitement down below.
Well, I think there's some chanting of Surrey, 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 I think I heard down there from the school children. There's a whole phalanx of
Surrey still
photographers.
Have Schools Day?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure today is Schools Day, I think this is. Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
Here I think it was a 50 over game. Here for Schools Day. Here's Craig Overton in and bowls to Burns. He's taken on the mixture of bat and pad, plays it up to Banton at mid-off. Strange that Tom Banton should be at mid-off and Josh Davey at backward point. I would have thought that Banton was the better fielder of the two. Jack Hobbs, who I mentioned just now with the reprint of the article for Wisdom that Surrey have produced said that the two fielding positions to which the worst fielders were always stationed, as Overton is in bowls to Burns, who plays that up to Banton at mid-off, were mid-on and forward short leg.
Ah, interesting.
Interesting, isn't it?
Interesting. Yes, I at times I with the old mid-on position, there are times it becomes slightly a wasted position. If you sort of look at how many times the ball actually goes to mid-on, I think
Hashim Amla's favourite.
Well, he is, yes. You're not going to tell Hashim to move, though, are you?
No. Here's Overton in and bowls to Burns, who runs off the outside edge of his bat, but he played it with soft hands. It goes straight down, picked up in the gully, not in the gully, but fourth slip by Jack Leach.
Yeah, so it's nice to have all the school children in today, and I think the group two. Oh, right, I thought it was the Ben Hollygoat Learning Centre, but I think it might be a school trip. So a nice place to come, we always say.
Yeah. Here's Overton into Burns. He's there in bowls, full length delivery, played up again to mid-off, and again Tom Banton does the fielding. Nothing has gone past the edge of the bat just yet. Rory Burns goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. I was saying to Isabel earlier on, Mark, that fancy the pitch has got a little bit easier today than yesterday, a little bit more easy pace.
Should be. I think on a second day that sort of tends to be what happens.
Here's Overton, comes rocking in, he's there and bowls, and this is driven firmly this time, but again straight to Tom Banton at mid-off, and that was a maiden over from Craig Overton. He's bowled 2 overs for 2 runs, 4 without loss at the end of the first 3 overs, and no sign of anything to cause much concern amongst the Surrey batting ranks.
Yeah, Burns and Ryan Patel having a bit of a natter about everything out there in the middle, but as I say, they've started pretty well this season. Of course, Mark Stoneman was doing the job with Rory Burns, but Mark Stoneman off at Middlesex now. Made runs yesterday, I think, at Cardiff. Not many did. And Ryan Patel on strike here to Peter Siddle, who's round the wicket to him, and this one's turned off his hip out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Josh Davey there.
Excellent. In his long sleeve sweater. 4 slips, that faded cap of James Hildreth at first slip. That's seen some action. Stephen Davis, of course, with the gloves on. He'd have... Well, he's very familiar with this place, of course, as round the wicket comes Siddle once again, and forward goes Ryan Patel. A very disciplined start this from Somerset. And again, what we've seen straight away here is they're trying to get the ball up to the bat. That's the key thing here. Get the ball on a goodish length. Siddle is just probing away on or around that off stump. Same with Craig Overton from the pavilion end. He's got these sweatband on the left wrist as Peter Siddle is round the wicket. He comes once again, back of a length this time, turned leg side by Ryan Patel. Davey gets round to his right to do the fielding, and again there is no run. Round about 6 minutes until lunch today on this second day here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Somerset and the Somerset Surrey live stream, and of course that going out on the Surrey Somerset website as well. And just to say, during the lunch break there's a very nice documentary about the ACE programme, as round the wicket once again goes Siddle, and forward comes Patel and plays this one down into the leg side. The brainchild of Ebony Rain for Brent, of course, which is going from strength to strength to strength. So a documentary about the ACE programme during the lunch break on the Surrey live stream, if you want to have a watch of that while you have your lunch. Siddle tosses himself a catch down below us. He's got that wristband on the left wrist, and then the sort of sleeve on the right arm, as this is whipped leg side again by Ryan Patel off his hip, but straight to Davey in there at mid wicket. Almost like bionic arm, it looks like, from this distance, from Peter Siddle. But started very nicely here. As I say, he's just going to probe away on or around that goodish length. Might drop the odd short one in, but up to the bat is where he's aiming, and they've left cover completely free for Ryan Patel. As round the wicket he comes, Patel, oh, now shout for LBW, height will be an issue there, just nipping back a touch, nicely bowled again by Peter Siddle. Good over that, maiden over, and Surrey are 4 without loss.
Yeah, again, if you get it in what the coaches call the right areas, there is a little bit in this pitch for seam bowlers. That one bounced a little bit more than Patel was expecting. A little bit of in-swing as well to the left-hander, but I think Somerset need to be mentally preparing themselves for a long stint in the field the rest of today and stretching well into tomorrow, I should imagine. Batting is looking not too difficult at the moment on this pitch, even against the new ball. Rory Burns then to face what I suspect might be the last over before lunch. Touch and go. Overton's in and bowls to him, and he punches that away through the offside for 4 runs. Dropped short by Craig Overton, and Burns untangled his arms and legs and got himself in the perfect position in the end to play that punched off drive through the covers. Nice shot. Yeah,
lovely shot. And again, just shows on him. We saw it with Tom Abell this morning, actually. No margin for error, really, especially short of length. And Rory Burns jumped all over that, punched it for 4 through the covers.
Overton tries again, and this is a bouncer, and very well taken by Stephen Davies, who had to leap high to take it two-handed. Not a very good bouncer, has to be said. Umpire signals 1 for the over, and Overton kicks angrily at the popping creases.
Yeah, he's no ball as well, because it was so high, wasn't it? He's almost sort of tennis ball bounce straight over Rory Burns. Good take by Stephen Davies up above his shoulder.
Overton again in and bowls to Burns, and that's a wild delivery miles outside off stump. He's not a happy chappy at the moment, Big Craig, is he?
Well, he's not happy with those foot marks. These are foot holds. He keeps looking back at that. It's basically where his back foot is landing. He's not happy as he goes up and hits that foot mark with his back foot. He's not happy.
He tries again, in and bowls to Burns, and Burns calmly forward, playing that out into the offside. But I suppose he's partly got his brother to blame for the foot marks, because Big Jamie makes a bit of a hole when he's charging in, and he bowled quite a bit from that pavilion end.
After his first delivery, though, wasn't it? He immediately looked straight back.
He's in again now. Bowls to Burns outside the off stump. Burns lets it go through, and Overton just turns on his heel, wasting no time. I think Somerset want to get another over in before the lunch. I'm not sure they're going to. The clock on the digital clock on the scoreboard says 12:58. We've got still 2 balls of this over remaining because of the no ball. And Rory Burns and Ryan Patel won't be in any hurry. Overton's in and bowls, and good ball, well defended by Patel. Banton comes trotting in to do the fielding. Overton scrapes away at the crease for the umpteenth time. Surrey flag, Prince of Wales feathers standing out bravely and boldly from the flagpole.
Bravely today in that wind.
Yeah.
Kill dear.
Strong easterly breeze blowing across the ground. Here comes Overton, in and bowls to Burns, who plays that up to Tom Lammonby, who makes a good tumbling stop at mid-off. Somerset set off for the other end in the hope of persuading the umpires that there is time for another over. It probably is. It says 12:59. And umpire Pollard takes his position at the Vauxhall end, and we will get a final over in before lunch, a 6th over of the innings.
We certainly will.
10 without loss.
Peter Siddle glinting in this sunlight. The old blonde barnet down below us. And he'll come round the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Patel. Patel, that's on his hip, hops at him a touch, hits the thigh guard, rolls away down towards long leg. And leg by will be the signal. One more to the circle. Sun's beginning to creep through now. It's a bit more blue sky, patchy cloud breaking up. So they did say this afternoon could be a nice afternoon weather-wise. So we might get a bit more sun this afternoon. School kids are all lined up down there to our right at the moment, near Archbishop Tennyson's Gap, as it's known. As Rory Burns for the first time comes on to strike to Peter Siddle. That's how tight they've kept it, in the fact that all Patel's seen is Siddle and all Burns has seen is Craig Overton. But now Burns does come on to strike for the first time here to Peter Siddle, who's round the wicket to Rory Burns. Length ball, Burns drives, and not exactly where he intended, but it skews away through cover point, and he will pick up a couple of runs. And again, that's why they've left cover completely open, is just to hang it out there to Rory Burns. And wasn't quite to the pitch of that, but all along the floor, picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 7, and Surrey move on to 13 without loss. Guilty of having a bit of a drive last week here against Hampshire, and outside edge and caught in the slips, Rory Burns, as Patel starts moving from the non-striker's end, as Burns is clipping this one off his pads from Siddle. Typical Rory Burns shot, and he'll pick up one more. Burns moves on to 8, and Surrey move on to 14 without loss in reply to Somerset's 337 all out today. So Surrey on the board, trailing by 323. But I think with the sun coming out, a few more will come in. It's Friday afternoon, of course, as well, as round the wicket comes Siddle to Patel, and Patel's letting this one go outside his off stump. See,
he's been making the batsman play, Peter Siddle. I mean, that was the exception, that last delivery. But there have been very few that batsmen have been able to leave, let go through to the keeper outside the off stump. So good bowling with a new ball.
Quite suit you, that, Anthony. Just looking at him on the live stream, marching back with his bleach blonde hair, I could see you with that. As he turns once more. Well, the old West Countryman's got some great photos of a younger Gibson. As round the wicket once again is Siddle. That's a beauty to finish up on. Oh, there is one more to go, but that's an absolute cracker of a delivery.
That's the first time the bat has been beaten.
That's the length.
Beaten. There was an appeal for LBW in the previous Peter Siddle over, but it's the first time that the ball has whistled past the outside edge.
Yeah, good length. Again, up to the bat from Peter Siddle. Just came down deliberately there to see exactly where that had pitched. Ryan Patel, as Siddle is into him, and Patel lets this one go. That's just drifting away outside the off stump, and Patel and Burns have done that pretty well. Tricky 20 minutes, Overton and Siddle with the overs, and Surrey will go to lunch at 14 without loss in reply to the 337 of Somerset.
Yeah, and a good morning. I think Surrey it's been Surrey's morning, taking the last 4 Somerset wickets for the addition of 54 runs, and then putting 14 runs on the board and going into lunch unscathed. I think they'll be very happy with the situation on a pitch which is pretty placid. Somerset are going to have to work very, very hard this afternoon and later on today to make inroads into this long and very capable Surrey batting lineup.
Well, off go Burns and off go Patel. Mr. Gibson and I will go off and get some lunch as well here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Somerset. So we'll be back with you in 40 minutes time for the whole of the afternoon session as Burns and Patel make their way up the steps, and Tom Abell leads off Somerset. 150 not out for Tom Abell, and yeah, he's had a good day. Craig Overton still having a little chat about those footliers. He stayed out there because he wants the ground staff to do some work on those footholds that we talked about. But lunch then here on day 2 at the Kia Oval in South London. But on the Surrey live stream now, as I said, a documentary for you about the wonderful ACE programme that will guide you through the lunch break.
The love and passion that the Caribbean community had for the game when they first came to the UK was just taken for granted, that it would always be there. And actually, if you don't do anything to support it and to feed it, then you end up where we are today.
I think at times we can be a bit lazy, not looking outside that small independent school bubble sometimes for some of our better cricketers.
I think there's a lot of beauty in that system, you know, so this is not me sort of saying change that. What it made me realise is we need to design new systems from the ground up to support everybody else getting in.
You know, any way we can help to encourage or just let other black kids know that, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not impossible, it's very possible. That's why we're here, to pretty much fly the flag, you know, let them know that it can be done.
Hello and welcome to the press launch of the ACE programme charity. My name is Ebony Rainford Brent and I'll be hosting proceedings today, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity following more than £500,000 worth of support from Sport England.
Well, now what we're going to do is build the programmes from the bottom up, look at the grassroots, build school programmes, community programmes and link that all the way through. This is a serious programme that can make a difference.
You must once again stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
In January 2020, an initiative was launched aiming to re-engage the Black British community with cricket in London. 25 scholarships were handed out to players in 2 age groups, all with the chance to play and train at the Oval.
For black players playing cricket, it's decreasing, and not just at the county level, at the recreational level as well.
It was really shocking to me when I found out the figures about like a 75% decline. Again, it's not something that was on the forefront of my mind, but now when I think about it, you know, that's so shocking, and a programme like this is really going to change that.
Good. Cricket is one of the sports that you need facilities, you need the resources, and it's quite hard. It's quite hard for a lot of players, and especially without being in a private school or a pathway within a county. Access to facilities just by itself, just for recreational purposes, is quite hard to get.
We've had 2 training days here for the boys and girls. We selected from the winter pre-COVID. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to cut our summer short. But it was still a good summer for them to have 2 training days here at the Kia Oval, to have a game at our outground LSC, and then also to have a game here. I think they all went away really proud players.
The pitch here is amazing. It's a different level, completely different to club cricket. It's like one of my dreams to play on an international cricket ground. It's amazing.
I found out through an email that I got the ACE scholarship, and I can tell you that it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I remember I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house, called my mum and dad, and we definitely got to celebrate a special achievement.
I especially like the social aspect, you know, being around my friends who also enjoy the game too, and I love bowling, especially like bowling aggressively at the opponents and trying to get them out.
We've taken big strides to get 24 young people that we didn't really know about, and they've had a chance to play here and train at the Oval, and we've seen them develop over a short period of time, and You know, thankfully, we've had one player in particular who's come through and now is being seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. Now, that wouldn't have happened without this programme.
The thing that's great about it is I believe that anyone can do it. You know, if you can't pick up a bat, I'm sure you can run. You know, you've got to run in the field, you've got to run between the wickets, everyone can throw. There's so many different elements to it that can make like so many different people enjoy the sport.
You're going to come and stand here. We're looking and finding anybody out there that wants to play cricket. But also with that comes, we can help you access not just playing at county level, but we hopefully could get you to access playing at, you know, first team club level, or becoming a scorer, or getting involved with being a physio, or an S&C guy. So there's so many angles that you can be within the game, that their taste of cricket will help them explore where they want to go.
After a successful first summer, Ace continued making national headlines as autumn brought some thrilling news.
Today we're going to announce this exciting partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000 over the next 3 years to support us reaching these communities and to make a difference. They've set us the exciting challenge of taking the insight, the learning and the passion, and we can look to have a wider and maybe more national impact. So the ACE programme charity has been born. Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's one of those where, I remember when we were speaking, should we go big to Sport England? Will they match that? And they did.
The thing that's missing for so many of them is opportunity. If you give them the opportunity to get involved, many of them will grab it. And this is such a brilliant example of a programme and now a fledgling organisation that's going to help many more young people have those opportunities.
Good ideas are great, but people who've tested them, and what Surrey County Cricket Club have done here is they've given this an opportunity to prove its worth, and that's why we can now with confidence get behind it.
It's a talent ID programme, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level, but also if we can just make them better cricketers, better people. It's important that we're realistic in that we might not get 20 county cricket players. It's not just about that, it's about helping these players on their journey, developing as individuals.
It's a great scheme, it's a great programme, but are we playing catch-up in reality after years of complacency and neglect?
Long overdue, long overdue. You know, how many other industries or sporting establishments would allow one demographic that you knew had a 75% interest and drops nearly to 0%, and for 20, 30, 40 years and not allow anything to happen? That's a clear problem.
There are going to be many people to say thank you to today.
Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's at the heart of this and the leader of this, the work that she did with Michael Holding on Sky in the early days was absolutely central, not only to getting people's attention but to keeping it going. Black Lives Matter has been picked up by the athletes and the retired athletes, and they're not going to let this go away until they see real change.
West Indian clubs, or the black clubs that tried to get established, never got homes. You know, there's a lot of wandering clubs. I really want to work towards building more homes or places that the clubs can go, that the prices aren't going to shoot up on them, that they know that they can get fixtures on set days, that they know that they can do fundraisers and build around that. So that home, that infrastructure is massively important for making sure the community can thrive in 5 to 10 to 20 years' time.
Behind the scenes, what we're hopefully going to help with is just making sure that they're clear about how they can measure their success. We can connect them to other parts of the country where they might be able to take their model. And hopefully, at the end of the day, what we can do is turn this into a programme which runs everywhere.
With more restrictions and lockdowns throughout the winter, training opportunities were limited. To keep the kids engaged, Ace sought help from a few familiar faces to inspire the scholars.
I was just wondering, do you have any advice to give for us, to boost our cricket skills?
As a batsman, I think good practice is a massive thing, especially at your age. You don't want to be practicing bad habits and doing things without thinking about it. You want to make sure every ball you're hitting, there's a purpose behind it.
It's all about you guys. If you guys are willing to put in the hard work, it can take you anywhere. It can take you anywhere, trust me.
Sport's about mistakes, and we're all going to make that mistake.
But if you start looking negatively at things, if you see failure, you fail. It happens, you know, and the more relaxed you are, the better you are at playing. So I teach and get people to adopt that principle and the thought of it from young.
Your mindset is got to be switched on. You have to be able to block out any sort of distraction, whether that be your form, whether that be the flat wicket, whether that be the media, whether that be an injury, or whether that be whatever it may be. You have to block that out and be able to purely focus on what you are there to do.
As a community, we need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
With support from the ECB and Warwickshire, Birmingham became the first city to run the ACE programme outside of London. Inner City Club Handsworth hosted the launch and have strong roots in the Afro-Caribbean community.
Hi guys.
The ACE programme launching in Birmingham is really important because cricket in Birmingham is for the black community, for me, has completely sort of like been kind of wiped out through various reasons over the past few years.
Who likes batting? Let's get in action, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We've got a real passion to try and reflect the communities that we serve around Birmingham, and I think over the last 2 or 3 years the ECB and the council have done a great job building cricket for women and the South Asian communities. We just felt there needed to be a focus on other areas of the community as well to bring them up. And so when we saw the ACES programme in Surrey, we spoke to Ebony and said, could we be the first people to bring it out of London and bring it to Birmingham?
Hands together, catch, good.
I can only commend Ebony on what she's done. It's taken a lot of courage for her to use her platform to actually come out, stand up and say something about the lack of engagement, and for her hard work she's done up until this stage has been fantastic, because the ACE programme that we see today isn't the ACE programme that started, so she's had to do a lot of groundwork. That's the message I think as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
The identity with Birmingham black youngsters in cricket has been sort of like, is not there. We just want to bring that back to them, to be fair. So we're starting from scratch. I think the ACE programme started in Surrey, where there's a lot more sort of black youngsters playing cricket in Surrey. There's no black youngsters play cricket in Birmingham. So our aim is to just get them back in love with the game and try and enjoy it a bit more. So we're not really looking at guys that can really play the game to a different standard at this moment in Birmingham. I just want us to be able to say there's black kids in Birmingham that like and can relate to cricket. Simple as that.
As hard as you can, John. Good throw, John. Ready, DJ? Good swing. One at a time, son. Yeah.
This is my home club. I was telling a few of the guys today about a little bit of how I got started here. I didn't play, and then I came down here, and we always have the Malcolm Marshall Day, and I got to see Sir Viv walk out, and I would say there's about a couple of thousands of people in the park, and it was just amazing to be here. And then that's when I knew even more that, you know what, one day I want to be able to walk out to a crowd like that.
We do know there's a strong West Indian community, and we do know that they love the cricket. That's waned a bit over recent years, so our job is to think, how can we try and get that going again? And it's not just for the cricket in terms of finding youngsters and getting them playing, but also the benefit of the social side of things as well. We can see here today there's a barbecue going, the music's on. It starts to bring the community together again.
We're doing a schools project to start off with. So in the last half term we were in 5 schools over the 6 weeks of the half term, which is a school a day. So we just go in and we just coach the kids in the skills of cricket, the bowling, the batting, a little bit of fielding, a little bit of catching, stuff like that. Just get them invigorated with the game again. And then from that, we're going to start our community hubs, which will start next week. So we'll have a community hub here at Handsworth Cricket Club and another community hub at Holford Drive, which is just down the road, Perry Bar. And then that just sort of brings it, you can do it at school, but one in the community as well. So we're just trying to cover all aspects of trying to get to those kids and get the game to those kids.
I think short term, I think we've got 3 years to ensure that we can actually stand up on our own 2 feet with something such as the ACE program. And then from there, long-term goal would be, you know what, it's not just one Ricardo Gordon, but many more from the community, a wider community from Wolverhampton, you know, from Dudley, from south of Birmingham, West Bromwich, to come and see that, you know what, there is a space where I can be who I am and develop with my cricket.
Just relax a bit more. Well done. That's it. Ah, brilliant. Well done.
How many kids can we get playing cricket? And the reality is that 95% of those won't progress any further in the game, but they've been introduced to cricket, they're playing it, and they might take it up recreationally. Out of that, can we find some talent? And that goes into our county age group, and hopefully 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time, we have an academy that's representative of the communities that we serve. So if you think most of our academy this year is from the Pakistani and Indian community in Birmingham, it'd be great to be able to say, right, we've now got that diverse mix from the Afro-Caribbean community, the Pakistani community, the Indian community, the Afghan community. And what I really want is to get to a point where the squad that walks out at Edgbaston represents all of those communities, and the people sitting in the stands represent those as well. And I think then we've started to achieve something really interesting.
One such player is Davina Perrin. The 14-year-old from Staffordshire might just be a future England star.
All right, Davina, so plan, I think we'll start on the front foot, and then as you feel comfortable, if you want to crank it up or change the length, you just let me know. So what are your favourite shots?
I'm quite confident with pull shots, cut shots.
Okay, so yeah, like the short ball. Ready?
It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy.
Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the innings. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one.
One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I want to bowl like that.
You've got 6 balls, and I want 3 boundaries. That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary.
Outside of cricket, say Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her.
Everything's going to be traditional ball, and then when I say offside, then I go into a favourite.
I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Davina's first steps on that journey began just 2 days after her 15th birthday, as she made her debut for Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
And that'll be 4, lovely shot. Young Ibrahim from Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, which is going great guns here at the Oval. And Ibrahim on that programme got the honour of ringing the bell this morning.
I believe they've just secured another £1,000 worth of sponsorship, which means that they're going to be able to open up in Bristol following the opening in Birmingham a month or so ago.
Well, now to a new initiative that's aiming to see more young black people take up cricket in Bristol. It involves a partnership with Gloucestershire Cricket, the charity ACE, and sponsors as well.
So we set up ACE about 18 months ago and created academies. We started in London, got out to Birmingham, but we really wanted to get to Bristol because it's a big community down there where we know there's a lot of talent and a lot of need. So in partnership with Gloucester County Cricket Club, we're going to be going out there now to find ideally the next generation.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, I believe as well on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well. And on the Surrey live stream, lunch break is over on this second day of this First Division game between Surrey and Somerset. Somerset all out this morning in their first innings with Tom Abell. Magnificent innings of 150 not out from Tom Abell. 337 all out they were. And Surrey went to lunch at 14 without loss. 6 overs there with Rory Burns 8 not out and Ryan Patel 3 not out. The sun's come out as well, which is rather nice to see because it was quite cloudy this morning. A beautiful day yesterday, but now the sun out and ground looking a picture, as is Anthony Gibson, who is alongside me here as always on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset. And Anthony, well, it's nicely set up for this afternoon, but as we've said, it's a pretty good pitch this, and you've got to hit the right areas in modern parlance as a bowler.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a morning of mixed feelings for Somerset. There was delight, obviously, at Tom Abell's highest ever first-class score, surpassing the 135 he made at Old Trafford back in 2016, 150 not out. But I think disappointment that they lost their last 4 wickets for only 54 this morning. And I think, and I suspect they will think as well, that they're probably 50 runs short of what a par score would be on this pitch. And I think they're looking at some pretty hard work in the field over this afternoon, evening, and on into tomorrow on a pitch that I think has got a little bit more easy paced as the game has worn on, and Rory Burns and Ryan Patel negotiated tricky 6-over period before lunch without really too much bother. There was one appeal for LBW that was a bit high on Ryan Patel, and Ryan Patel's outside edge was passed by Peter Siddle on one occasion, but for the rest, nothing too much for Surrey to worry about. Yeah,
and I think, as always, both sides will have got an idea of what they've got to do from the opposition in their first innings. Craig Overton stayed out there for a fair bit of the lunch break, working out the footholds because he wasn't happy from the pavilion end before lunch. He'll open us up after lunch from that pavilion end, but it was where his back foot was landing. And the ground staff were out there with a bit of cement and whatever they put in those footholds, and sort of that clever thing that bashes stuff, some sort of mallet type apparatus to knock it down. So we'll see if he's a bit happier after lunch. As Craig Overton then with 3 slips coming into the left-handed Rory Burns, and Burns is forward and covers up on around about middle of the leg, pushes that one up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, just 3 slips, because before lunch there were 4 slips. The covers have been reinforced with the addition of Jack Leach, the shortish extra cover. Yeah. So, Somerset will want to make run scoring as hard as possible for the Surrey batsmen.
Exactly what Surrey did this morning as well, as Craig Overton is into Burns. Burns pulls the bat inside the line of this, just nipping away a touch. Nice line, nice length from Craig Overton. That's the length again, and taken by Stephen Davis, moving away to his left-hand side. Hildreth at first, slip Renshaw at second, and the captain Tom Abell in there at third. Peter Siddle down to our right-hand side at long leg, having a bit of a stretch. Then he'll remove his Somerset cap to unveil his blonde locks as over the wicket comes Overton, and Burns lets this one go. Arms high in the air, bat above his shoulder, and that one taken low down by Stephen Davis to his left-hand side.
Rory Burns giving the pitch a bit of a prod. Just a few signs of inconsistent bounce. The odd ball keeping a little bit low. The odd one taking off from just short of a length. Outside the off-stump with the bowling to a right-hander from the pavilion end.
Still this strong breeze going down the ground as we look left to right from this Vauxhall end as Overton's in. Burns forward, searches a little for that one, pushes out towards backward point. So again, a good length that from Craig Overton. He looks happier straight away here after lunch, where that back foot of his is landing. They've done a bit of work on that for him during the lunch break, and he does look a bit happier as I might go and visit the ground staff about my tooth. They could do the same thing for me.
Yeah.
As I've lost half of it today.
Catching up.
Yep, in over the wicket again comes, Overton. Now he's played at that, Burns. That's a goodie from Overton. That's the length. That's the line. Rory Burns plays the line of that, just nips away a touch, and Burns is out to do a little bit of geometry here, just to work out exactly where his off stump is. But that's just a good bit of bowling from Craig Overton, and straight away after lunch here, he's searching for that length on or about the off stump to the left-handed Burns. As Overton runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Burns and again beats him. He's playing the line of that. Rory Burns again, it's just snagged away from him a touch. That's a lovely over. Overton with a big grin, Burns with a big grin.
Well batted, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. England teammates, of course, these two. And end of the first over after lunch, maiden over. And Surrey are 14 without loss.
And that's much the best over that Craig Overton has bowled. He really found his length, found his line in that over as well. Much happier with the footholds. Peter Siddle's going to open up from the Vauxhall end to Ryan Patel. Not a bad crowd here. Not quite as many as there were yesterday. Scattered all around the ground. And good to see the spectators being allowed on the outfield during the lunch interval. Does make such a difference. Here comes Peter Siddle to Patel. He's in and bowls. Again, bowling that full length. That's driven down the ground. Just a firm push from Patel. Tom Lallenby does the slide, sends in the return to Stephen Davis. Takes it on the first bounce. They come back for the second run. 16 without loss. Patel on to 5. Is that standard practice here at the Oval for spectators to be allowed on?
Yes, it is, and it was lovely to see last week, sort of the opening day against Hampshire.
Most of the time.
Yeah, I think obviously during COVID that wasn't the case because there was nobody here, but it was lovely to see it last week.
Siddle to Patel, who gets this into the onside. Only as far as Josh Davey, who's fielding at mid-wicket. We have got 4 slips. For Peter Siddle to Ryan Patel. Hildreth, Renshaw, Overton at third slip, and Tom Abell. Craig Overton took a stunning catch down at Taunton on Saturday to remove Dan Lawrence, sprawling low to his right. This is Siddle in and bowls, and Patel drives. He's caught at backward point. Tom Banton, I think that is, taking the catch at backward point. And that's the first Surrey wicket. It was, well, the ball was, it wasn't the best one that Peter Siddle has ever bowled in his life. It was short outside the off stump. Patel went for the cut and hit it straight to backward point. And that's the first Surrey wicket to go down. 16 for 1 they are.
It's probably the worst ball that Peter Siddle has bowled. Before lunch he was very, very tight. That one, bit of width. Ryan Patel saw it, hammered it, and actually it took a bit of catching that because it was travelling and just stuck a hand up. It hit his hand, and then on the ricochet he just gratefully grasped it back in. So Ryan Patel there, right shot, just it didn't get it either left or right of the fielder, and it was one of those that just sort of hit Leach and then ricocheted up. But yeah, that's a big wicket for Somerset because he's in great form, Ryan Patel, and it was the shot of a man in form. But it's the first one for Somerset. Ryan Patel gone for 5, and that will bring Hashim Amla out to the middle. And Hashim Amla, you can tell it's not as warm as it was yesterday because Hashim Amla's in his long sleeve sweater. Now there's always the concern for any fielding side when Hashim Amla takes off the long sleeve sweater because it means he's in. But for the start of this, he's going to be in long sleeve sweater, averaging 52. For Surrey in first class cricket, Hashim Amla runs last week here against Hampshire, 73 of them.
I'll give you another stat as well, courtesy of Steve Pittard, the former landlord of the Rose and Crown.
Yeah, excellent establishment.
Hashim Amla here at the Kennington Oval averages 81.08, which is the 4th highest average for any batsman here at the Kennington Oval. And the next man in is the one above him.
Yes, well, Ollie Pope's averaging over 100 again now at this particular ground. But Hashim Amla, of course, has got a 300 in Test match cricket here. Always helps.
It does. Right, Peter Siddle then to the new batsman, right-hander, Hashim Amla. A bit of a gift wicket that for Somerset. Surrey repaying the compliments that were paid them by Somerset, who gave away 2 or 3 wickets as well. But, made the mistake of not keeping the ball down to Ryan Patel, hitting it in the air. Here's Siddle into Amla. He's there and bowls, and Amla, familiar style of his, nose right over the pitch of the ball, bat angled down. Thou shalt not pass. Forward defensive shot, 16 for 1 in the oval sunshine. This is a formidable Surrey batting lineup with Ollie Pope next in, and Ben Foakes, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton. Siddle to Amla. Inside edge onto pad. Just a shout from the slips. A little bit of in-swing from Peter Siddle. Vastly experienced, very skillful.
It'll be a good
operator
battle.
Still.
Yeah, excellent battle between 2 fine cricketers in Amla and Siddle. They'd have done this at international level quite a few times as well, of course.
Siddle turns. Mop of blonde curls, and that's turned down uncertainly by Amla. It's gone down to fine leg, long leg, where Jack Brooks does the fielding. And Amla's off the mark with that single. 17 for 1 then at the end of the 8th over, with Rory Burns on 8 and Hashim Amla just the single.
Just a little look at scores elsewhere, and all getting away again after lunch on day 2. Kent all out for 305, Hampshire 57 for 2. Essex 168, Warwickshire 168 for 5. So nice little circumference to that at the moment. Gloucestershire 252, Lancashire 111 for 1. So 111 for 1 Lancashire in reply to that Gloucestershire 252, which was made up of I think it was an opening partnership of about 119. But Bohannon 50 not out, Wells 55 not out, Denton, Marcus Harris yesterday. Of course, Jimmy Anderson playing in that, very tight figures from Jimmy Anderson yesterday. It's Craig Overton from the pavilion end to Hashim Amla, who's gone across his stumps, looking to drop this into the leg side, hits him high up on the thigh guard. Half a shout really from behind the stumps, and from Craig Overton, more of just a polite inquiry as much as anything. And Amla's down to do a bit of gardening. Yorkshire 296, Gareth Berger 5 for yesterday. Northamptonshire 121 for 6. So 121 for 6. Durham 230. Nottinghamshire 169 for 3 in reply. Leicestershire 213. Derbyshire 157 for 2. Craig Overton right arm over the wicket. Amla forward to a good length delivery. Overton does the fielding off his own bowling. Glamorgan 122. Middlesex are building up a good lead here. 267 for 7 Glamorgan. Middlesex, apologies, in reply to that Glamorgan 122, and John Simpson is 72 not out. Pizza delivery man's off again in a hurry as forward goes Amla, just pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And the final game in this round, Worcestershire going along very merrily at the moment, 468 for 8 against Sussex at New Road. So those are all your other scores in the championship. Some games sort of already well advanced, and others like this one a slow burner at the moment. 17 for 1 Surrey, as Craig Overton into Hashim Amla, and Amla will get off the mark. Well, just tucks that one into the leg side, but can't find a gap in the field, and Hashim Amla will come down to do some gardening. It's fascinating watching him against Hampshire, because at Edgbaston he looked like even the great Hashim Amla. If you've not had a bat for 7 months, it's always quite tricky. A couple of nets and then straight into
at all in the winter.
So I saw him on the telly doing some commentary, but then against Hampshire he slowly sort of got his angles right as Overton's into him, and he's pushing this one away into the offside. And of course he always plays it very late anyway, Hashim Amla. But at Edgbaston, he just looked like a man who hadn't, even the great Hashim Amla, looked like someone who hadn't had a bat for a while. But against Hampshire, although he was dropped, and also two huge LBW shouts on him, but got himself to, as I say, 73, I think it was, against Hampshire last week. 4 slips in there for Craig Overton as he's in to Amla, and Amla covers up again. Good length this from Overton. Really is just straight after lunch, hitting the same spot, ball after ball after ball. End of the over, 17 for 1, maiden over from Craig Overton.
Yep, terrific over again from Craig Overton, making the batsman play ball after ball after ball. Fresh from his career best figures against Essex. He got 7 for 57 in the first innings and 6 for 30 in the second. 13 for 87. And on the losing side. And
on the losing side. Plus, meanwhile, his twin brother here was picking up 8 in the game. So 21 wickets for the twins.
It was. I said to Mark Overton, their father, you must be very proud of Craig. And he said, I'm proud of both of them. Quite rightly so.
Quite right too.
So it will be Peter Siddle to bowl to the Surrey captain, Rory Burns. Just the 3 slips for Burns. We've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. The field, Siddle is in and bowls to Burns, who comes firmly forward, driving it into the onside, but straight to Tom Lammonby, who gives the ball a good polish. Little bit of swing for Siddle. Not much in the way of seam movement for any of the bowlers so far. It's a question of plugging away and plugging away, hoping either for a mistake such as Ryan Patel made or for the ball to misbehave. This is played solidly by Rory Burns, who's moving his feet nicely. He looked really good at Taunton when these two sides played each other last June.
Marsh and De Lange.
And then he
played one down into. It showed how fast De Lange was bowling, didn't it? Because he was outside his crease, and I remember he played it down and it bounced back and hit the top of his off stump.
Yep. No De Lange in this game as Burns defends. Somerset only allowed to play 2 of their 3 overseas cricketers, and the 2 that they've gone with, understandably enough, are Renshaw and Siddle.
Well, I don't know. I saw the highlights of Somerset's second team game against De Lange, and whoever he was playing against, I did feel for them. He sort of rock up for a second team game, and he was bowling absolute rockets, and it was doing a bit as well. So, yeah, never much fun when one of them gets dropped down.
Siddle into Burns. Appeal for LBW. I think there was a bit of bat involved there. And I think the slips did as well. The appeal rather died in their throats.
Got himself outside the line as well there, Rory Burns. It's good bowling. I think you could take probably a handkerchief and you could drop it over the spot that Peter Siddle has hit. Every delivery from this Vauxhall end, he's been absolutely metronomic so far, Peter Siddle.
Tries again. He's in and bowls. Burns gets right in behind. That Rory Burns probably reckon he's seen enough of Australian fast bowling in
yes,
in
he had a winter of it, didn't he? I think one of the most terrifying sights I've seen in second 11 cricket was when Joffre was coming back from an injury and they unleashed him on an unsuspecting second 11 down at Horsham, I think it was, and oh my word, he was bowling the speed of light. Rory Burns has broken his bat, unfortunately. Craig Overton wants to have a look at it. They always do, don't they? Cricketers are all the same. Everybody wants to have a go with everybody else's bats. And even the broken one Craig Overton's looking at, but I think it's the handle's gone on that. It made a funny old noise as Burns played that, and I think the handle's gone on that. So Craig Overton's saying the same thing. Burns and Overton, they look like they're waiting for a bus at the moment. Those two having a natter about everything. Absolutely, until Overton runs in at him next over. But yes, there'll be a number of bats brought out here for Rory Burns to take over. But cricketers, they're all the same, aren't they? Everyone's obsessed with everybody else's bat, and when anyone ever gets bats delivered, if you leave them, anywhere in a dressing room near anybody else, there's a very good chance you won't ever see them again, because everybody will be trying them out. And if there's a good one in that, and I know for a fact that some of the great players in the world, when they leave, have left the odd bat behind that other players have used. When Mark Ramprakash got his 100th 100, he was using one of Scott Newman's bats for the 100. But yes, Overton there was very, very keen to have a little go with Rory Burns' broken bat.
Burns is re-equipped. Siddle is in and bowls to him, and he's just a bit wary there of a little bit of extra bounce from Peter Siddle, that scotches it into the offside. That's another good over from Siddle, who has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8, and Craig Overton 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8, 17 for 1.
I'll do one more over with Anthony, then we'll bring Isabel Duncan in, who has a special guest as well. Very exciting. One thing I will say is that my mum will be listening in. She was very excited last night when I told her. She was slightly confused with where I was after my day yesterday, but when I got home last night. But yeah, she's very excited. So it's going to be Craig Overton. Oh, now what's Rory Burns? He's his bat grip now. New bats out there, having to change a bit on the old bat grip and some stickers and getting a bit of plaster. And the umpire, they have so much in their pockets these days, the umpires. As Amler is on strike, Craig Overton is over the wicket to Amler, and that just hops at him from back of a length, and as always with Amler, plays that very late and just pushes it down into the offside, and there's no run. But the sun out, good number of people in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion, and then sort of dotted around the Peter May stand and in the green seats to our right as well. And I think the school party's gone now. It's a bit quieter than it was. Lovely to have them here this morning, although it did sound a little bit like the local swimming pool this morning. As over the wicket once again then comes Craig Overton, and Amler's whipping this through the leg side for 4. And what's so good about that shot is he tried that shot in the last over and hit the fielder. That time Amler has made sure it goes to the left of the man, stood out at square leg and whistles off to the boundary rope for 4, and Amler's on to 5, and Surrey 21 for 1.
He really whipped his wrists through that, didn't he? Timed it beautifully. Shows that there isn't much margin for error on this pitch for the bowlers.
Absolutely not. As I say, the interesting thing is Siddle's worst delivery picked him up the wicket. Happens in cricket, that, as Craig Overton's in and Amler again covers up. Doesn't really get fully forward, Amler. He doesn't have to. He just plays it so late, as long as his balance is right. Like Mr. Trescothick, of course. You know, the great thing about Mr. Trescothick was the balance was always, whether he wasn't getting fully forward or not, it didn't matter at all. His balance was perfect.
He didn't move his feet very much.
Not at all, but the balance was spot on when he was going. Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As in over the wicket once again is Overton, and this is tucked away again by Amler. He's just drifting onto his pads there, and Amler's timed that beautifully through the leg side again, and that margin for error again. And Amler's just working himself across his stumps and then plays that one into the leg side. Moves on to 9, 25 for 1. Remember, whenever I used to watch Somerset play and Trescothick walked out to bat, I always got very overexcited.
Yeah.
Very overexcited.
Wonderful batsman to watch.
And of course that double 100 here against South Africa. What an innings that was. As over the wicket once again comes Craig Overton. Short ball, up on his toes goes Amler. That just hopped at him a touch more and plays it down into the offside.
Bowling with good pace, Craig Overton, since lunch. He's happy with his landing area.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, it was that back foot. As his first ball he bowled, he wasn't happy. And as I say, they got out there with a bit of dirt and cement and the thing that you whack down cement with, whatever that's called. As that's not it. As in over the wicket again is Overton. Shout for LBW here, just nipping one back at Amler as he got himself outside, because he doesn't get hugely far forward, Hashim Amler. And it's a concerted appeal, but not given by Martin Saggers. End of the over, 25 for 1. So a few thoughts on that shout from Craig Overton on Hashim Amler, from Anthony Gibson. And then he will be joined by Isabel Duncan, and then Isabel can introduce her special guest.
Yep, that I don't know why the umpire, what was wrong with it, hit him just about below the knee roll. Don't think he managed to get outside off stump, hit him sort of front of middle and off stumps, but Martin Saggers straight away shaking his head. So as far as he was concerned, there was obviously something fairly fundamentally wrong about the shout. Didn't give himself any thinking time, as umpires sometimes do. Shall I do this over and then hand over to you?
Absolutely, Anthony. You far ahead.
Isabel. It's Siddle to Burns on leg stump. And, Siddle this time errs too much down the leg side, and that's helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Jack Brooks, that long leg, not able to do anything about it. 29 for 1. Burns moves on to 12. Three slips for Rory Burns. Blue light vehicle going up the Harleyford Road. Siddler's in and bowls, and that one bounces a bit, just clips Rory Burns' pad on its way through to Stephen Davis as Burns lifts his bat well out of harm's way. Again, he goes down and gives the pitch a suspicious prod. Just a little bit of inconsistent bounce, isn't there, Isabel?
Yeah, I mean, it flies off a length occasionally, doesn't it? And really takes off, which is startling for the batsman. Almost as startling as the haircut and hair colour of Peter Siddle. Peroxide.
Here he comes again, in and bowls to Burns, and that was a good leave. Just outside the off stump, it would have it was too high, it was just short of a length. Burns leaving everything that he can from Siddle. Siddle in his 6th over, 1 for 12, and both Overton and Siddle have bowled much better since lunch than they did in that 6-over spell before lunch. Not that they bowled badly, but they've looked much more likely to pick up a wicket or two since lunch, as that's played off the inside half of the bat up to Lammonby at mid-on.
It's not really what Surrey wanted, was it, with that 20 minutes just before lunch to negotiate. They just about managed it, Burns and Patel, but a tricky period for them.
Yes, it's Surrey will be looking to put big runs on the board on this pitch. Siddle in bowls outside the off stump, too wide on this occasion, and no need for Rory Burns to have anything to do with that. Lovely innings from Tom Abell, coming right back to form after his previous 12 innings had yielded, it was 109 runs. Today, a majestic 150 not out. Siddle is into Burns, and this is turned into the onside, and might have thought about a single, but it's to Josh Davies' right. He picks up end of the over, and I'll hand over to Isabel, who will introduce her guest.
Yes, we're going to have the wonderful actor Graham Seed, who is also skipper of the Stage Cricket Club. You may well know him as aka Nigel Pargeter from The Archers. He was there for 28 years before he fell off Lower Loxley Roof and was killed off rather brutally, and boy, his scream was a long one. It's almost falling off St Paul's, really, I think, the length of it as he's plugged in. And here is Craig Overton. He's in and bowls nice and hostile on the stumps. He gets very low, Hashim Amla, just to defend that into the onside for no run. The score 29 for 1 here for Surrey. Just had that 20 minutes before lunch. The Somerset were all out for 337 with Tom Abell on 150 not out. Welcome, Graham Seed.
Hello. Top cricket, isn't it? It's a really good session.
You've arrived at the right moment. There's an awful lot happening. It's been eventful, really, just before lunch, and now you're going to see Hashim Amla batting. Beautiful off his legs as well. Craig Overton snorts in and bowls, and he's put in a snorter there. And it's taken well by Stephen Davies behind the stumps and left well alone by Hashim Amla. It's very classy, very calm, Hashim Amla. He's got that international pedigree about him.
And he sees the ball so late, doesn't he?
He does.
Very wristy.
Absolutely. And you know all about that because you're an opening batsman. We've opened the batting together for the Invalids Cricket Club. Not quite as successful as Hashim Amla, but we've enjoyed ourselves for short periods of time. Craig Overton again from the pavilion end bowls, and that's kept a bit lower this time. Is left well alone there by Hashim Amla.
That was some time ago, I hasten to add. I now for the Stage Cricket Club going number 11 and very proud of it.
Well, you're captain, so you could almost put yourself in wherever you wish as captain. So
I'm glad I'm not facing this. Hostile, fast bowling.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got all sorts of bowlers lined up here for Somerset. The moment it's Craig Overton, one of twins. He's in and bowls, and that's on the stumps, and forces Amla to play, and just defends it. Yeah, we were talking about the Overton twins earlier. Of course, Jamie plays for Surrey, and they picked up 21 wickets between them in the last round of matches. These twins doing a lot of damage around the country. Very proud parents out there.
I bet.
4 slips in place. Amla facing very still in his crease. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. As Overton is in and bowls, that's a tricky bounce to handle, but is played with soft hands and again played late under his eyes, Hashim Amla, and just pokes the ball into the onside. Yes, Graham, now recently you were in a play, I'm going to have to swear when I talk about this play because of the title of it. It's called Bloody Difficult Women. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yes, I'll wait for this ball.
That's the problem, you see. You have to stay with the bowler here. Here is Craig Overton. He comes steaming in, and again to Hashim Amla. It's a lovely looking shot off the back foot, playing the ball on the up. And the ball is going out towards the extra cover boundary. The chase is on by the fielder. He puts the skid in. They'll come back for the third. Doesn't quite make it for 4 runs. The ball is winged back to the wicket keeper, and 3 more runs now to Amla. He goes on to 12, and the score 32 for 1 here for Surrey.
Yes, I was in a play that was written by the journalist Tim Walker called Bloody Difficult Women. It was about the court case taken by Gina Miller against the Conservative Party. It was run by Theresa May at the time. That sounds as if it was a boring play, but there was lots of humour in it and lots of very bad language, wasn't there, too?
Well, yes, I went to see it, of course, to always support you in whatever you do, because it's usually brilliant and well worth it. Right, it is going to be Siddle. He's going to stay on this Vauxhall Road end.
Siddle has had a very long career. Fantastic.
He's 37 years old.
Looks younger than that with that haircut, doesn't he?
It does make him look younger. He looks a bit like sort of Brett Lee, doesn't he, with that blonde hair? Although Brett Lee was a natural blonde, I think, wasn't he? Whereas Peter Siddle very much has emptied the peroxide bottle on top of his head, I think. But he looks like a mean, hostile fast bowler, because that's exactly what he is. Right arm over, he's bowling to Rory Burns, who turns this around the corner. That was on leg stump, and that's clipped off the legs of Burns. Hashim Amla will go through for a single. Yes, so he goes on to 13, and the score 33 for 1 for Surrey.
Siddle wouldn't mind me. He's not such a pin-up as Brett Lee was.
No, you're right. Not now. I mean, he's getting a bit older, hasn't he?
Yes.
So just rearranging the field now, as we have Rory Burns facing. He's taking guard. He's got a lot of hair, Rory Burns, hasn't he? He doesn't have it in the ponytail when he's got his helmet on. It's all free-flowing, coming out the back of his helmet. Here is Burns. Very strong left eye. Siddle's in, and he's bowling right arm around, just getting that angle into the body, very wide of the crease into the batsman and forcing Burns to play, but he keeps it down. There's a short leg in place as well, breathing down the neck of Rory Burns. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, would you say the pitch is quite hard for so early in the season? There's quite a lot of bounce.
Yes, I mean, these bowlers are bowling quick, aren't they? They're bending their backs as well. And you do occasionally get that trampoline bounce off a length, bowling from this Vauxhall Road end. And Siddle is searching for it. Here he is again. And it's on leg stump, and just trying to play it off his hip, and doesn't manage to get any batter on it, Rory Burns. And it just plops out towards short leg, where it's picked up, 33 for 1. Yeah, it's got a green tinge on it, and it's been a little bit slow, a little bit on the slow side, I would say, this pitch, but the sun has been out most of the time.
And of course the counties are scoring lots of runs at the moment at this stage of the season, aren't they?
They are, surprisingly, in April. They are, surprisingly. I think the pitches have been prepared a bit differently. Siddle bowls, right arm around the wicket, and that's defended well there by Burns. But yes, so this play, now it's come to an end. However, you are off to Edinburgh, aren't you?
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're taking it to the Assembly Rooms in August for 4 weeks. It'll get a lot of interest up there. It's a good piece. It's nice that there is a bit of political drama around. There always used to be. It stirs a few people's emotions.
Absolutely, I certainly enjoyed watching it. And we'll have to give us some dates in a moment so people can jot that down in their diaries and head up to Edinburgh. Here comes Siddle, firing in and bowling, and that is going to be fielded at mid-wicket to Burns.
Yes, August the 1st until August the 27th at the Assembly Rooms, which is a lovely venue in Newtown, Edinburgh. It's the creme de la creme of locations, and it's a good space. But another thing, yes, I got my first game of cricket on Sunday.
More importantly, yes.
Stage, and I hope it's not as bouncy as this at Amersham.
Oh, Amersham, I played at Amersham. Lovely ground, isn't it? Just running here at a slight angle. Siddle and bowls again to Rory Burns. Not too far away from his off stump, but he leaves that well alone. Shoulder arms. It's the end of the over. It's the end of another Siddle over. Let's have a look at his figures, shall we? 1-4-13 off his 7 overs so far. And he really is steaming in. That's what we like to see. Exciting, fast, hostile bowlers. Yes, your first fixture. So if you're going in number 11, you're not going to worry too much about that.
I hope I can go in number 11. We've got some good fast bowlers who've joined the club, and they're actors, which is good because it was founded in 1930, Stage Cricket Club.
Yes.
And we're always on the lookout for people who are associated with the profession. Anyone listening? Look us up on the website.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about some of those actors. Anybody that we know of. Of course, we know about you. Craig Overton, here he is. He's storming in and bowling, and it's to Hashim Amla. And just manages to hit the shoulder of the bat there. He does get low to play his defensive shots. Hashim Amla, real class act out there. Yes, any well-known names that we might have heard of in this Stage 11? Well, of course, you'd have had some big names in the past.
Big names in the past. I mean, not so many these days. The professions, I mean, there are a lot of people who are associated with the stage.
Craig Overton up to the crease, bowls to Amla, who just turns that rather awkwardly into the leg side. It just spills out. There's no run. 33 for 1 here. Surrey having got Somerset out earlier on, about half an hour before lunch, for 337.
Yes, we have opened together, haven't we? They were happy times.
That was for the Invalids Cricket Club, yes. Founded in 1919 and called the Invalids for obvious reasons. Having a little party tonight in Wimbledon, the Invalids, aren't they? And some nets. I won't give the address over the air. As he's in again, Craig Overton. That's left well alone by the right-hander, Hashim Amla.
He must be getting tired. How many overs has he bowled in this spell?
Craig Overton this is his 8th over now. 0 for 19 and 3 maidens. I think he's still got plenty of petrol in there, plenty of mileage left for Craig Overton. He took 13 for 87 in the last round of matches.
Wow.
Against Essex, his career best. Here he is, firing in and bowling, and that was on leg stump and has turned around the corner. May have come off a pad. We'll see what the umpire says. It's going to be a leg by, yes it is, and they scamper through for a single, and that goes on to 34 for 1 now.
Why isn't Mr. Compton playing this match?
Mr. Compton. Which Mr. Compton? We've all been talking about Ben Compton,
yes, Ben
who plays for Kent. He plays for Kent. He plays for Kent.
I'm sorry, I thought it was Surrey.
He was out for 20 odd, I think, earlier, just from memory, because we were scouting around the counties online and having a look. Because I covered that game in the last round, and he got a century in both innings. We hoped he would carry he opens. We hoped he would carry his bat and break all sorts of records in both innings, but he was out in the end. But he was the last wicket to fall. Craig Overton once again bowls. Nice. Oh, and it's a great catch, just taken by the wicketkeeper Stephen Davies to his left. He gets a little nibble on it, and that is a fantastic ball there. Aggressive batting. Aggressive bowling there from Craig Overton, and it looked very much like it was going down the leg side. We'll have a look at the replay now. It's just on the screen. Here it is.
Low and to his left.
There, it's very good. Very good catch.
I'd be proud to catch something like that, I can tell you tomorrow.
At full stretch, and that is the end of Rory Burns, and that is a much coveted wicket. Rory Burns out for 12, and he has faced 44 deliveries. And it's Craig Overton, the aggressive tall man, 6'5", who just finds his bat. And in fact, that was a little nibble there from Rory Burns, just tentatively poking at the ball, and it's a great take from the wicketkeeper Stephen Davies, who used to play for Surrey. You'll know some of his, and of course he did play with Rory Burns. I mean, he left a number of years ago, but they certainly overlapped.
Such a wonderful view up here. Such a privilege to, be able to look down on this famous ground.
Wow, and we've got Ollie Pope next. Another international has come out to join us, and I heard Churchy talking about him earlier. Mark Church is the commentator for Surrey here, saying that he averages more than 100 at the Oval. So we'll see what he can do on this sunny day on day 2 of the County Championship, with the score on 34 for 2, with Surrey in a spot of bother. 34 for 2, and here is Pope. He will take the next delivery from Craig Overton. Craig Overton all fired up. Pope facing Amler at the other end. 2 internationals out there. Craig Overton, obviously another international. Played many games for England. He's got ball in hand, looking sharp. And Ollie Pope just taking his guard. There are 3 slips in place, a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg on the single, and long leg pretty wide down there. So Overton pounding in, fired up, tail up. He bowls, and that's come off an edge, a thick outside edge. It will go for 4 runs. Streaky runs here for Ollie Pope. He kept it down though, it wasn't in the air, not in any danger, but it's a false shot, finding the edge. And Craig Overton really putting it up the nostrils at the moment. 38 for 2 now. So Graham, I want to hear more about Nigel Pargeter in the Archers, because you are known for Nigel Pargeter. 28 years in the Archers, and tell us about some of the storylines, or perhaps the other actors that you've worked with.
I had a wonderful time. Actually, being stuck up as high as this, it's like being on top of the roof that he probably fell down, fell to his death. But,
that was Lower Loxley Roof, wasn't it?
Yes, he wasn't the brightest of chaps, Nigel Pargeter, but he was a good sort. Funny enough, he never played cricket for the Ambridge cricket side. I resented the fact that he was supposed to be no good.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
Yes, we've got to change the bowler.
We have, and it's going to be Jack Brooks, who is the headband warrior. He used to play for Yorkshire, well known amongst Yorkshiremen. He's always an entertainer. He's a sort of do or die bowler. Likes to pitch it up there, wants the ball to swing, gives the ball a chance to swing. He's another veteran fast bowler, and he's bowling from the Vauxhall Road end. He is going to be bowling to Amler. Amler facing. Brooks is in. And that's just short of a length and is tucked into the leg side there. I think it's going to be leg byes. What's the umpire up to? No, it has come off the bat as the ball is picked up just backward of square leg, and that brings Ollie Pope to the crease, again taking his guard. He is the fresh-faced batsman out there. He is on 4. He got off the mark with a very streaky 4 off that thick outside edge.
Fresh-faced?
He's quite fresh-faced, isn't he? Ollie Pope. Went to Cranleigh School, still relatively young, in his sort of early 20s. Here is Brooks, 70 on his back, and bowls, and again it's full, but it's on leg side, and that's whipped away through the leg side. It's a lovely looking shot, very well timed by Pope on his favourite ground, and 4 more. He's only dealing in boundaries at the moment, Pope, and he's only been there for about 2 minutes, and his score goes on to 8 now, and the total for Surrey, 43 for 2. Somerset having been bowled out for 337 about half an hour before lunch. Pope busy twiddling his bat and surveying the scene in the sunshine here. So Brooks once more. How's he going to reply to this? Right arm over to Pope, and that has beaten the bat. There's a real jab at it there from Ollie Pope.
Big appeal.
And that's a much tighter, better line. Nice shape from Jack Brooks, just beating the outside edge of Ollie Pope's bat. So the headband warrior continues from this Vauxhall Road end. 3 slips in place. Ollie Pope facing. That's gone down the leg side and taken by Stephen Davies. Yes, it's funny. So the Archers, I know that it's Ambridge, isn't it? Ambridge Cricket Club. You mentioned Ambridge Cricket Club. I'm very sorry that Nigel Pargeter never managed to open the batting, but there was a Village Cup final, wasn't there? Fictional episode that was recorded at Lord's.
Yes, there was.
That I participated in, and Mike Gatting was in it.
Was he?
And there was a wife that got lost. Here is Brooks again. That's gone down the leg side and that's helped along its way. Easy pickings there for Ollie Pope, and yet another boundary for him. He goes on to 12. Just really has lost his radar a little bit here. Jack Brooks and Ollie Pope really cashing in on that.
That story about the Ambridge Cricket Club at Lord's, it must have involved a former captain of Stage Cricket Club, Charles Collingwood.
It did. Charles Collingwood and his red trousers.
That's right.
He turned up to Lord's, and a lot of us had to be in the crowd and cheer. Fictional cheering as Brooks is in, and that's a good leave. It's quite quick. He bent his back. There's an angry ball there from Jack Brooks after a varied over. That is his first over for his county, for Somerset today, and he went for 8-9 runs in that over. But I'm sure he'll rectify that at some point. So 47 for 2 here at Surrey in their first innings. Somerset have been all out for 337, not forgetting Tom Abell, who was left stranded on 150 not out, who has had a miserable time with the bat and has certainly come good in that Somerset first innings. 298 deliveries. And it will be Craig Overton to continue here from the pavilion end. Here he is, thundering in and bowling. And that is defended well by Amler, who gets nice and low to keep that out. Again, playing it late. Yeah, so no, sadly you weren't in that episode. You should have been in that episode.
I should have.
That is a shame. I think at the end of this over, we're going to have a swap, Graham.
Yes, it's been a thrill to be here. Thank you.
I'm very pleased you made it, and you've been very lucky. You've watched some very exciting cricket, some real stars out there. Hashim Amla being one of them, that cool head. As Overton fires in and bowls, and that is well controlled there by Hashim Amla, who pulls it but rolls his wrist beautifully over it. And the ball goes down to long leg, and they skip through for 1, taking the score to 48 for 2. There's a lot of sirens, very noisy here at the Oval, isn't it? We've had the school kids this morning,
yes,
chirping away. They had a great time, but certainly blaring in the old ear pieces, and now we've got a lot of sirens. Hope it's not too serious. 3 sips in place. Craig Overton storming in and bowling, and that's driven. That was drivable, not quite timed there by Pope, and he just finds mid off. But the weather's certainly improving. Sun's come out.
I should think it's still a bit parky out there. Very, very good bowling attack, I think. Have done very well.
Yeah, Somerset, they've got some mean, fast bowlers in their ranks, haven't they? Certainly Overton and Siddle are probably the most hostile out of that hunting pack of bowlers, of seam bowlers. Here is Overton, up to the crease and bowls, and that's a thickish inside edge there from Pope as he takes a big stride forward. It's been Siddle who took that wicket, that of Patel earlier. That was the first wicket to fall, caught by Leach at backward point, followed by Rory Burns, who was caught by the keeper. Keeper being Stephen Davies, of sartorial elegance. Overton again pumps his arms and bowls, and Ollie Pope leaves that well alone. Wasn't too far away from the off stump, was it? But it had a certain amount of bounce on it. Bounced over the off stump. 48 for 2 here, Surrey, and a little bit of a pickle. The loss of 2 early wickets. As Overton, we've talked about those footwells that I think were quite big indentations on the pitch that Craig Overton wasn't very happy about. And at lunchtime, we got them filled in. Churchy was talking about that earlier. I'm not sure if they use cement, Churchy, if that was right, but they use something, don't they, and fill them in. So it's a lot safer. Craig Overton. Here he is, up to the crease, bowls, and that's left well alone there by Ollie Pope, who averages more than 100 at the Oval. And we're going to say goodbye to Graham Seed. It's been a delight.
Thank you.
Oh no, we're going to keep him on. We're going to keep him on
for a little bit longer.
Your fan club have been in touch, and you're going to stay on, Graham Seed.
I have a fan club.
Which end would you prefer, Vauxhall End or Pavilion? We're just talking to your agent right now. Yeah. We're going to keep this rolling. Rock and roll. Your fan club are enjoying this? Yeah, okay. 48 for 2 as we continue here. And Amler on 15, Pope at the other end on 12. Amler facing that classy man, Amler. He's played some cracking boundaries off his legs, very silky off his legs. Jack Brooks. Here he is, pummels in and bowls. He's popped a short one in, but it's all that nice and early, Hashim Amla, and just keeps that down with soft hands. And there is no run. 3 slips in place, 3 hungry slips, a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, okay. Graham is going to speak more. We like the sound of that because you have got a beautiful voice, Graham. You're an actor, so you should have a beautiful voice. As Brooks is in and bowls, and
he's got him.
That is a wicket. There's a catch in the slips there. As
and they're
Amler,
very happy about that, aren't they?
absolutely, Amler was just trying to withdraw the bat, and it comes off the face of the bat straight into the slips and has been pouched. We're just watching the replay here. There we go, withdraws the bat and it's taken at second slip. Quite an easy catch in the end. It was flying, but it was about chest height, and Jack Brooks takes the wicket. He is cock-a-hoop and he's running around the pitch at 100 miles per hour. And that is the end of Hashim Amla. That is a huge scalp to take. Hashim Amla, he's scored a triple century here at the Oval, and he could do a lot of damage, but he's now back in the pavilion. 48 for 3, Surrey in a real pickle.
Now, I believe that my microphone was very badly placed, which I should have a bit more technique than that, Isabel. But, you know, before I go, I'd just like to say that anyone listening who is associated with the theatre or the entertainment industry who is looking for a cricket club, Stage Cricket Club, we're out there. We have a website and we have our first game against Amersham tomorrow. It's been a thrill to be here watching this. I'm so grateful for the invitation.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you, and I'm sorry about your microphone. Very unprofessional of me not to just to nudge it up.
Apparently
but
it was on the floor, sort of thing.
Never mind. I hope people caught some of your words.
And I can't wait to see what will happen to this game. We have a new batsman coming out.
We do, and it's Ben Folkes, the wicket-keeper.
Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye, Graham Seed. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Isabel.
And so Bloody Difficult Women will be showing at the Edinburgh Festival coming up. So you can go and see Graham Seed in that. It ran in Hammersmith at the theatre there and did rather well. 48 for 3 as the 3 wickets to fall after lunch have been Patel, Burns and Amler. And Surrey in all sorts of trouble. Brooks having taken the wicket of Hashim Amla. So he's all bushy-tailed and ready for action. It's going to be Folkes, the new batsman. Ben Folkes just taking guard. The 3 slips are there. And it was Overton who took the catch. Great catch from the tall man.
Bit of trouble here for Surrey. Bit of trouble. And it's good stuff from Somerset, hanging on to their chances. And the interesting thing is everything has been up to the bat so far. They've hit a really good line and a really good length. We saw it from Peter Siddle straight away after lunch, and very good stuff this from Somerset. So Surrey 3 down, bowling point for Somerset. Bit of work to do here. Somerset have got their tails up at the moment.
Brooks once more. Here he is leaping into action, up to the crease and bowls. It's a good length ball and has to defend that, folks. That's the first ball that he's had to face. And looking a little bit nervy and twitchy out there at Somerset. The fall of those, the fall of those 3 wickets.
Yeah, and really good to see Jack Brooks back in action. Obviously he's had all sorts of troubles injury-wise, operations, and he's bustling in here and getting something to happen.
Brooks again, bowls, and another good length ball, but forcing the batsman to play, as he always should with a new bat. Don't let him off, and comes forward and defends that quite solidly there, folks.
Yeah, Ben Folkes has been in good form this season. Opened up the summer with 100 against Warwickshire, 132 not out, and then 45 against Hampshire last week. So he's in good nick, Mr. Folkes.
Don't curse him. As Brooks bowls, and that's left alone, and not too far away from the off stump there. It's a tight line from Jack Brooks, with a big follow through from him. He's just drying his hands in the dust there bowling from the Vauxhall end. Yeah, it's all about the seam bowlers at the moment. The quicker bowlers. Jack Brooks being a veteran, 37 years old. Played for a long time for Yorkshire, always the entertainer.
Good cricketer, Jack Brooks.
Here's Brooks again. Elbows out as he bowls, and that's bang on the money here, bang on the stumps. And folks again having to keep that ball out, no run. 48 for 3, Surrey.
Yeah, good over from Jack Brooks, big wicket out of Hashim Amla. They'll be absolutely delighted with that. Somerset, they'll be delighted with the way they've gone since lunch. As Isabel was saying, Patel, Burns and Amla all back in the pavilion already. And it's going to be Craig Overton from the pavilion end. 3 slips in there. There's a backward point, the cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep backward square and the long leg. And Craig Overton running towards us from that pavilion end, comes in right arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope. And Pope, the on drive, lovely shot, just let it come to him, Ollie Pope, and then checks it down the ground. Not sure it'll get to the rope, it won't, but he'll pick up a couple of runs, and that'll move Ollie Pope on to 14, and that brings up the Surrey 50 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, and on the Surrey live stream. Second day of this one, of course, and this all in response to Somerset's 337 all out. Ollie Pope 127 against Hampshire, 58 against Warwickshire, as Overton is into him and Pope's forward and pushes a good length ball out into the covers. 3 men are in there. Pope will stay exactly where he is. The sun sort of wants to come out at the moment, Isabel, but it's failing miserably, and it's actually quite chilly out there.
Oh, it's very chilly. If you're up here and you pop outside onto the balcony, I had a furry coat on, I say faux fur coat on, and a woolly hat, and I was still cold. Poor old Graham had his scarf on, so we had to come back in. Yeah, it's parky out there.
As over the wicket again comes Overton, bouncer, ducking underneath it. Here's Ollie Pope, good pace on that. Gets Stephen Davis off his feet, moving away to his right hand side. But yeah, good aggressive stuff that from Overton. Davis, very good catch to get rid of Rory Burns. I didn't actually see it, but I've been told it was a very good catch, low down to his left hand side.
Absolutely, he was at full stretch taking that, one-handed.
Could have enjoyed that one as Overton's in and Pope's forward looking to drive and comes off the toe end of his bat. Just twiddled in his hands a touch there. So there's 3 slips at the moment. The captain Tom Abell at 3rd slip will be very happy with this. Matt Renshaw's practicing his off breaks at 2nd slip, and then James Hildreth in that faded Somerset cap in there at 1st slip. There's the backward point, the cover mid-off, mid-on. Man just in front of square on the leg side, and Brooks down at long leg as in over the wicket again goes Overton, and this is a lovely shot from Ollie Pope, just leaning on the drive and all about placement that from Ollie Pope. I don't think it'll get to the rope, but he'll get back for 3. The chase is very good, and that'll be 3 more to Ollie Pope. Lovely placement from Ollie Pope, threading it through the gap, picks up 3 more. Pope's on to 17, busy as always, and Ben Folkes comes on to strike. Yet to get off the mark. End of this over, we'll bring Anthony Gibson back.
Absolutely, I will make way for the great Anthony Gibson.
Well-earned break. And then just to say at 5-2 on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, IPL commentary for you again this afternoon. As Ben Folkes has a little look around the field. Here's the sun. It's just poked out from behind a cloud for a few moments as an aeroplane goes overhead, as Overton is in and Folkes is forward. And turning this one into the leg side will pick up a single. That gets Folkes off the mark and moves Surrey on to 54 for 3. Thank you to Isabel Duncan. Isabel will be back this afternoon, but off for a well-earned cup of tea or coffee with either oat milk, almond milk. There's all sorts of milk next door. There is normal milk as well. Mr. Gibson's lost something. Mr. Gibson looked like I do with my glasses there. Like, you can't quite remember where he's put them. Mine are normally on top of my head. And there they are again, as it'll be Jack Brooks from the Vauxhall end, and Ben Folkes will be the man on strike on one, as Brooks is over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes off the front foot just works this one into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yeah, Ben Folkes is in pretty good form at the moment. But a job on his hands here with Ollie Pope, with 3 wickets for Somerset after lunch. In a good position here, Somerset, as Folkes is forward and plays this one solidly, straight back up the pitch.
Yeah, Somerset be very happy with this situation. It's 3 prime Surrey batsmen back in the pavilion. What did you make of the Hashim Amla dismissal?
Didn't see it.
Ah,
yeah, see that.
I think he was trying to take his bat away from it and failed to do so, and it flew straight to Craig Overton.
Driving is Folkes, and Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling. Again, there's no run. So yeah, Delhi Capitals against Rajasthan Royals, and will be on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. That's starting, coverage of that starting at 5 to 3. But of course, all the games in the County Championship on the BBC Sport website and app. As Brooks is over the wicket, and short delivery, which Ben Folkes is in behind, playing this one straight back up the pitch. Brooks with his headband on, as always, does the fielding off his own bowling, and then marches back towards us once more. Folkes settles over his bat once more. Brooks over the wicket he comes, full length delivery. That's off a thickish outside edge from Ben Folkes down towards the man, and it'll just be a single. And Ben Folkes made sure he got fully forward there, picks up another single. He moves on to 2. Pope coming back on to strike on 17. Surrey at the moment trailed by 283. Ollie Pope, well, averages over 100 here at this ground. Lots of chat about that last week. Wind's changed direction for a second as Pope drives. That'll be 4. It's over pitched from Jack Brooks, and Ollie Pope has jumped all over that and drives it handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. Pope's on to 21, the end of the over from Jack Brooks, and Surrey are 59 for 3.
Yeah, he's just bowling 1 bad ball and over at the moment to Jack Brooks. First bowl of the season for the first team. He's been playing for the seconds, coming back to full fitness. Didn't have a great season last year, taking just 12 wickets in 6 matches at 41.58, but he wasn't fully fit. He had this Achilles problem. Ben Folkes, and we're going to see Josh Davey for the first time. So Craig Overton, after 10 over spell either side of lunch, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. And he's bowled really well, particularly since the lunch interval. Here comes Josh Davey from the pavilion end. He's in to bowl to Folkes, and there bowls, and Folkes defends. James Hildreth has his arms raised at first slip, thinking that nearly got through. Looked to hit pretty near the middle of Ben Folkes' bat to me. Hope springs eternal if you're fielding in the slips.
Well, Josh Davey immediately, again, just on that length to Ben Folkes. They bowled very nicely so far, Somerset.
Again, this is Josh Davies' first bowl of the season. He's been out with a stomach injury. This is on leg stump. Oh, and dropped at mid-wicket, and should have been a catch. Should have been taken. I think that's Tom Banton there.
What a chance that is, because Folkes has just clipped that straight to him at mid-wicket, and down it went. That could have been real trouble for Surrey. Just clipped it. It was there, the shot was there, but he's clipped it uppishly, and down it went the chance.
Davies in and bowls again to Folkes, who covers up. It is Tom Banton at mid-wicket. His body stance just tells of his disappointment. Oh, he's just looking to the heavens. How did I manage to put that down?
Well, it just, as I say, clipped by Ben Folkes. It was a leg stump half volley, but he's clipped it uppishly, and Banton just couldn't hang on in there at mid-wicket.
Here comes Davey again. Into Folkes bowls. Folkes drives, but only as far as Tom Lammonby. At mid-off, 59 for 3 here at the Oval. Surrey replying to Somerset's first innings of 337. And if that catch had been taken, Somerset would be ahead. But it wasn't. Somerset have by and large taken their catches this season. Very few have gone down. Davey again in and bowls to Folkes, is there and bowls, and that comes off the inner part of the bat up to Peter Siddle at mid-on, and again they won't get a run. Again, there's a bit of prodding at the pitch. maybe the pitch isn't quite as true as we've been suggesting, or don't know, it's hard to say, but there's been quite a lot of gardening going on.
I think that one just held a touch. I think it just stopped a little bit on Ben Folkes. Just had to check the shot.
Josh Davey, this long, straight, loping approach. He's in bowls. And this is tucked away down to Jack Brooks at long leg, just for a single. Last ball of the over, so Ben Folkes will keep the strike. 60 for 3, Surrey, with Pope on 21. Looking in ominously good form from a Somerset viewpoint. And Ben Folkes just on 3.
Yes, and Ben Folkes will be relieved there. As he clipped that, he would have thought, uh-oh, but Banton couldn't quite hang on to it. And Jack Brooks is having a chat with Tom Abell here about how they're going to set up for Ben Folkes, and Peter Siddle's over there as well, having a natter with Jack Brooks. He's going to get the sweeper out there on the cover boundary rope. And Siddle was the man who sort of came across and indicated into that area. We saw a bit of this from Surrey this morning. Abell is in there at mid-wicket, but now Abell wants him up, so Abell's just pulled that man up from sweeping on the cover rope to an orthodox cover. As Jack Brooks over the wicket he comes then to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is up on his toes working into the leg side, and Tom Abell tumbles away to his left to do the fielding, and there is no run. That breeze has gone back to where it was this morning. As we sit in the commentary box at the Vauxhall end, that flag, the Surrey flag, is billowing left to right across the ground, so going sort of from the gasometer side to the Harleford Road side. As forward comes Ben Folkes and plays that one down to backward point, and there's no run. As I say that,
it's a swirling wind.
It is, because the flag almost wrapped itself around the flag pole there, but now it's back to where it was, heading off towards Archbishop Tennyson School, away to our right as we sit in the commentary box. And yeah, it's definitely a gust or two today. As over the wicket again goes Brooks, and that's on the hip of Ben Folkes, and Folkes will just work this leg side. Off goes Tom Abell in hot pursuit, and Folkes will pick up a couple. That'll be 2 more to him and 2 more to the total. Folkes on to 5, and 62 for 3 now, Surrey. Here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, and the Surrey live stream. And as I said, 5-2 on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, as this one is worked again by Ben Folkes into the leg side, but he doesn't time this at all. Delhi Capitals against the Rajasthan Royals in the Indian Premier League. Laurie Evans joining Atif Nawaz at the start of that. Nikesh Ghani will also be on commentary this afternoon for that one. Over the wicket again goes Brooks, and that's left alone by Ben Folkes. better length, better line from Jack Brooks, and Ben Folkes having absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Tony Hardwick on Twitter saying forensic accuracy, the order of this session, and that's actually what we're not getting from Jack Brooks at the moment. It's the odd ball drifting down leg side, offering easy pickings for the Surrey batsman.
Over the wicket he comes once again, and this is worked by Folkes off the stumps into the leg side. They'll pick up 1, they'll pick up 2, they should get back for 3, and they will, because Peter Siddle flicks the ball back and Tom Abell does the fielding as the throw comes in. Brooks has picked up that wicket of Amler. 65 for 3, Pope 21, Folkes has 8, and here comes the sun again.
And down in West Dorset, Andrew Frampton is spreading digestate on his farm, on his dairy farm. Do you know what digestate is?
For your biscuits?
No, certainly not.
No.
It's what's left over after the process of anaerobic digestion. AD plants, which are fed with a mixture of manure and maize silage. Here we've got Josh Davey in bowls to Ben Folkes, has been farming the strike. It's and digest it's quite good nitrogenous fertiliser, and nitrogen fertiliser is hideously expensive at the moment because of everything that's going on in Ukraine and so on. It was very expensive before then because the cost of gas, which is involved in the production of nitrogen fertiliser. Josh Davey is in and bowls, and this is turned away through the onside, over pitched from Josh Davey. It was a leg stump half volley, and Ben Folkes didn't hit it in the air straight to Tom Banton this time. He bisected mid-on and mid-wicket for 4 runs.
And that will help things grow, I take it.
It will.
Excellent.
It will. Grass.
Excellent.
In this instance.
Grass in this instant.
It looks as if it's been put on grass anyway. Probably be laid up for silage or hay, I guess. So, and he asked, just caught up with your coverage. Is the Somerset score par on a flat Surrey deck? Davies in and bowls to Folkes, who drives that firmly, timing it well up to Tom Lammer mid-off. I would say, Andrew, that it is about 50 runs below par. In other words, somewhere between 350 and 400, I think, would be par on this pitch. On the other hand, Surrey have lost 3 wickets in reaching 69, so it could be that we're slightly misjudging this pitch, and it's not such a good batting deck as you might think. Davies in a bowls to Folkes. Ooh, and he lets that go at the last minute. Good piece of judgment, not far outside his off stump, but far enough that he was in no danger. Folkes, who was in the previous Josh Davey over, was dropped at mid-wicket by Tom Banton. A straightforward chance went straight to him, clipped into the onside, not kept down. And if the catch had been taken, it would have been the second bonus wicket for Somerset, because Ryan Patel got a short ball outside off stump from Peter Siddle and hit it straight to Jack Leach at backward point. This is pushed into the offside by Ben Folkes, but he won't get a run. 69 for 3. And brilliant catch by Stephen Davis to remove Rory Burns, who was looking very dangerous, looked in prime form.
Yeah, he's looked in good nick all summer without actually going on and making a score yet.
He was moving his feet well. He was, he looked as if he was very comfortable out there. Hardly made a mistake apart from that one. Went over to angle one across him. That's through to wicketkeeper Davis. End of another over. Josh Davies' second over. And at the end of it, Surrey 69 for 3, Pope on 21, Folkes on 12.
Yes, indeed. And good probing over that from Josh Davey to Ben Folkes. Brooks will continue from the Vauxhall end. And Pope hasn't seen much of the strike in the last couple of overs.
He hasn't.
Nope, it's been all Ben Folkes. Pope 21 off 16 balls thus far. And as always, very, very busy. And so here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, after this delivery from Jack Brooks, which is back of a length, in behind it goes Ollie Pope and pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So now on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, commentary for you on, I think it's game 34 of this edition of the IPL. Delhi Capitals against the Rajasthan Royals, and Surrey batsman Laurie Evans is alongside Atif Nawaz. As this ball is turned leg side by Ollie Pope in there towards short mid-wicket. Daniel Norcross with some of the greatest production of all time there. It's like the Jolly Green Giant leaping around at the back of our box, punching the air. 69 for 3. And Ollie Pope settles himself down over his bat once more with 3 slips in there as Brooks is in, and forward comes Ollie Pope. Plays this one solidly out into the offside. That rolls up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Lammonby's working hard on that ball at the moment. Lammonby down there at mid-off. But yes, Ollie Pope sort of a couple of overs off strike. Back on strike now to Brooks. Brooks as well, just shining the ball up, just trying to get this ball to swing a touch as Brooks is in over the wicket, short ball, and Pope, that's nicely played, just waits for this and then just guides it just past the left of backward point. He'll pick up 2 more here. Jack Leach goes back to do the fielding and whistles it in over the top of the stumps. Jack Leach, one of those interesting customers that bowls left arm spin, bats left-handed, throws right-handed.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Quite extraordinary.
Well, do you know what he writes? Is he a left or a right-handed writer?
Honestly, don't know. I'm sure somebody out there will know.
I wished I was a left-handed writer. Always quite artistic, as we've done it again here, Ollie Pope. He's just waited on the back foot for this. Off goes Leach again. It's a good effort from Jack Leach. Looking to run that down to third man Ollie Pope. He'll get 3 here. And Leach has sprinted and launched himself and dragged it back in front of the rope. So great chase that from Jack Leach. I'm not sure if he used his right hand or his left hand to do that bit of fielding, but it was a terrific bit of work from him. It really was. It was the right hand again, and really good work from Jack Leach. But there's something about writing left-handed, I don't know why, it always sort of reminds me of an artist, although I do pride myself on my calligraphy style writing with my new fountain pen that I've bought for this summer. As in over the wicket once again comes Brooks, and forward goes Folkes. Turns this one down towards long leg, and they'll pick up another single, 1 more to the total. End of the over, 75 for 3, Pope 26 and Folkes on 13.
And more easy pickings for the Surrey batsman from Jack Brooks. He's gone for 25 in 5 overs, which is not what Somerset want. Peter Siddle's going to come back into the attack from the pavilion end, which I suspect will mean that Josh Davey may have a go from this Vauxhall end, and Jack Brooks will be given a break.
Can I ask one question?
You can.
How do you spread digestate?
Digestate, you put it in a muck spreader, basically.
Yeah. So it's Mr. Frampton's not walking around with a big bucket.
No.
No, right, okay, excellent.
It's, yeah, with a big tractor on the front of it.
Oh, lovely.
Here comes Siddle. And that's just played quietly into the offside by Ben Folkes.
Mr. Frampton likes to drive over his tractor, doesn't he? Does a lot of listening in his tractor.
He does.
Mr. Frampton.
As well.
Excellent.
See him quite often at Taunton as well. Very keen Somerset supporter. Sun trying to break through here at the Oval, just the 3 slips. Hildreth, Renshaw and Overton. Siddler's in and bowls, and that comes off the inside edge out into the onside. Tom Banton picks up. Who do you think are the 2 batsmen batters ahead of Ollie Pope in terms of average here at the Kennington Oval.
What an excellent question that is. In terms of average here,
one of them I think is pretty obvious.
Peterson must be up there somewhere.
No, he's
interesting that with a triple 100 and a couple of Test match hundreds here as well.
It's
Bradman must be there somewhere.
Bradman, exactly.
Right, okay.
Bradman averaged 139.2. That's played defensively, and there's no 139.2.
Is Peterson on your list?
He's not. That may be because he didn't play enough innings.
Ah, okay. There's a number of innings. Is there? Ramprakash, is he on that list somewhere?
Yep, he is 6th.
Oh, that's interesting.
He averaged 70 here, just below Len Hutton, who averaged 71.59. Is Siddle in a bowls to Folkes, who's looking for a single in the offside that isn't there. Bradman, as I say, averaged 139.2 in 12 innings here at the Oval with 600s and 350s.
That's good, isn't it? Yeah, the only reason I mentioned Peterson is he's got an unbeaten triple 100 here for Surrey, and that 158 in the Ashes, of course. So,
but the highest average is that of Zahir Abbas.
Oh, what a player
for Pakistan and Gloucestershire. Here comes Siddle again. The sun breaks through. He's in and bowls, and this is angled into the offside, but again it's fielded at backward point. Zahir Abbas played 7 matches here, 13 innings, 1,135 runs, highest score of 240, and an average of 162.14.
Well, that's all right, isn't it? You'd settle for that.
That's Steve Pittard to thank for those stats. But Ollie Pope, he could be on course to maintain that sort of average, as that's outside the off stump from Siddle to Folkes, who lets it go through to Stephen Davis. And Somerset cricket has just lost a little bit of snap since that catch went down off Josh Davey, with Jack Brooks bowling a couple of pretty loose overs. But we are indeed going to see Jack Brooks bowling a couple of loose overs. And Josh Davies coming into the attack from the Vauxhall end.
Zahir Abbas was a lovely player.
Yeah, beautiful player.
He really was. Lovely on the eye, and obviously those stats tell its own story.
Tremendous Gloucestershire side that, with Sadiq Mohammed opening up, and of course Mike Proctor.
So Josh Davey, we saw a couple of overs from him from the Pavilion end. He'll come into the attack from this Vauxhall end, and okay, there may have been some loose ones there from Jack Brooks, but picked up that big wicket of Hashim Amla as well for 15. And obviously his first game back for a while, Jack Brooks, and now Josh Davey will replace him. 75 for 3, the partnership's worth 27. The clouds have arrived again. Sun's gone behind those clouds. I must say, I do like your BBC Radio Somerset muffler. That is a proper one on the end of your microphone, Anthony Gibson.
It's the best thing about that machine, I'll tell you.
As in, over the wicket comes Davey, and onto the back foot goes Ollie Pope. Pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's the most temperamental recording machine I have ever worked with.
But it is a lovely muffler.
Oh, it is, yeah. It looks good as well when my interviews are being filmed for the videoed for the Somerset live stream.
Very good.
It is
very good. Good branding.
As long as I can get it to work.
Well,
it's very temperamental.
That bit doesn't matter as long as it's being seen. That's it. As over the wicket once more is Davey to Pope, and Pope is opening the face again, looking to guide this down to third man, but it is very well fielded in the gully. Those big long arms in there of Mr. Overton.
Certainly is.
Stuck out a right hand. Good bit of work from him. Otherwise that one would have whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4. But floodlights were on a little earlier in the day, weren't they? It was at the start of play. I just wonder whether they might come on again at some point, because yesterday it was sort of blue sky and sun out. Today it's just clouds everywhere as Davey is over the wicket, and forward goes Pope. That just hops on him a touch off a goodish length, plays it down into the leg side. Tom Abell comes sprinting up to do the fielding. The think if you hadn't brought a coat today, you may be regretting that decision if you're sat outside at the moment, because with this breeze as well, lots of the players in long sleeve sweaters today.
Ollie Pope's
he's in short
sleeve shirt.
He's indeed.
Must be very warm-blooded.
Like, I don't know what the warm-blooded animal is. In over the wicket once more comes Davey, and up on his toes goes Ollie Pope, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no frantically trying to think of warm-blooded animal.
Warm-blooded polar bear.
Thank you very much indeed. Much like a polar bear, Ollie Pope. 75 for 3. I'm not sure that sentence will ever be uttered again, as he just marks his guard once more. Davey down below us, turns again, thinking about what he wants to bowl this delivery. Pope stands with that bat raised as Davies over the wicket to him, and Pope's letting this one go. That does just nip back a little bit from Josh Davey. It's taken low down that time by Stephen Davis away to his left-hand side. Nicely positioned at the moment, this one. Still on the sort of the edge of where it's going to go in terms of this first innings. Surrey still to come. Sam Curran next up, then Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, James Taylor and Reece Topley. Davey over the wicket, he comes past umpire Pollard and got across his stumps. Height will be an issue there, hitting him high up on that bat leg, but nicely bowled by Josh Davey. End of the over, 75 for 3. Pope on 26 and Folkes has 13.
Just looking at Ollie Pope's record against Somerset, 5 matches, 5 innings, 257 runs, highest of 117, average 85.66. We saw him get that 100 down at Guildford, did we not?
We did, yes. And was that 2018?
2018.
That's it, that's right.
When Ed Smith turned up.
He did.
But not on the day that Ollie Pope scored his 100.
No.
It was the day after, wasn't it? And I remember him asking you how good a player Ollie Pope is. So it's driven and well fielded, half stopped by, and there's no run.
Can I just ask, in your file, you've got a headline there saying Doctor Who stops play at the Oval.
Yep.
This has caught my attention.
During the 1965 Doctor Who serial, The Daleks' Master Plan, the TARDIS materialised on the pitch at the Oval.
Did it really?
Interrupting an England match. This is in
make-believe.
In make-believe.
Not in real life.
Not in real life.
No.
Here's Siddle and bowls. Ooh, it comes back. Not far from Folkes' off stump. The action then cut to 2 astonished TMS-type commentators. Again, imaginary. With one noting, Ross is looking through the record books, and if there has been anything like it before, I'm sure he'll find it for us.
Very good. Excellent.
Very plausible.
So there was
very plausible.
So interesting.
Steve Pittard again with that one. Here comes Siddle into bowl to Folkes. He drives away through the offside, and a very, very good diving stop in the covers.
That Roloff? I think it is. I think Mr. Van der Merwe is out
Roloff,
there.
You're out. Yes. Good spot. I was just trying to work out who it was.
Sort of dived and then stood up with the ball in his left hand, and he's a terrific fielder, isn't he?
It's James Hildreth who's off the field for some reason. Because it's Renshaw at first slip. It's Siddle in and bowls to Folkes, who defends. We've got Renshaw's at second slip. It's Craig Overton at first slip. Beg your pardon. Tom Abell's come in at third slip. So
thank you to Simon, who says Kevin Peterson averages 63.42 here. 1,332 runs in 23 innings.
Well, he's not on Steve's list for some reason. That's played defensively into the offside, but well, that would 63. You say? Well, that would put him up there in the top 10.
Ooh, interesting.
In the top 10, just behind the great Herbert Sutcliffe. And then Kumar Sangakkara.
Oh, Sangakkara.
Yeah, he averaged 61.76 here at the Oval. 75 for 3. Surrey replying to Somerset's 337. Siddle is in and bowls to Folkes, who looking for a single again into the offside and will get it because Jack Leach just took his eye off the ball there momentarily, and they're able to pinch a single to bring that over to a conclusion.
I'm going to leave you for...
Folkes will keep the strike.
20 minutes or so and bring in Isabel Duncan, but I'm actually intrigued by... Did the Daleks come out as well when the old...
Well, ideal Dalek territory, I'd have thought, the outfield here at the Oval. Being as flat and smooth as it is. They wouldn't have been able to make their way up into the pavilion, though. So that was another over from Peter Siddle, who has bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Josh Davey just about to start his 4th over. He has no wicket for 5. He's in bowling to Folkes, playing that back to the bowler, doesn't field it cleanly. Tom Lammonby comes across to complete the fielding. Quite heavy cloud over the Oval. Now it looks as if there might even be a shower about them. Let's hope not. We don't want any interruption in the game. We've got 45.5 overs remaining in the day's play, so another 13, best part of 14 before the tea interval, as that's defended up to mid-on by Ben Folkes. Welcome back, Isabel.
Yes, hello everybody, good afternoon. And you're right, it has got a little bit darker, and I don't really understand the floodlights either, because it seems as dark as it was this morning, and yet the lights have gone off. It's always been a mystery to me.
Yeah, to all of us, I think. Josh Davey, right arm over the wicket, bowling fast medium, around about 75 miles an hour, something like that. He's in and bowls, and that's run off an outside edge, and there'll be one here, and it'll just be the one. It's fielded, recovered at backward point. 77 for 3. There is a speed gun here, and we can't actually see what the speed is recording from our vantage point, but I was chatting to Sam Dallin at lunchtime, and he said that Jamie Overton's fastest ball yesterday morning was 89 miles an hour. Craig Overton's been bowling in the low 80s. He's cranked it up to, I think, 85 miles an hour with a few deliveries, but averaging around about 82 as Davey bowls to Pope, who defends. Sam Curran in the sort of high 70s. Just ask him what Reece Topley was, but 89 miles an hour from Jamie Overton. He's the quickest bowler on show, and that's not bad on an easy paced oval pitch like this one in a county championship match. Josh Davey comes loping in. He's there now and bowls, and this is played into the offside, fielded at backward point by Tom Banton, who put down what could prove to be a very significant chance from Ben Folkes when Folkes had 5. He clipped Josh Davey into the leg side. It went straight at comfortable catching height to Tom Banton, who could not hold on. And Folkes now has moved on to 15 with power to add. But it's Pope on strike on 26 as Davey is in and bowls to him, and that one didn't bounce quite so much. Comes off thick inside edge, hence the oohs and ahs from the slips. Runs down to Peter Siddle at long leg. They take a single, taking the score on to 78 for 3. Pope on 27, Folkes on 15, and Josh Davey has 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7, and that was a more threatening over. The Of the 4 Somerset seamers we have seen, I would rate Overton as the best, Siddle not far behind, Davey not far behind Siddle, and Jack Brooks plenty of room for improvement.
Yeah, Jack Brooks' first over was a little ropey, hit for 2 fours, too many looseners in there. But that second over, when he took the wicket of Amler and slightly redeemed himself there, but needs a lot more consistency and control back into his bowling. Jack Brooks, well, here's Siddle, Peter Siddle. He's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled at both ends. See if he prefers this end. He's busy doing a stretching act down there. He is going to be bowling to Pope. He's storming in, charging in and bowling, and that's defended there by Pope, who comes positively forward, 78 for 3. Interesting man, Peter Siddle. I read that he was a competitive wood chopper in his youth. He's from rural Victoria, so he's a tough man, and yet he's a vegan. He's been a vegan since 2012. Doesn't go very well with the image of Chief Wood Chopper. Here is the wood chopper. He's in with that streak of peroxide. Right arm over and bowls, and it's left well alone outside the off stump. Good bit of bounce there from Siddle, the fast man.
Well, he keeps himself very, very fit, and this diet of bananas that he's reputed to eat between 16 and 20 bananas a day. Whether he's still eating as many as those, that was when he was with Essex.
Right.
But
that's why his hair's gone yellow. He's a shade of yellow. Banana man.
That's peroxide, I think.
That's bright white. 78 for 3. Here is Siddle. Charging in. Looks fearsome. He bowls, and it's very much on the stumps. And watched carefully by Pope. Again, coming forward and just trying to prevent any late swing. And well kept out from him. Pope's pretty much in form, and Folkes is in form at the other end this season. And very much Somerset were wanting to break these two up. They are a danger pair for building a partnership. So the partnership's worth 30 at the moment. I want to snuff them out in their prime if they possibly can, Somerset. Siddle, here he is. He's in and bowls, and tight line outside of off stump and left alone.
You're not
by
wrong
Pope.
when you say that they're in form. Ben Folkes in the 2 matches so far, before this one, averaging 177.
Ooh.
Ollie Pope averaging 92.5.
Oof, well, there we go. Ollie Pope's favourite ground, we've talked about that, averaging over 100 at this ground in his career, his first-class career. 3 slips, so Hildreth is back with his faded cap.
It's his 20th season.
I was about to ask that. 20th season, 20 years old probably, that cap. Siddle bowls. And that's right on the stumps, but a very good-looking forward defensive straight out of the MCC handbook there from Ollie Pope, 78 for 3. As we've lost the sunshine, it's looking a little chilly out there. Most people are wrapped up. I'm not venturing outside again. I froze up there in the stands.
It is chilly, but you can get a very good idea. Stand directly behind the bowler's arm, see what the ball is doing.
Yeah, you're right.
You can. Not much at the moment. Not much swing.
Siddle. Steaming in, and that's clipped into the onside, upsetting a flock of pigeons, and he'll only get a single for it as the slide is put in to prevent it going any further out there at wide-ish mid-off, and they skip through for 1. Pope goes on to 28, and the score now 79 for 3. And run rate just feels like the run rate has slowed down somewhat, and perhaps Somerset bowling a little bit more tightly, trying to hold Surrey back here. We know how destructive both of these batsmen can be.
And Tom Abell just going off for some running repairs, which Roelof van der Merwe is on. And it looks to me as if Jack Leach was the one who was just having a word with Josh Davies, so whether he is acting captain in Tom Abell's absence, I'm not sure. I thought Craig Overton would be the obvious one. 79 for 3 then. Quizzical looks being exchanged. Here comes Josh Davey in and bowls to Pope, who defends. Good ball from Davey, who's just working himself back into his game after being out for some time with a a stomach injury. Stomach or groin, something like that.
Sounds horrible. He's got a very good average, bowling average in first-class cricket.
He has.
140 wickets at 22. That's pretty low.
He's really, he's a late bloomer, is Josh Davey. It's been in the last 3 or 4 seasons. He's in bowls. This is, his edge just wide of a diving Craig Overton at gully, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, but that was a loose shot. Just watching the replay, it was in the air as well. If anyone could have caught it, it was Craig Overton, low down to his left, but it wasn't a chance. There's a big gap there between the 2 slips and the gully. 4 runs accrue, takes Pope on to 32.88 for 3. Somerset will need to take every opportunity going if they're going to restrict this powerful Surrey batting unit, as that's outside the off stump through to Stephen Davis. We've got Will Jacks to come in next. And Surrey batting down to, well, Jamie Overton's got a first-class 100 to his name, and he'll probably be coming in at number 9, and a splendid first 100 it was too against Warwickshire back in 2020. 120 he made. Is Davey in and bowls to Pope outside the off stump. No shot from Ollie Pope. Voices, it's quite a quiet crowd, aren't they? They're not making a huge amount of noise out there. It's proper hard-fought red ball cricket, this game.
I think it's partly because those kids have gone home now, and they were certainly chirping away. It was fun to listen to them this morning. They're here for a couple of hours. I think that's what they can manage concentration-wise. But other than that, things have quietened down, certainly.
83 for 3 as Davey is in and bowls to Pope, who looking for a single into the offside that isn't there as Craig Overton comes in from gully to do the fielding. We've got 2 slips in the gully, backward point. We've got a sweeper on the cover boundary, which suggests that Somerset are moving into containment stroke frustration mode, looking to bowl accurately, not to offer the batsman any easy pickings. Josh Davey so far in this over has done that pretty well. He's in again now to Pope, full of length and played square of the wicket. End of that over. 83 for 3, 32 to Pope, 15 for Folkes. We've had 30 overs, so Surrey going along at a steady rate of progress, which is, to be precise, 2.78 runs per over.
Well, you talk about the crowd quietening. It feels like the cricket has quietened down a little bit as well. We haven't had a wicket for a while. The last man to fall was Abell at 48 runs, 48 for 3, and that was in the 17th over, and we're up to we've just had 30 overs now, and I think Somerset are feeling they're starting to stagnate somewhat, and they need a little breakthrough here. These 2 danger men at the crease at the moment. It's Folkes facing, and it's Siddle. There is fire coming out of his nostrils as he runs in and comes forward to that Folkes and plays that easily into the covers for no run. Oh, the flights have started again. It's terribly noisy in London, isn't it? I'm not used to all this noise. Had some sirens earlier blaring in our ears when we had poor old Graham here, and couldn't really hear ourselves think. But we're having a little quiet patch now once that plane flies over. Siddle, here he is, with orange soles as he runs towards us now. Right arm over, bowls, and that's looped up a little bit off the bat, but there's nobody in close in front of the bat there for Folkes. He's got 3 slips behind him, and cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the odd pigeon eating all the grass seeds over there, particularly where they're netting. It's a very worn out part of the square. Pigeons love it. And a long leg. So backward point has just moved a tad. That's Siddle again. Here he is, the man from Victoria, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump there by Folkes, playing a patient innings here, Folkes, as he accumulates slowly. So that's 46 deliveries he's faced now for his 15. He's hit 1 boundary. Ollie Pope at the other end has hit 5 boundaries for his 32.
Yeah, the runs have just dried up a little bit in recent overs. Good accurate bowling from Siddle and Davies since Jack Brooks came out of the attack.
Siddle again, arrow-like, peroxide hair. He's in and bowls, and that's driven. They're going to steal a quick single here. It's going to be shy at the stumps. It could be close. Had he hit the stumps there?
I think that would have been gone. He only had a stump and a half to aim at, Tom Lammonby. But I think Folkes would have been struggling, flinging himself full length to make his ground.
It's just that feeling of batsmen wanting to score runs, isn't it? And then going for that run, having really not rotated it recently. It's gone a little bit quiet. They start to get a bit frustrated and feel like they should keep the scoreboard ticking over. They end up taking a run like that. Direct hit would have been iffy. 3 slips here. Siddle pounds in and bowls. And that's driven by Ollie Pope. It's nicely driven, but it's cut off there by mid-on. And there is no run. 84 for 3 now. The wind is still gusting across the ground. Doesn't make life easy for the bowlers. We saw Reece Topley struggling with the blustering wind yesterday, pulling out of his run-up. But these Somerset bowlers seem to be coping a little bit better.
And I don't think it's quite... I'm guessing it's not quite as windy down at ground level as it is up here.
No, you're right, it probably isn't, as Siddle is in and bowled. He bent his back there, but it's outside the off-stump, and Pope leaves it well alone, and it's the end of another over. We've had 31 overs, it's 84 for 3, and 42 overs remaining in the day. We take tea at 32 overs. Look forward to that cuppa later.
Tom Abell back on the field after whatever it was took him off it, only briefly. Josh Davey going to bowl another over.
Steady bowler, isn't he, Josh Davies? Offering control to this end, at the Vauxhall end.
As I say, he's really come of age since 2019, and he bowls very well in harness with Craig Overton. Prior to the arrival of Peter Siddle, they were Somerset's first choice as an opening partnership with the ball. He's in now to tall figure of Ben Folkes. Davy bowls, and Folkes plays this and on the bounce to backward point. And there's no run. That wasn't the best ball that Josh Davey has bowled. Short and wide outside the off stump, and Folkes rather missing out there. Hitting it straight to Jack Leach. Backward point. Jack Leach, who took a very sharp chance to dismiss Ryan Patel off a very similar delivery from Peter Siddle, short and wide, which Patel cut hard but straight to Leach. This is a forward defensive shot from Ben Folkes, and Leach parried it and then caught the rebound. Good piece of work. And an important wicket, because Ryan Patel has been in terrific form as well for Surrey so far this season, averaging 74.5. Just a quiet passage of play here at the moment. Jack Leach just doing some loosening exercises. Perhaps we'll see a couple of overs from him before tea. As Davey is in, bowling to Folkes, who drives down the ground. Nice shot that I think will run away. It will run away for 4. Jack Brooks is in vain pursuit as the ball bobbles over the rope down below us and into the advertising boards around the boundary. 88 for 3, just over pitch there from Josh Davey. Folkes moves on to 20.
You'd think that Tom Abell's perhaps searching around here and thinking, what can I do to do something a bit different? And we have seen Jack Leach warming up. I mean, of course, they had a good look at Will Jacks when he was bowling. There was literally no turn at all. So that will pop into his mind as well, Tom Abell. But it's worth a punt with Leach at this stage.
It certainly is. It's Davey to Folkes. He's there and bowls. It's too wide of off stump for Folkes to have to bowl with. And of course, Leach will have some bowlers' footmarks to bowl into on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that pavilion end, there are huge footmarks. We saw them filled in at lunchtime, didn't we? And Craig Overton was quite upset about them. And you can roll your ankle over easily, can't you, as a quick bowler, as you pound into them.
Yes, but the ground staff seem to have sorted it out at lunchtime. He bowled much better after lunch, Craig Overton. It's Josh Davey, though, in from the Vauxhall end. And just a little bit of late movement there, which is well countered by Ben Folkes, who leans right forward to play that defensive shot. Playing the ball late, goes down and gives the pitch a prod as a testimony to that little bit of late seam movement that Josh Davey commands. Davey bowling, as I say, sort of around about 75, 76 miles an hour. Fast medium rather than an out-and-out quick bowler. Although he's got a run-up that would normally be associated with a much faster bowler, but he uses it quite well as that's defended into the offside, just to build up his momentum, gets the rhythm going. That's the end of that over. 88 for 3, 32 to Pope, and 20 to Ben Folkes.
Well, Mark Church is looking very smart today. He's got his blazer on, and I think that might be because he has a hot date this evening, possibly. We'll see. He's shaking his head, I'm not sure about that. He's looking very smart today. 88 for 3. That wind is still gusting across the ground, looking a little nippy out there. Most of those fielders in long sleeve sweaters. And we talked about Ollie Pope's in short sleeves, but he is busy down there, twiddling his bat and scoring runs. He's on 32. Siddle will continue. Here he is, zipping in, right arm over and bowls, and that's a thickish inside edge there from Ollie Pope, and the ball just squirts into the leg side for no run.
Ball isn't coming consistently off the middle of the bat, is it? Which suggests it did just a little bit in this pitch for the bowlers. Batting, curiously, is looking more difficult this afternoon than it did this morning. Tom Abell went on to his 150 without really any bother at all.
Siddle again, the Australian, and this is just played into the leg. So leans onto it nicely there, Pope. It finds the fielder there at mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, it doesn't seem quite as easy as before that after lunch session.
Well, he said Pope is
straight after lunch anyway. It seemed a bit easier, didn't
it? He likes to get a move on, does Ollie Pope. He doesn't like to be contained. He's looking to score at every opportunity, and he's finding it quite a struggle.
Pope facing, bobbing at the knees, Siddle bowling, and defended here, and it's very well cut off by backward point. There's a little scramble for the ball, but it's cut off, and that restricts Ollie Pope. Those frustrations continue.
It's Jack Leach then.
Jack Leach is busy warming up at the same time, turning his arm over. He's got long sleeves on. That was a wonderful leap, athletic leap from him, a jack in the box to cut that off. 88 for 3. And Pope just scratching away at his guard. Here he is, does that little bob of the knees like a policeman. Comes forward and defends, squares up to that one as Siddle eyeballs him a little bit with his follow through.
A little bit of late movement again, so that Ollie Pope had to adjust, which he did very well.
Just need to be patient, these two batsmen here. It's obviously a tricky period that they're negotiating through. As these bowlers are tightening up. Siddle, very tight line. Here he is, and bowls. And again, that nips a little bit off the seam there into the body of the right-handed Pope.
A bit of inside edge onto pad, I think, there.
And the ball just ricochets into the onside, no run.
A discontinued appeal was the result. Got halfway through it and then realised he'd hit it.
Well, we haven't heard Siddle appeal properly yet. I think his appealing's fairly elongated when it happens, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he doesn't hold back. But then nor does Craig Overton.
No, well, we look forward to that roar from those lions down there later. Siddle bowls, and Gets good bounce off a length, but again it's left alone by Pope. He knows where his off stump is and follows up with a bit of gardening. 88 for 3. I think that was a maiden over there from Peter Siddle.
Very good over as well, because as I said, Ollie Pope looking to get a move on, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and offered absolutely nothing to score off from Peter Siddle, except for that one that was very well fielded by Jack Leach at backward point. Just going back to Andrew Frampton, spreading his digestate down in West Dorset. And a tweet from his farming neighbour, or near neighbour, James Bowditch. He says, Andrew has been known to leave the family home in his tractor, park it up at the far end of the farm, go and watch Somerset play all day, then come home later in his tractor as though he's worked all day. Now, that is cunning.
Clever.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, we've had some quite fun tweets. I've had one from Godstone Vineyards again, who's been very vocal on Twitter. He says, I can't get used to Siddle's hairstyle. Is he auditioning for a Depeche Mode tribute band? Yeah, nice one. I mean, it is 1980s, isn't it? Glow-in-the-dark sort of hairstyle.
Well, we are going to have some left-arm spin from Jack Leach. First time he's had a bowl since the Aegeus Bowl, and he didn't bowl much down there either. Well, in fact, no, he didn't play at the Aegeus Bowl. So it's the first time he's had a bowl since England's tour to the West Indies.
Well, he's called the Nut, isn't he?
He is.
For obvious reasons. We're not going to see any peroxide on Jack Leach's nut. Quite a tanned nut at that.
He's going to be bowling to Ben Folkes with a slip, and Tom Banton under the lid at forward short leg. Here comes Leach in and bowls to Folkes. Ooh, a little bit of turn there. A little bit of turn. Folkes, a little bit of bounce, and Folkes goes down and gives the pitch a good prod. Be encouraged by that will Jack Leach. All is set, and Leach straight approach. He's there in and bowls, and this is driven straight back to him by Folkes. He did well out in the West Indies, and he was joint highest wicket taker with 11 for 339, including that marathon at Barbados. Oh, and that one crept as Folkes is back on his stumps and did well to keep that out.
Promising start here for Jack Leach, more so than Will Jack, so we didn't see any turn, but we are well into day 2 now. Pitch is changing somewhat.
Leach is in bowls, tosses this one up, and Folkes rather suspiciously just prodding that out into the offside. He had plenty of bowling in the West Indies, did Jack Leach. 189 overs in 3 matches. Tries again, he's in and bowls, and Folkes playing that off the pitch defensively. So 189 overs in 3 matches in the West Indies, and no overs at all against Essex last weekend. But it looks like he might get a decent bowl here at the Oval. This is, again, given a little bit of air, a little bit of a hint of turn there, and a very encouraging first over from Jack Leach. As Mark Church signals that my time is up, and he will come in after some words from Isabel Duncan.
Great spell there from Anthony Gibson behind the microphone. Also a good over from Jack Leach. Promising start for him, and actually managing to extract a little bit of turn on this greenish pitch out there, which is more than Will Jacks could do, although Will Jacks taking nothing away from him. He bowled well, but Leach will feel, I think, buoyed by that. He'll be given a few more overs based on that first over. It's all experimental at this stage. You want to take a look at your spinner, see how he fares early on, and if he's going to get any results. But just trying to break this partnership here. The run rate has dropped a bit. They'll be frustrated, those two, Folkes and Pope. We know that Folkes like to keep things ticking along, and it's just gradually falling, this run rate. These two batsmen will have a sense of frustration about them, as Jack Brooks is now taking the ball from the pavilion end with that bandana, that white bandana, and be charging in like the Karate Kid. the veteran seam bowler. Welcome to Mark Church. Right arm over, comes Brooks and bowls, and that's swatted away. Backward of square, almost taking out a pigeon. They'll go for a single. And I think it goes to 89 when the scoreboard catches up. Yes, it does, and that's Pope. It's off Pope's bat. He goes on to 33 now. So we haven't had a run for a while following those 2 maidens that we had earlier.
Interesting first over from Jack Leach. Very
promising.
Interesting. Couple got to bounce. One kept a bit low. Encouraging first over from a Somerset perspective, that from Jack Leach. And well, I've enjoyed your description of the great Mr. Brooks as like the Karate Kid.
Well, there you
Marvellous
go. One of my favourite films when I was a kid. Here he's in bowls, and that's a good bounce there from Jack Brooks. Played into the leg side for no run by Ben Folkes.
Yeah, magnificent film. I wasn't a huge fan of the remake.
Never saw that.
Yeah, but I did enjoy it. It is one of my favourite films.
Especially the chopstick scene, catching flies.
Catching the flies with
it's all about agility and precision.
Wax on and wax off, if you remember.
I don't remember that.
That's how he learned to defend. No.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He learned to defend by waxing the car.
Yes. Yeah, I recall. Yeah. Going back a long way here.
Ralph Macchio, I think his name was.
Yeah, here he is, Brooks, and that's on the stumps and just almost backing onto his stumps there. Folkes as he defends that away.
I believe Isabel Duncan on one of the new streaming services. There is a new one where he comes back in older age, because he's about my age now, and he ends up fighting the young man that he fought in the original Karate Kid in the final. Yeah,
who's now a little bit older.
Yes.
Yeah. Brooks again pounds in and bowls. Going to be runs here. It could well be 4 as he rocks onto the back foot there, Ben Folkes, and that is well positioned, that ball out towards the deep mid wicket boundary off the back foot. A lovely looking shot from him, perfectly timed. Folkes goes on to 24 and Surrey into the 90s now, 93 for 3, and this partnership now worth 45 between Pope and Folkes. As I just want to keep this scoreboard ticking over, these 2 batsmen. And this over now is producing a few runs for them, just releasing that pressure valve. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point. Brooks bowls. And that's driven, but fielded by the bowler, just along the carpet there.
Ralph Macchio.
Oh, well done, there he is. Does he look like now?
That's him now. And I believe, I'm not quite sure what it's called, but somebody out there will know. It's being streamed at the moment. Yes, and there's from the Cobra Kai karate school. He comes back and fights him again.
Does he?
Yes.
Yeah. Brooks, that's on the stumps and defended there by Folkes.
Not sure whether Anthony Gibson would have been a fan of that film or not.
No.
Karate Kid 2 was very good as well, with the theme tune from that by Peter Cetera from Chicago.
God, you're very glad I mentioned this, aren't you? This is one of your favourite films.
Franchises.
Yeah.
Karate Kid. And of course in Karate Kid 2 it was the one where they had the little drums, which they went like that, and he learnt how to attack like
with the
drum.
drums. God,
never thought I'd just sort of chat about Jack Brooks in this context, but there we are. But yes, anybody out there who knows, just for Isabel Duncan as much as anybody, this new on one of the streaming services, and
there
back
it is.
comes, and they fight each other again. Jack Leach out there to bowl his second over of the piece. First one was a tidy one, and Ollie Pope will be on strike, so this will be interesting. Pope against Leach. Slip, short leg, silly point, very close in there at silly point. As Jack Leach, left arm round the wicket he comes, and Pope immediately uses his feet and drives, and will get a single up towards mid-off. Silly point is so close that if Jack Leach got that slightly wrong, he is in danger of bowling it straight up Silly point's backside, because it's sort of pointing straight back towards him, right on the cut strip. And
he's a brave man as well.
Very, very tight in there. As Leach is in, round the wicket to Folkes, who's up on his toes, pushes into the offside, thought about the single, but there isn't one there. And the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Is that Mr. Overton under the helmet at Silly Point? It's a big Renshaw. It's a big man in there, and he's taking up a lot of your space. If you're the batter there, that's fairly claustrophobic. having Mr. Renshaw in there at City Point. As round the wicket comes Leach again, and Folkes goes forward, turns this one into the leg side. 94 for 3, the score remains.
I was just thinking, if the sun was out, how do shadows play? So when you've got fielders so close in, I mean, that's a distraction as well, although of course the sun isn't out, so...
No. It's an interesting
but
one.
I wonder how distracting that is for batsmen, with sort of flickering shadows as... Sorry, your
this
end.
is punched. No, this is punched off the back foot by Folkes. Actually, it's a really good point, because I've seen it before where that shadow of the City Point fielder or short leg has been going straight across a length, and the batter has actually said, hang on just a sec, it's coming out of sunlight, landing in. But today the sun's not out, so he's fine there now. He's looking to drive again, nicely bowled by Leach, gave that one a little bit more air. And Ben Folkes looking to go slightly inside out, but it's almost like having a brick wall in front of him in the shape of Renshaw in there at Silly Point, who, as I say, is extremely close in there. As forward comes Folkes, soft hands, just pushes away into the offside again. Tidy over that from Jack Leach, end of it, just a single off it. 94 for 3, Pope 34, Folkes 24, 4 overs until the tea break. And 5 overs, apologies, until the tea break. Just to say, during the tea break on the Surrey live stream, very good feature on the work of the Surrey Cricket Foundation during
wonderful.
the tea break. So that will be showed during the tea break.
Well, the ACE programme is doing very well, isn't it? And as that was invented by Ebony Rainford Brent, started here at the Oval, and I think that has gone national now, with a bit of ECB funding and other people chipping in.
Absolutely. No, it is terrific work from the ACE programme.
I think they have one at Lords now.
Yeah, there's one in Birmingham as well, one in in Bristol as well.
So here we are, 94 for 3, and here is the Karate Kid, Jack Brooks. He's in and bowls, and that's Ollie Pope, who comes forward and defends that quite high up the bat. 94 for 3.
Daniel LaRusso. That was the name of the
boy.
Yeah,
the character. Yeah.
I can see actually Jack Brooks being a bit of a fan of
he probably
the Karate Kid. I'm sure it's a film he's seen.
He's got the look. He might be even a little bit young for it. Right arm over. Comes Jack Brooks. Going to be a run here, just a single, as that's just tapped into the offside there by Pope. He goes on to 35. It's a bit of tip and run from Pope there. He saw the gap just in the covers and scuttles 3 for 1. 95 for 3.
Busy. That's sort of the way we sort of always, with Ollie Pope, is always busy. Something's always happening when he's out there with the bat.
2 slips and a gully here. Brooks again, up onto his toes. And bowls, and that's a good looking drive, and no run there from Folkes as he finds the fielder at mid-off.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 195 for 3 in reply to Kent's 305. Warwickshire in a good position, 261 for 7 against Essex, so that's a lead now of 93 for Warwickshire. Lancashire 194 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 252. Yorkshire 296, Northamptonshire 185 for 8. Durham 230, Nottinghamshire 274 for 3. Leicestershire 213, Derbyshire 295 for 3. Shan Masood, another 100. He is 158 not out. I think he's now gone. Well, that's 300, including a double already. So absolutely brilliant signing by Derbyshire, that.
Here is Brooks again. After a tweak in the field, he bowls, and that's just played into the onside, turned into the onside where it's fielded. No run there for Folkes.
And Middlesex rule out for 336, John Simpson with 100. And Glamorgan 15 without loss, so they trail by 199 at Cardiff. And Worcestershire 491, Sussex 56 for 2. And in the jolly old IPL,
Brooks once more up to the crease, bowls. That's flicked away. It's going to be 4 runs there for Folkes. He just breaks into a jog. He knows it's 4 runs. It's crisply timed out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Leans into it. And 4 more to him. And the score goes up to 99 for 3. And that may well be the 50 partnership. Yes, it is. The 51 now between Folkes and Pope. And it really is the combination of these two that Somerset are desperate to break them up.
Yeah, Rajasthan Royals in the 10th over against the Delhi Capitals are 80 without loss. And of course, commentary on that one on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Brooks again. Here he is. There's going to be runs here, bisecting the fielders there in the covers who are on the single, and it's mid-off who has to chase that. And they come back for 2.
And there's Mr. Gibson has
the
just
100
shouted
is up.
Across to me. You may have heard that as the 100 comes up. He's jossing the runs again. He certainly is. 42 off 32 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s.
Well, he's my next England captain.
Is he?
I'll just put it out there. I'd bring him back. Test captain. I'd bring him back. I think he's very capable. He's got a good head. He's been vice captain before, hasn't he? So he's had a bit of practice at leadership roles. And Ed Smith believed in him, brought him back from 2020 cricket from the IPL. He scored runs. He's had obviously a big drop in form, didn't he, when it comes to red ball cricket, but I think that'll come back. He's pure class.
Yeah, I think he's a wonderful player, but my only thing for Joss is he never comes in at the right time for England. He's perfect coming in at 300 and something for 4. Ideal. But he never comes in at that point, poor fella, does he? And his natural way of doing things, it's not really, doesn't work. As here is Leach, forward goes Pope, plays this one into silly point, and there's no run. I've always, in terms of test match cricket, because I think he's a genius, absolute genius, but in terms of test match cricket with where England are at the moment or when they've played him, I've always thought he's a bit of a luxury item that England can't afford to have, really, sadly. As using his feet here is Ollie Pope, and that one's up towards mid-on. They'll take the single, one more to the total, 36, 102 for 3. Because people always say to me, oh, we want Butler to be like Gilchrist. Yeah, but Gilchrist used to stroll in after Hayden, Slater, Taylor, war with them already 400 and whatever, and then be able to play his natural game as Leach is in and driving is Ben Folkes. But the bloke is a genius. There's no run there. He's a genius. I watched his 100 in the IPL the other day. God dear, he really is. He's the best one-day cricketer England have ever had, I think. As a batter, I think he is the best one-day cricketer that England have ever had, just because of the way what he can do is frankly at times utterly ridiculous. As in round the wicket goes Leach, and forward comes Folkes, plays this one out into the offside. So I would say white ball wise he's the best England have ever had, but I just think for him in terms of, now if you're going to make him captain, fine, but where are you batting him? That's the big thing. And has he got enough ahead of him? That's the problem. As in round the wicket once again goes Leach, forward goes Folkes, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Anthony Gibson says wicket keeper at 7, but can we afford to have him? Can we afford to have him as a specialist batsman?
Can't afford it.
As a specialist batsman,
and I think you got to hang on to Folkes. Yeah, I do as well. As in round the wicket again comes Leach, driving is Folkes out towards extra cover, and there's no run. England's batting isn't strong enough. It's not strong enough to have him keeping wicket and batting at 7, because again he'll be wandering in at the moment at 150 for 5. Perfect at 400, and that Gilchrist 7 keeping wicket role. But don't get me wrong, as I say, I think the bloke is an absolute genius, and as you say, he's a very good leader, and he's got a cracking cricket brain as well. So you never know, because let's be honest, as we were saying this morning when Anthony and I were chatting, that we can have all these chats until the cows come home, but until sort of Mr. Key decides who's head coaching, because it will be their decision.
Oh, there aren't a lot of candidates, that's the problem. As Brooks is in, and that's swatted away. Just backward of square, that's too short, and easy pickings there for Pope. He'll punish anything that's a little bit too short, and plenty of time to see that and rock onto the back foot and pull that behind square for 4 runs.
More importantly than any of that, which is important, Cobra Kai is the name of that Karate Kid thing on one of the streaming things where he goes back and fights him again. Thank you very much to JV in Ohio
out there.
And Johnny as well. And Johnny says it's tremendous. So there you are. Yeah.
Hey, Brooks, and he comes Pope on 40. Brooks in, and that's creamed away. Serenely hit there. He'll only get a single for it. Ollie Pope, but he looks in very good nick here and timed that well. That was a good stride forward just outside the off stump. And he goes through for 107 for 3, and Pope onto 41. Folks now facing on 30. And you heard the ripple of applause for the 100 going up earlier. 107 for 3. This partnership now worth 59. 2 slips in place. All the sirens have gone off again. I was just saying how noisy. I live in the countryside, you see, and a lot of noise pollution for me here. Just not used to it. Sirens and aeroplanes. And Jack Brooks, here he is. Ooh, then he played on there from Folks, who's just pushed back onto his stumps, onto the back foot, and then he drops back onto his stumps. A little bit quicker there from Jack Brooks. He's probably a little bit angry with himself, as needs to regain some control here. Has bowled some little bit of dross in amongst his bowling today. Here he is running towards us with his bandana, and again, that's a better line. It's tighter, gets Folks onto the back foot again, a bit more bounce. And the score is still 107 for 3. So we're in the 39th over now. And of course, this ball has softened up somewhat. And it might mean that batting could get a little bit easier. Brooks just back to his mark. Got a shortish run up here, Brooks. He bustles in and bowls, and defended there on middle and off by Folks. Folks finding it hard to get him away at the moment. 107 for 3.
Yeah, Josh Butler now 55 not out from 38 balls with 4 4s and 4 6s. So his wonderful run of form continues. But I do genuinely, he is the best that England have produced in terms of white ball cricket.
Yeah. I mean, I back him in red ball cricket as well. I back him on all formats. Here he comes. Oh, that's lovely. That's crisply driven with an open face, but it's gone backward a square. Oh, there's an overthrow here. It was Jack Leach who fielded it well at point. There's been an overthrow at the stumps, the wicketkeeper's end, and they do steal a single with that. And Folks goes on to 31, and it's the end of the over 108 for 3 now. Not too far away from tea. Where are we?
A couple of overs.
2 overs till we have a cup of Earl Grey. I'll make you a cuppa if you like. Churchy, if you let me know. What's your favourite tea?
I'm not really a tea person. Thank you very much indeed. I think I might partake of a coffee.
I might get you a coffee
during the tea break. These clouds are slightly worrying me now as well. They've got a bit darker, these clouds, and it does feel like there could be a bit of rain about, perhaps.
It's not forecast though, is it? But you're right. It's that feeling in the air and that look about it.
Partnership's worth 60. 108 for 3. Leach to continue from the Vauxhall end, and always got Renshaw again in there very close, and now short leg in. Well, it's a sort of forward short leg really, so sort of, as you look up as a batter, you've got those 2 now. Now the silly point has been pushed back a bit now for Ben Folks. He was very close there, right on the edge of the strip, the batting strip. So now Ben Folks got a little bit of breathing space through the offside. As Leach is into him, and Folks is forward and checks this drive up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Butler's got a brilliant cricket brain as well. That's the other thing. But as I say, it will really be down to Rob Key and whoever the head coach is, won't it? It's who they want to work with as their captain. Ben Stokes being mentioned an awful lot. Moeen Ali's been mentioned a few times as well. As Jack Leach is in, and this one's whipped by Ben Folks because he's just drifted onto his leg stump, and on that angle from left arm round the wicket, Folks has just waited and then whipped it with the bottom hand through the leg side. That's nicely timed, crisp timing that from Ben Folks. He's on to 35, and Surrey move on to 112 for 3.
Well, it's a difficult one with England because when you look, who are the regulars in the England side? I would say there are 2 people in there who are regulars. That's Joe Root and Ben Stokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everything else is swapping and changing, so you might have to go a little bit left field for your skipper.
As round the wicket once again goes Leach, forward comes Folks and plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Leach doing the fielding there off his own bowling. Somebody mentioned Ben Folks the other day. That would be. You
didn't mishear them.
As this one's worked into the leg side by Ben Folks, and that's going to whistle away over the boundary rope for 4. Again, nicely played by Ben Folks. Just a roll of the wrists and whistled away for 4 runs. Don't get me wrong, but for me, Ben Folks, as everybody knows, is I think is I said it the other day. I said to Anthony, Clive Egan, best 2 wicket keepers in the world for me, and he's scored his runs when he's needed to for England. But he's not really done a huge amount of captaincy. But again, it's a name that sort of was mentioned in a couple of circles.
Over decreasing circles.
Yes, indeed. In round the wicket again goes each forward goes, folks, and plays this one down into the leg. So a bit of a disappointment when it all gets announced, really.
Wow, we just love talking about it. Endless conversations. So there's going to be silence throughout the land,
absolutely.
isn't it?
116 for 3.
Golden silence.
Yes, indeed. A bit like on the train, as this is a short ball chopped away by Ben Folkes down to Hildreth at backward point. End of the over, so 1 to go until tea. 3 wickets in the session. Ryan Patel caught by Leach off Siddle for 5, and then Burns caught behind off Overton for 12, and then Hashley Mamler caught by Overton off Brooks for 15. But since then, that big moment when Tom Banton put Ben Folkes down off Davey at short mid-wicket. But Folkes now on 39, Pope on 41, and Surrey 116 for 3.
Yeah, well, I mentioned that train journey from Clandon up to Vauxhall this morning, and I had that very loud, foul-mouthed man on the train.
Yeah, he's been in touch, has he?
Somebody, well, actually, someone has.
Oh no! Oh dear.
on Twitter to say that he was also on that train, and he also heard him and moved carriages. So there we go, vindicated. As Brooks is in and bowls, and that's defended there by Pope into the covers. I think we've only got one more. Was it 2 more? No, 1 more over remaining until tea time here. As these two will just, I think, play out this over, keep themselves safe and cosy till tea. Go and put their feet up for a little bit and have a little breather before coming out again. It has got a little bit dark and gloomy here at the Oval, south of the river. And but I just hope we don't get any rain. It's not forecast. Brooks bowls, and that's on off stump. They're going to steal a single. It's going to be a shot at the stumps here from Brooks. And, overthrows. They'll come back for the second. As eventually the ball is backed up down there at fine leg, but that's one that turned into 2 there, so that's 118 for 3 now for Surrey, and Pope goes on to 43 with that. This partnership now worth 70.
Yeah, had to go for that, Jack Brooks. I think if he had hit, that might have been tight for Ben Folkes, but Stephen Davis didn't have a chance to get up to the stump, so an overthrow.
Brooks again, bowls, and he bends his back, and that's very well fielded at backward point at full stretch. And really doesn't give anything away. Who is that at backward point?
Lemmonby, I think
because it was Leach before. They've swapped over. Leach is having a little bit of breather down there at long leg because he's in the middle of a bowling spell. 118 for 3 here, Surrey. Here is Pope. Pope just shuffles across his crease there, and that's gone straight to Gully. Almost a shy at the stumps there. That must be Overton there in Gully, looking aggressive, pointing at the stumps.
Tremendous stuff, isn't it? Really is.
He's not going anywhere, Pope. Last over before tea. Very slow walk there from Jack Brooks. Rather pensive. He turns, runs towards us. Up to the crease and bowls. Oh, there's a big slash outside of a big slap outside of off stump there from Ollie Pope. Where did that come from? A rush of blood. It was a little bit wide outside off stump. Kept low, and he got down on his knees and had a slash at that. Played and missed.
That's the thing. He kept low, and that's just gone past his bottom edge.
He's having a little giggle to himself
about it, but God dear. And we saw, didn't we? There was that moment yesterday with James Hildreth with the last ball of the old ball. And well, Ollie Pope wants to be here at tea.
Brooks into Ollie Pope. Oh, and that's beautifully fielded once again. Full stretch there at Gully. I think that's Overton in there at Gully. Yes, it is. 2 good stops from him. And just prevents Ollie Pope from scoring further. And it will take tea now. I think it's 32 overs remaining in the day as the players just saunter off the pitch. 118 for 3. Pope will be 43 and Folkes on 39 at tea, and this partnership worth 70. Somerset were all out for 337 earlier before lunch, about half an hour before lunch.
Thank you, Isabel. Go and have a well-earned cup of tea, and the players are heading in for a well-earned cup of tea. And Ben Folkes 39 not out, Pope 43 not out, the 3 to go after lunch. Ryan Patel caught by Leach off Siddle for 5, Burns caught behind off Overton for 12, and Amler caught by Overton off Brooks for 15. So that is tea. Surrey going at 118 for 3, and Yeah, interestingly poised, all of this at the moment. It really is. So looking forward to our afternoon session here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Somerset. But now on the Surrey live stream, as I say, a lovely feature on the brilliant work being done by the Surrey Cricket Foundation.
It's been a really nice day, really honoured and very thankful to be invited down, but it's great to see all the kids having lots of fun. So hopefully they keep it up and it keeps blossoming really.
Pride Alliance programme is an all abilities course which teaches children between the age of 4 and 16 core cricket skills, whether that's front foot batting or learning to become a spin bowler or a budding young wicketkeeper. And this is done through 2 core programmes, one that's pre-Christmas between October and December, the second which is 10 weeks after Christmas, which is January to March. Those 2 programmes are at weekends, and then we run holiday courses during the rest of the year, such as February half term, Easter, May half term, and a couple of courses over the summer, one of which is on the outfield at the Oval.
Certainly recommend the programme, and it doesn't matter what ability the kids are at. Come into the programme, you notice that all the kids improve over 10 weeks. The individual coaching that they get is fantastic.
We've got our standard 10-week course, which works on a ratio of 1 to 7 and has children from the ages of 4 to 16, so school years reception to year 11. And then our pro package course, which offers a more personalised experience, better coach to player ratio of 1 to 4. And the advantage of that is they can offer a more personalised experience, which helps bridge the gap between group and one-to-one coaching. So the Pride Alliance programme runs at a number of different venues. 2 are our own venues. One's the Ken Barrington Cricket Centre, which is the indoor centre at the Oval. Another is Surrey Cricket Centre in Guildford. And then we've got schools across Surrey, one of which is here, Felton Fleet School in Cobham. And we've got Downs End School in Leatherhead, Donato School in Reigate, York Castle School in Epsom, Wallington County Grammar School and Waden School in Farnham.
Hi, I'm Tushar. I'm the coach for Sutton Chance to Shine Youth and Young Adult Sessions. I'm a casual coach with Surrey Cricket Foundation. I organize these sessions. These sessions is going on for 3 or 4 years. Different abilities of children with different community backgrounds. 60 to 70% they haven't taken the bat for the first time. So since I have started, there are even brothers and sisters that they feed into the next one and it goes up and up and up.
When I was growing up, the opportunities available at clubs like that weren't as big as some of the other clubs, more recognised clubs. So definitely platforms like this will really give that opportunity for kids that maybe don't feel comfortable to go to those bigger, more established clubs. But being at a system like this where they can still get the same opportunities and same opportunity to progress if that's what they want to do in the sport.
I started as my own community club's coaching sessions. With the Surrey's help, we transferred this one as a chance to shine. Then I spread the word within my community, my friends, their friends and friends. It just propagates all the time. So we have got, say, registered 140 kids. When they start early, we can have a talent ID program, so as an independent thing, rather than going through all these recommendation or club application session, from Chance to Shine directly to the trials or talent ID sessions, and they can have a look at it and see if there's a potential, and most likely that they can go up with the help of Surrey and further.
I think you've got to have trust in the system, and I think that you've got to be willing to put the hours in and do the bit of the hard graft with the travelling, getting to the training centres. But I think the main thing is you've got to invest that time to the training, and I think going to platforms like this and being in maybe county systems and things like that will really help push forward. A lot of my dreams were to play for Surrey. I think when I was growing up, being given that opportunity to play in the first team was really my big dream, and then kind of since I've been there now, it's like, okay, I want to play for England as well. So hopefully, getting a test place at some point in the future would be amazing. But I think for now, it's just doing my best I can for Surrey in the first team, especially in red ball and all the other formats as well.
There are more potential that there are few players, good potential to play further up, and I would see them in Surrey hit very soon. That's what my target as well, make sure that they play for Surrey and further up if they can.
Fantastic to be here at Scarratt Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having 2 Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that to happen.
Nice bowling! The cricket is so awesome. And we had fun having a turn, bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket, so that's what it's all about really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
Fantastic to be here at Scarratt Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having 2 Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that to happen.
Nice bowling! The cricket is so awesome, and we had fun having a turn bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss, and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket. So that's what it's all about, really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country, and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, and on the Surrey live stream. And the tea break is over. And Surrey at tea, 118 for 3, Pope 43, Folkes 39. We had a bit of Jack Leach before tea from the Vauxhall end. It's going to be Josh Davey to get us started after tea. This all in reply to Somerset's 3:37 all out. The 3 wickets to go. In that post-luncheon session, Ryan Patel, caught by Jack Leach at backward point, absolutely smashed a ball from Peter Siddle. The shot was on, but he hit Jack Leach, who took the catch at the second attempt. Then Rory Burns got a good one from Craig Overton. Brilliant catch from Stephen Davis. I've seen that now for 12. And Hashim Amla caught by Overton off Brooks for 15. Folkes with the first ball after tea from Davey on a length. And Folkes is forward and pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Anthony Gibson is alongside me. What would Somerset have said to themselves over their whatever they had during the tea break?
Well, they would have said, we've just got to keep plugging away. We've got to bowl dry, I think is what they would have said. That's coach speak, isn't it? Yes. Bowl dry.
Modern, that.
Dotting up.
Modern from you there, Anthony Gibson.
Dotting up.
Join the dots, boys. As Davey comes in over the wicket to Folkes. That's off his hip and turned away by Ben Folkes down towards long leg. They'll take a single. First one after tea. On to 40 goes Ben Folkes. We were talking Folkes Butler before tea. Just to say with Josh Butler, when I was looking out the corner of my eye a little bit earlier, he was getting towards 100. He's 99 not out at the moment in the IPL. Of course, he's coming off the back of 100.
It's consecutive 100s.
It would be in the IPL. So
will it be three on the bets?
Well, I've just looked at how many runs he's got in T20 cricket as well. 7,809. So yes, fantastic stuff. 8 4s, 8 6s. As Davey is in over the wicket to Pope, and Pope is forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And Padikal has gone for 54, but they were sort of going along at the same rate, those two, and then all of a sudden Mr. Butler went a bit nuts, and as I say, he's sort of getting towards another 100 in this IPL. 119 for 3 adds a few pounds onto the value, doesn't it? As Davey is in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who turns this one into the leg side, and he has just gone to 100 in the IPL. Josh Butler, well batted Josh Butler, 119
proper son of Somerset.
For 3, absolutely. 100 off 57 balls, 8 4s and 8 6s for Mr. Butler.
It's wonderful the way he accelerates through the gears, isn't it?
Absolutely. And
that
I think
innings against that century he got against Sri Lanka was absolute masterclass.
Yeah. And from what I've seen at the Wankhede Stadium today, it's not quite big enough for Josh Butler today. There's been mishits going about 20 rows back as Josh Davey comes in over the wicket to Ollie Pope. Lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Over-pitched, and Ollie Pope just jumps onto that front foot and drives that away through the covers. Gorgeous looking cricket shot from Ollie Pope. He's on to 47. And Surrey move on to 123 for 3.
Yeah, looking ominous, these two. And the key moment of the afternoon session was when Ben Folkes went to turn a leg stump half volley from Josh Davey through the onside. Hit it straight to Tom Banton at knee height, and the catch went down. It's a moment that Somerset are regretting already, I'm quite sure.
Partnership's worth 75. Over the wicket once again comes Davey to Pope, and Pope forward, playing this one out into the offside. Always looking for the single is Ollie Pope, as is Ben Folkes. These two run pretty well. They sometimes can cause a little bit of havoc, but they're always looking for the single. End of the over, 123 for 3 then Surrey. Pope on 47 and Folkes on 40.
And we're going to have a burst from Craig Overton from the pavilion end. Overton, the pick of the bowlers so far, I would say. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. Peter Siddle not far behind. He's been the most economical. Peter Siddle, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 36, going at just 1.3 runs an over. Jack Brooks not at his best. unable to maintain the control that his three fellow seam bowlers have managed. Not bowling to plan. He's trotting across to take up his field position at, well, it was going to be extra cover, but he's going to mid-on because Tom Banton has been sent back to the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the Peter May stand. It's cloudy here at the Oval, but no real threat of rain. Here comes Overton. He's in and bowls to Folkes, who pushes that defensively into the offside. Picked up by Tom Lammonby.
Of course, these two playing test matches together in the West Indies. It's that extraordinary moment on that slow first test pitch where folks were standing up to Overton and Wokes.
I bet.
Deary me,
Craig Overton wouldn't have enjoyed that much. He's on the speed gun. He's been averaging around about 81, 82, something like that. Third with Reece Topley. This is outside the off stump. Reece Topley, high 70s. Josh Davey, low 70s. Jack Brooks, mid 70s. How accurate the speed gun is, we're not sure, but it provides an interesting comparison with Jamie Overton quite significantly ahead of the rest in terms of pace.
I've always thought the old speed gun could be absolutely soul destroying, couldn't it? When you think you're wanging it down there at 80 and it comes out 65. Oh no.
It's Overton in and bowls to Folkes. It edges that, and a very good stop by Tom Abell, diving low to his left in the gully. Gets a congratulatory low 5.
We were talking yesterday about that sort of. Who was I chatting to yesterday about that sort of the old school? I still like miles per hour because do you remember the excitement when Shoaib Akhtar bowled that 100-mile-an-hour delivery to Nick Knight? Yeah, but Nick Knight played it with so much ease. Do you remember? He just tucked it into the leg side in that one-day international.
It's Overton in and bowls, and this is tucked into the onside for a single by Folkes to move on to 41, 123.
It was a World Cup game in South Africa.
4 for 3.
And Shoaib bowled a ball to Nick Knight, just went up on his toes, tucked it into the leg side, played it with great ease, and then all of a sudden on the board it came up as a 100-mile-an-hour delivery.
Yes, it doesn't have to be extreme. I mean, you think back to the great West Indian fast bowlers. I mean, Malcolm Marshall, he could bowl at 90 miles an hour, but most of the time he would have been around about the mid-1980s. But he's moving it both ways. But mid-80s takes a bit of playing. This is uppishly driven into the offside to extra cover, but James Hildreth getting excited at first slip, seeing the ball in the air, but landed well short of Jack Brooks at extra cover. Maybe just stopped a little bit.
Yeah, played it as if it did just stop on him a touch.
Well, we had it was out this morning. Floodlights are on, and the wind seems to have switched around almost. It's swirling about as Overton is in and bowls to Pope, who turns that into the onside, brings that over to a conclusion. Just the one run from it. 124 for 3, 47 to Pope, and 41 to Folkes.
I always think it's quite good at times to sit square on as well, isn't it? And then you get a really good idea of how quick these fellas are bowling. It just light could be an issue a bit later because already we're seeing sort of that star effect of the players' shadows from the floodlights, and that's when the umpires tend to get a little bit twitchy with the artificial light taking over from the natural light.
I don't understand that at all. What is the logic of it? What does it matter whether it's artificial or real, as long as it's good enough to see?
As Josh Davey comes in over the wicket, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Folkes. It always means, though, we get the excitement of the Megatron being produced and balanced on the stump to take the light meter reading. As I say, umpires these days, they've got so much stuff in their pockets. I was saying to somebody the other day, I'm pretty sure if I ever got lost on a desert island or lost in a jungle, I'd like to be with a first-class umpire, because the amount of stuff they've got in their pockets for everything, you'd be absolutely fine. I think you'd definitely whittle yourself a hut, couldn't you? And in comes Josh Davey once again, and whee, that's a good one. That beats the edge of Ben Folkes' bat. That's the length from Josh Davey. That's a lovely piece of bowling from Josh Davey, and Ben Folkes will sort of put that one to the back of his mind and come down and do a little bit of gardening. But yeah, nice delivery.
I wonder if
from
the
Josh
cloud cover
Davey.
has got a bit to do.
Might well do.
With that. It's another one of the mysteries of cricket as to why clouds should make a difference to the amount that the ball swings or seams, but
you get the odd day. You get the odd day where there's no cloud cover and it goes around corners. It's
that may be something
very strange. The ball and the bowler as well. That's the other thing. It's Josh Davey is in and up on his toes goes Folkes, punches out towards mid-off, and there's no run, because you could have the most perfect conditions with the perfect ball, but if the bowler's not got the right wrist position and whatever else, sometimes it swings when you don't want it to as well. So, but I remember the one I remember last year was Kemar Roach, and conventional swing from nowhere at pace against Hampshire, and it was impossible, absolutely impossible to play from this foxhole end. As Davey is in over the wicket, and that'll be 4. He's just clipping this again, folks. He's so strong there, anything on his pads, and that has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and Ben Folkes will move on to 45. There's a group of 4 lads there who have started their own sort of conga line for that boundary, all on their own down there to our right hand side. I think hoping to get themselves on the Surrey live stream, I would have thought, jumping around for that boundary, but
they've succeeded.
They've done it. Well done, excellent, good for them, good for them. But it's one of the more isolated celebrations I've seen of a boundary from those 4 lads down there to our right, but they're all in unison, give them credit. 128 for 3, partnership's worth 80 as Davey is into Folkes. Folkes watches this one go again outside his off stump, and into the gloves of Stephen Davis it goes.
2 post-tee half volleys from Josh Davey, both dispatched to the wide long on boundary.
I must say, a huge admiration, as I sat to my right, Isabel Duncan's stats, and copious amounts of notes on each player, and well, they're very good. I do a lot of that when I'm doing my rugby, but I never really get round to saying many of them, sadly. Forward, Folkes to a good length ball from Davey, and plays this one out towards cover point, and there's no run.
You ought to get yourself a personal statistician, like I have with Steve Fizzard,
Steve
who produces a whole dossier.
This is I always admire yours, but then you're very good, Mr. Gibson, because you give credit to Mr. Pittock, but there's some extraordinary stats from him. The Doctor Who
they're
one.
in the blue folder.
Where are? Yes, well, you've got I like your folder this year as well.
That's Steve's folder.
Yeah. Oh, this is so. Steve actually gives you the folder with all of this in.
Yeah, that's right.
So really, you don't do anything.
Here's Overton in and bowls, and that's through to the wicket.
I got this all up now.
I do my stuff on the players.
I know you
my
do.
homework
But what
on
I'm
the
saying
players.
is, you go to visit Steve, and when you run the pub, stay there for a little bit and obviously have a chat, and then he produces your folder for you.
Does.
Very good, isn't it?
Just buying the occasional pint of whatever.
Absolutely magnificent. It's a good deal, that.
It's Overton coming in from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls. This is driven by Pope, but only as far as Jack Brooks at extra cover. Clouds still quite dark, not really threatening. Probably heard Tom Abell shouting out words of encouragement to Craig. Oh,
look at this. Umpires in the county champ. This is terrific.
That gives the percentage of the number of LBWs given per match. This is pulled away by Pope. It's in the air. Banton's after it, and Banton makes. He's caught it. He's caught it. He's made amends. What a magnificent catch, low down to his right. That seemed impossible. That is a miraculous catch by Tom Banton, and it's the end of Ollie Pope who was looking. Oh, what a catch that was! One-handed, plucking it out of the air. Quite stunning catch. Well, it just goes to show. I was saying to Ben Warren at tea what a shame it was for Tom Banton, because he is such a good fielder normally, and he's just demonstrated that beyond all possible doubt. And a magnificent catch to remove Ollie Pope for 47, and it's 128 for 4.
Well, that is a special catch. It really is a special catch. And Ollie Pope there probably thought, I've got away with this, and then flung himself to his right and one-handed comes up with the ball, and well, that certainly makes amends, doesn't it? And Ollie Pope, I wouldn't go near him for a while, but what a catch that was. And it'll bring Sam Curran down the steps at number 6.
Well, if we had a champagne moment, that would be it.
It's
Brian
up
Johnston
there.
Champagne moment.
Absolutely. What a terrific catch that was. So Sam Curran makes his way out there into the middle, but Ollie Pope, as I say, for a moment he'd have thought, I've got away with this, and Banton just dived full length, and Ollie Pope there was rolling his wrist, trying to keep it down as much as he could, and he probably would have thought, I've got that to the right of Banton, but as I say, he came round, dived full length, and just from the reaction of his teammates as well, what a special catch that was, and what a breakthrough. 128 for 4, and Ollie Pope gone for 47.
I was thinking when the ball was in the air, he'll do well to stop this going for 4, let them take the catch. Quite extraordinary.
Well, there we are. So that changes things now with Sam Curran going out. They're not easy, this, under the lights, of course. And what a great catch from Banton. And that took my eyes off the fantastic umpiring stats. I was just actually, what intrigued me there actually was when they started and who the longest serving is these days. And unsurprisingly, it's Mr. Neil Mallender. He started in 1999, Neil Mallender. And then I think it's Neil Bainton after that. Or Nigel Long. Rob Bailey of Peter Hartley as well. Of course, very long-standing umpires. Neil Bainton started in 2001.
And from that table you can tell the outers from the not outers. Here comes Overton. Bowling to Curran, who turns that around corner, and good sliding stop down there from Jack Brooks, keeps them 2. Well, in fact they take 2 runs comfortably enough. So Sam Curran underway straight away, 130 for 4. The new rule about batsmen having to go back to the end they were at when the ball was bowled coming into play there, because they would have crosswind that shot from Ollie Pope was in the air. But it's Sam Curran who takes the first ball from the next ball rather from Craig Overton. He's bowling around the wicket now, Craig Overton, to the left-handed Curran. Plays that into the offside, fielded by Jack Brooks. Well, Somerset, I wouldn't say that their heads have never gone down, but it was a slight air of almost not quite resignation, but it was hard work out there in the hour or so running up to, hour and a half running up to tea. They'll be revitalised by that catch, and this is a play and a miss. Well, no, I think he probably just drew his bat inside the line of that. Did Sam Curran. End of the over from Craig Overton, and he has 2 wickets now for 31.
And that partnership's worth 80 between 33. Ollie Pope and Ben Folks. Came together at 48 for 3 and depart at 128 for 4. So, yeah, big moment that. Great, brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant catch. Great doesn't do it credit. Brilliant catch from Tom Banton, and he'll be feeling a lot better about everything now. Isn't it funny, eh? Sticks a simple one down and then pulls that one out the hat, but fair play to him. Brilliant. As Josh Davey from the Vauxhall end is in over the wicket to Ben Folks, and Folks is forward and plays this one into the legs. And the other thing there, of course, is with Ollie Pope's record here, it's not often that he sort of gets that sort of start and doesn't go on.
Yeah.
So a big moment today, that. A little bit of inspiration from Tom Banton, and well, Craig Overton ran all the way down and leapt on him. It must be a frightening sight.
Yes.
See Mr. Overton sprinting down on you, about to leap on you, I'd have thought. As Davey runs away from us, where's number 38, comes into the right-handed Folkes, and Folkes forward to a good length ball. Solidly head right over that from Ben Folkes. Joss Butler's still going in the IPL. He is now 116 not out of 64 balls with 9 fours and 9 sixes. There's still an over to go in that. The Rajasthan Royals against the Delhi Capitals. So yes, Mr. Butler and Mr. Sampson's 29 of 14 with 3 fours and 2 sixes. Could be a high scoring affair, that one. They're good pitches there in Mumbai as Folkes, the on drive, checks this straight up towards Brooks. Does the fielding up there at
It's a shame the boundaries are so short, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is.
With these big bats where you get misses going for 6, it's.
I think it's what the crowd love, though, isn't it? You want to sort of see sixes and
it just devalues
fours and
slightly.
Yeah, I think that's what it's. I think that's what it's sort of all about, really. And it is exciting, isn't it? As Davey is over the wicket once again and turned by Folkes into the leg side. Abell's there to do the fielding in there at mid wicket, and there is no run.
But the essence of cricket is a contest between bat and ball, and I think the odds are weighted too heavily in favour of the batsman in a lot of T20 cricket.
Yeah, I mean,
if you played a T20 game here at the Oval with the boundaries right back.
No, they have.
Yeah, I mean that is a really good because if you hit a 6 here, that's worth 6 runs.
Yeah, I'm not sure though in the IPL I'm not sure that's what it's all about. As in over the wicket comes David. This is punched off the back foot by Folkes, straight back up the pitch, and there's
more
no
to cricket
run.
than batsmen with big bats heaving, clearing the front leg and heaving across the line.
But I don't want to be cynical here, Mr. Gibson, but I think in the IPL, I think it's more sort of those that put the money in that sort of make those types of decisions on what sort of the parameters of the pitch are going to be. And don't forget the old strategic timeouts, etc. You don't want a quick game as forward goes Ben Folkes and plays this one back up the pitch towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 130 for 4 then. Curran 2, Folkes 45. I always think in the IPL that I actually did a game the other day that was a quick game, and they still managed to slip in a couple of strategic timeouts. 130 for 4. Curran has 2, Folkes has 45, and Mr. Butler's gone, but for 116. So well batted.
Joss.
Well batted, Mr. Butler. Excellent stuff.
Isabel just saying she's continuing her lobbying for Joss to
Well,
be captain of England.
absolutely.
I'm going to.
Yes, no.
I agree with her, but we'll leave it at that. Mark Church and I will agree to differ.
No, we will agree to differ, but I will say my point that I think he is a genius and has a very, very good cricketing brain, does Mr. Butler, which we've seen again today. With whatever happens, he is the greatest white ball cricketer England have produced for me.
Here's Overton in and bowls to Curran, who plays that into the offside, and the man of the moment, Tom Banton, picks up at backward point. Wi-Fi seems to have dropped out here, which is infuriating.
Technology. It's great when it works, but when it doesn't.
I had a nightmare last night, which I'll tell you about.
Oh no.
It wasn't actually a nightmare, literally. This is edged down towards third man.
Had you and I got on holiday? Was that your nightmare?
No. I was in my hotel room is one of those with sort of computerized switches for everything.
Oh, excellent!
And the air conditioning would not switch itself off.
No. Did you keep turning the bathroom light on by mistake? Or the blinds going up and down?
Everything. And in the end, in despair,
yes,
about 11:30, in my pyjamas, I went down to the reception.
It's a treat for everybody at the hotel.
Startling considerable numbers of German tourists.
Very good. Well done, Mr. Gibson.
Demanded that they did something about it. This is a bouncer from Overton. And the chap said, "Oh, sorry," he said about that. I'll switch it off. It'll take us about 15 minutes to do it. So I, went back up and waited for 15 minutes and waited for half an hour, and still was whirring away. No prospect of any sleep. So I went down again.
Again in your pyjamas, I hope.
In my pyjamas.
Excellent.
And this was well gone midnight by this stage.
Well, yes.
And they admitted defeat. And so I was given a different room. This is edged. Yes, folks goes for a drive. Abell is in pursuit. They'll come back for 2. They'll think about a 3rd, but if they're wise, they won't commit to it as the return comes in. 133 for 4.
May I ask a technical question? When your room was changed, did you just stay in your pyjamas and just pack your bag?
I did.
And then just get into bed? Ideal. That's worked out very well.
I had to, pack the bag and then unpack it again in a new room, so I didn't get sleep to goodness knows what time. It's Overton. He's bowling to Folkes, who turns that into the onside.
This is not a word of a lie. I stayed at a hotel a few weeks ago where it had all these clever buttons for turning everything on and off. And I walked in and the blind was down, and I thought, well, in the morning, because it was late, that's nice of them. But it was one of these where you had to press a button for the blind to go up.
Yeah, it was same with me last
So
night.
I woke up and pressed the button, the blind went up, and behind it was a brick wall. There wasn't even a window, which I thought was a good touch.
Here's Overton in a bowls. Slightly crooked defensive shot, but safe enough all along the ground. Up to Tom Lammonby at mid-off, 133 for 4 at the end of that over, with Sam Curran on 3. And Ben Folkes on 47.
I think it's all rather fun, that, though. It sort of adds a bit of mystery, doesn't it? Where you press the button and the wrong light goes on or goes off. But as I say, I pressed the button for the blind and up it went, and all there was the wall. And I thought, well, there you are.
And then this morning, just to complete it,
yes,
I was
excellent.
woken up quite early by a buzzing in the room, which turned out to be the mini bar, which is a fridge. But
it's a very upmarket hotel, this, with mini bars and things.
I actually managed to find the switch behind the mini bar.
Well done,
to
turn it off.
That wretched thing off.
Good for you,
So
Anthony Gibson. Excellent.
Silence will be golden.
Excellent,
in the
excellent.
Gibson bedroom tonight.
I stayed in a hotel as well only a few weeks ago that had 3 beds in it, which I thought was good of them. Yes, sofa bed, single bed, and a double bed. Well, he did say, and I said, well, I don't think, no, but he said, we'll give you this room anyway. So there you are. As round the wicket comes Josh Davey, forward goes Sam Curran, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no one. We're very lucky with the old hotels. And another one which was very modern the other day that had a toilet area, a separate shower area, and then the basin was in the room itself.
It's very strange.
Very swanky it was. Yeah. Had a chaise longue as well. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. And in round the wicket once more comes Davey, and forward goes Curran, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no one. I was only there for the night. I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't mind an entire month in this room, but yes. So yeah, and the shower was exceptional. You had all sorts of different functions on it. You could sort of have a sort of rainforest function, yes, and then there was and then you pressed one button and things came out the wall at you as well. So yeah, it's very exciting. Especially at sort of 6 o'clock in the morning when I pressed the wrong button and cold water started shooting out the side of the wall at me. But there you are, you see. So, well, I'm glad it's all sorted for tonight in your pyjamas, Mr. Gibson.
Fingers crossed.
Yes. There'll be a whole group of people at midnight waiting to see you come down again. As in round the wicket again comes Davey. Forward goes
Come down several
Curran.
floors as well in the lift.
Did you come in the lift? Excellent. Very good
Sharing the lift
indeed.
with very slightly
Very
perplexed
good.
tourists.
Very good indeed. Well, as I said, they'll all be waiting down there for your return this evening. They'll be very disappointed if you're
It's not as
not
bad
there.
not as bad as Henry Blofeld, who had a similar problem, but he was sleeping without pyjamas, and he went out of his hotel room to go and do something, and the door locked behind him, so he had to go down the lift to reception stark naked.
Oh dear. As round the wicket once again comes Davey. Forward goes Sam Curran, and plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, absolutely. Imagine that if you were on your tour party and you were sat in reception minding your own business, and there he was. Well, there you are. Well, that very exciting. I hope this evening is less sort of problematic for you,
So do I.
Mr. Gibson. I really do. The other thing I find these days are TVs are very complicated.
Well,
Yeah.
mine again. It's one of these internet ones. It kept cutting out.
Yes, I know. There's
Powered by
never
Wi-Fi,
straightforward.
Unreliable.
There's short delivery, and this punching at this is Sam Curran, and that rolls off down towards third man. Off goes Jack Leach to do the retrieval work.
Scurries after it,
He
doesn't
certainly does. They'll pick up a couple more here, and Sam Curran moves on to 5, and it's 135 for 4. Just trying to find BBC One these days it's not straightforward. All these TV guides and bits and pieces, and so many channels as well, showing absolutely nothing I want to watch. And I am getting old now, but I do go through the 557 channels that you've got, and I always end up watching the same thing, which is normally a repeat of something from UK Gold. Normally, as forward goes Sam Curran. That is a lovely shot. Just drives straight down the ground, the on drive over the boundary rope and away for 4. That whistles. And I'll leave you at the end of this over. Bring in Isabel Duncan. 20 minutes or
Just
so.
remind me what the password is for the
yes. Well, I won't say it.
Yes.
Yes. This is a little like when this happened in a test match once on Test Match Special, and the password was given out, and they had to change the entire internet section because everybody in the crowd then logged in. Let me write it here for you, Mr. Gibson, just in case. So there you are. That is the password for you right there. Yes, you've got that.
That's where I've been going.
Super, excellent. There you are. You see, so that will get you back on. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Anthony Gibson in a moment. He'll be joined by Isabel Duncan.
Overton to Folkes, who turns that down to deep backward square leg and takes just a single, takes him on to 48. Score on to 139 for 4. So the deficit is now 197. This game's still evenly poised, I would say. Somerset need to pick up a couple of wickets in this final session of the day, so that they keep Surrey in check. Can't afford to concede too big a first innings lead. This is whacked down the ground by Sam Curran. He didn't actually quite time it. Tom Lammonby, though, goes in vain pursuit down to the right hand of the Mickey Stewart members' pavilion at the far end of the ground, short from Overton, dismissed by Sam Curran, who's looking in pretty good nick. Moves on to 7. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 13. 144 for 4. Overton, 3 slips. He's in and bowls to Curran. This time Curran covers up, and Overton bowls the ball underarm back towards the stumps to hits Curran on the pads. He just watches it rebound gently into the offside and does nothing about it. Overton naturally aggressive. I think he does it just to gee himself up as much as anything. Here he comes again, round the wicket to left-handed Sam Curran. He's in and bowls, and this is played nicely, but only as far as Tom Banton, and I think it's Tony Hardwick on Twitter, reminding me that, of course, Tom Banton's only just recovered from a broken finger, and that may very well have had something to do with the catch he dropped, and which makes that, I'm not sure whether it was his left hand or his right hand, but it was with his right hand that he took that remarkable catch, and either way it was a brilliant catch. Overton's in a bowls, and that's a really good one, angled into the left-hander from wide of the crease at the pavilion end and leaving him off the pitch, and Curran goes down and gives the pitch a prod. He did well not to get an edge on that, did Sam Curran. Just watching the replay, that went really quite sharply off the pitch.
Likes to hit the deck, doesn't he, Craig Overton, with all that natural aggression, as you called it. It's very much there. He's certainly channeling it in the right direction at the moment.
Yeah, under cloudy skies, ball doing just a little bit more. Overton is in and bowls, and that bounces on Curran, but he plays it well, keeps it down into the onside, picks up a comfortable single as Jack Brooks fields by the square leg umpire. End of that over. 145 for 4, 48 to Ben Folks, and 14 to Sam Curran.
Well, we're feeling quite fresh out there, Sam Curran. Batting, he's an ambitious batsman, isn't he? Likes to play shots, likes to keep it ticking over. He's a busy cricketer, and he only bowled 10 overs when he was in the field, I think, protecting his back, having had a stress fracture of the back, and wrapped in cotton wool a bit, but the right thing to do at this stage, and I think he'll be feeling quite fresh and up for it out there, Sam Curran. He's having a chat with his partner Folks, who's on 48. Pope being the last man out after tea. That absolutely spectacular catch, and I know Anthony was just talking about Anthony Gibson, by Banton out there at deep square leg on the full run and the full stretch one-handed. And we are assuming it's the hand that of the non-broken finger, perhaps. But it's all mended now anyway, and it's Jack Brooks from the Vauxhall end.
Who needs to bowl with a bit more accuracy and control than he did before tea. He was the weak link in the Somerset seam attack this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been too expensive, hasn't he? He's been going for 5 and over, 1 for 45 off his 9. This will be his 10th over. He's going to charge in from the Vauxhall end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Curran, who's just back and across in his crease and leaves that alone outside the off stump. Nice shape there from Jack Brooks. I don't think he's played all that much cricket, has he, Jack Brooks, recently? I'd have to look up what he's been playing. But
he played a couple of pre-season games, and I didn't see them, but I saw a bit of one of them. Word has it that he is now fully fit. He's recovered from his Achilles injury that's been plaguing him for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Here he is, storming in and bowling. That's on leg stump, and that's clipped into the leg side. They'll take a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, but the batsman, Sam Curran, running to the danger end, is well in once the ball passes him. 146 for 4, and Curran goes on to 15 with that. And it is turning into a bit of a gloomy day, but we have got the floodlights on, flickering away up there, assisting the natural light. And just brightening things up a bit for us in the stadium here at the Oval.
I think the clouds have lifted a bit, haven't they? It's
maybe a little bit,
more
yeah.
natural light than there was.
No sign of rain, thank goodness. We were a little bit worried about rain earlier on. Third slip's coming out. That's Overton. Where's he going? He's going into the leg side, into mid-wicket on the single. It's a deep square leg out there, and a long leg as well. 2 slips now. Backward point. Brooks up to the crease and bowls. Turned into the onside there by Folks. Folks just too short of his 50 now. 146 for 4.
This is the first county championship match that Sam Curran has played in for Surrey since 2020.
Wow.
That's assuming he played for Surrey in 2020, which I'm by no means certain of, because he didn't play a single championship match last season. Sam Curran, what with injury and England commitments and what have you.
Discussions going on out there. Now, is it about the ball again? We've already had a discussion when Surrey We're
is the ball.
in the field. This time it's Somerset's turn to question the ball. Is it going to go through the hoop? I'm not sure it is.
No, it isn't.
As the umpire, no, is that umpire Saggers there?
It is.
Or Pollard? No, it's Saggers, isn't it? So umpire Saggers is asking for another ball. We've had much luck with cricket balls today. The Duke's ball's been out of shape. Now this ball is how many overs old? It's 49 overs old, so we need to get an equivalent. And we talked about this earlier. They do write the number of overs on the ball with a black marker pen, so you do have a good idea of how old that ball is. And it's the umpires that choose, not the fielders. They're always nosy, the fielders. And there's a fielder approaching the umpire down there. He'll be swatted away, I should think. As umpire Martin Saggers, formerly of Kent, is going to pick a different ball. And it is misshapen.
Peter Siddle down there having a chat about the ball. He's got a particular interest in it, obviously, as he'll be bowling with it. But,
doesn't get a say in it, though, does he?
No.
He's keeping his... Oh, look, he's pointing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's interfering a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's quite fun to watch. As the umpire is choosing a cricket ball.
Shall we bring... we'll just take advantage of the break to bring listeners up to date with the situation elsewhere. Kent 305, Hampshire 271 for 3. Essex will bowl out for 168 by Warwickshire, who are 314 for 8. Gloucestershire against Lancashire. If I can find it, it's disappeared. Lancashire are going well anyway, I can certainly tell you that. I've seen just 2 down. Why has Lancashire and Gloucestershire disappeared altogether? Oh, here we are.
Are you having trouble with your Wi-Fi again?
235 for 3. Now Lancashire. And Yorkshire against Northants. There's still no cricket out in the middle. Yorkshire 22 without loss in their second innings after Northants made 204, which means that Yorkshire are 90 to 114 ahead with all second innings wickets.
Back in business here as Brooks is in and bowls, and that's a lovely drive off the back foot there from Folkes as he punches it through the covers off the back foot. That will be 4 runs out towards the deep extra cover, and he will get his 50 with that in style. He's a man in form at the moment. He goes to 52 runs. I'll have a little look at his figures if I can get my Wi-Fi to work. So 52 off 113 deliveries, and that is 8 fours in amongst that lot. And he's looking sharp out there, Ben Folkes.
Given a life when he was 2, taking full advantage of it.
Here he is again, Folkes facing, and Brooks in. It's on the stumps and just comes forward there positively. Big stride forward there from Folkes. The score, and of course the 150 went up as well for Surrey at the same time. So
the sun's out.
Wow, I didn't think I'd see the sun again. But a little bit of blue sky, a glimmer of hope here for better weather. Certainly don't need the lights on. We've got this sunlight. As Brooks once more, he's in and bowls, and it's a similar sort of shot onto the back foot, rocks onto it, and it's 4 more out there towards the extra cover boundary. He's just easily finding the gaps now, and it's just not good enough really from Jack Brooks. He's not having a great day of it. And Folkes goes on to 56, and the total now 154 for 4. I would imagine his captain is thinking perhaps he better have another breather, and he's only just come back on for this spell.
Josh Bohannon for Lancashire, another one of the very promising up-and-coming England qualified batsmen. He's got 127 not out against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. So Lancashire well placed there, just 17 runs behind Gloucester, with 7 first innings wickets in hand. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, Lancashire this season, one of the favourites for the championship. Here we got Overton in and bowls to Curran, who punches that into the offside. There's a half stop by Banton at backward point. Jack Leach goes scurrying after it out towards the cover boundary, sends in the return, and Banton saves his side. 2 runs there, because if he hadn't got anything on that would certainly have been 4. It was short and wide from Overton, square cut from Curran, and a good half stop by Tom Banton. 156 for 4. Curran moves on to 17. He's looking ominous from a Somerset point of view. Is Sam Curran. Craig Overton in from the pavilion end and bowls. Curran this time just defends up to Tom Lammonby at mid-on. Just having a look at Craig Overton's figures. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 44 at present. So actually it should be 14.4 overs, 2 for 44. He's been just about the pick of Somerset bowlers, but Peter Siddle not far behind, and this is played back to him by Sam Curran. His natural instinct whenever the batsman plays the ball back to him is to pick the ball up and threaten to hurl it at the stumps. He just restrained himself on that occasion. He just sort of started to make the move, but then decided against it very sensibly. 3 slips still in place. Hildreth, Renshaw and Abell. Overton bowls to Curran, covers up, and Craig Overton tries some fancy footwork, tries to kick it up off his boots, succeeds in getting it in the air, but well out into the offside where Jack Leach retrieves it, gives it a good polish.
Do we think this ball replacement's doing anything different, really? I don't think so. There's nothing really significant going on. A couple of overs ago they swapped the balls, as the last one was misshapen and didn't go through Martin Sagger's hoop.
Here he comes again. Overton to Curran, on leg stump, turned into the onside, but straight to Jack Brooks. Does the fielding by the square leg umpire.
Yeah, he's really hungry for his cricket, Sam Curran. He's missed an awful lot. If you think he missed the T20 World Cup, he missed the Ashes tour, 2 trips to the Caribbean. There's an awful lot of cricket that he has missed due to his injury, and this is his comeback. So he wants to show off his skills here.
Here comes Overton. He's there and bowls, and this is cut away through the offside dismissively by Sam Curran. It was short and wide from Craig Overton. I suspect that will be the last delivery that Craig Overton bowls for some time. He's had a good run. 15 overs he's bowled in the innings, 2 for 48. I've had a tweet from Colin Golland. It says, please give a shout out to Colin, wishing Somerset get a few wickets before the close of play. Watching from Weston-super-Mare. So there you are, Colin. Glad you're listening. Hope you're enjoying it. We'll do our best to help Somerset pick up a couple of wickets.
Well, we're going to continue here with Jack Brooks, and he's getting a bit of tap here, Jack Brooks. He just needs to tighten up a bit, going at 5.4 and over at the moment. In he comes and bowls, and that's slashed away outside of the off stump. It's a good looking shot there. It's a cut shot played very early in front of point, and that'll be Folkes, who goes on to 57 now, the right hander. 161 for 4, the total for Surrey.
We've got a very observant correspondent on Twitter, Sam Betley. We were talking about whether the fact that Jack Leach bowls left-handed and bats and throws right-handed, and speculating as to whether he writes with his right or left hand. And Sam says that Leach was signing autographs on the boundary with his right hand.
Oh, thank you for that, Brooks. That's gone down the leg side and is left alone in the end by Curran, taken by Stephen Davies.
Mark says, now we can relax.
That's been bugging you all day, hasn't it? Yeah. There we go. Got that one off our chest, haven't we?
Sam Shane is not impressed with Jack Brooks's bowling.
Yeah, he's off kilter today, Jack Brooks. We know he can do it. He likes to bowl full and straight usually, but this time it's a better ball from him. Just outside, really on the off stump, and Curran has to play a shot there, and the ball just spills out into the offside, no run.
It just seems to me, I mean, apart from the inaccuracy or the inconsistency of line, it just seems to have lost a bit of nip, Jack Brooks.
He looks a little bit out of sorts, doesn't he? He's not very rhythmical as he approaches the crease.
Getting on a bit as well.
Well, I was going to say, perhaps age is, what is he, 37? Up to the crease, bowls. It's wideish outside the off stump and shortish as well. Onto the back foot there, Sam Curran, as he plays that into the offside. And there will be a single, just goes wide of Tom Abell there, the skipper, who picks that up one-handedly, and they go through for a single. Curran on to 22, the total 162 for 4 now.
He's 37, but he's 38 on June the 4th.
he's feeling it in those bones, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he looks fitter than he has done for a long time, but he's just... Maybe it's just he's a bit rusty.
Yeah, he's played some warm-up games and that's about it. And that is too short, and that has been put away. There'll only be a single... No, there's a misfield. They come back for the second. That's gone backward of square. It's a pull shot.
That is
and they'll come back for two. Roloff is still there, is he? Who's he on for? Is it Hildreth again? No, Hildreth is on the pitch. We're not sure who's off. Anyway, that was 2 runs, 164 for 4, and those runs awarded to Folkes. He's on 59. I always think it's going to be a fast bowler who's off. Is it Overton?
No,
it's not. Once more, right arm over Vauxhall end, in comes Brooks, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Folkes, who is on 59.
I think it's Tom Lammonby who's Roloff is running off, even as he's not. He's running down to the boundary to get something, probably a helmet, I suspect, which means that we're probably going to see Peter Siddle coming back into the attack from the pavilion end.
Well, the run rate has perked up a bit, now over 3, and I would say mainly thanks to Jack Brooks, who has certainly, his radar's been a little bit switched off today. And these two ticking along nicely, Curran and Folkes.
I'm just going to love you and leave you briefly, Isabel, in the capable hands of Mr. Church.
Mr. Church will be joining me into the driver's seat on my right in just a moment. The field is reshuffling out there, as it's Peter Siddle who's just mopping his brow. No longer, of course, allowed to use saliva to shine the ball. So he's using the sweat from his brow as he busily shines this ball. It's a bit middle-aged now, this ball. It's 52 overs old. It's a swapped ball, a replaced ball, as the one a few overs ago was looking rather misshapen and couldn't get through Martin Sagger's hoop that they use just to make sure that the ball is acceptable. 2 slips in place, and here's Siddle. He darts in. He's bowling to Sam Curran, who comes forward there positively to play that for no run. We welcome back Mark Church, his blazer today.
I sat £3.50 this was.
A charity shop. You like me, you spend your life in charity shops.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Martin Saggers' hoop. As I sat down there.
Hoopy hoop hoop.
But so they've been looking at the ball again, have they?
They have, and they've swapped it.
Oh, very good.
At, how many overs was it? It was around maybe about 3 or 4 overs ago. Duke's balls are getting a bit misshapen. Here is Siddle, arrowing in and bowling. Oh, there's a big wild play and a miss there from Sam Curran. Just a rush of blood outside of the off stump, sparring outside the off stump. But it is a miss, and he's not caught behind. Lucky to get away with that. He follows up with a bit of nervous gardening.
Yeah, we talked about this with Stephen Davis yesterday. It's a strength and it can be a weakness of Sam Curran, that he sees it and his eyes light up. And he just goes... Well, he's thrown everything at that, hasn't he?
He's hungry for it.
Himself, everything. But, you know, that is a strength.
Peroxide Siddle is in, and that's just drilled out towards a wide-ish mid-off for no run there from Sam Curran, who will be calming himself down a little bit after that rush of blood to the head. But he's an ambitious batsman, and he does like to keep busy, and, you know, he's busy and twitchy. There's something always happening when Sam Curran is out there. And I was just saying, he only bowled 10 overs, didn't he, on the field. So he'll be feeling fairly fresh. Just protecting that stress fracture in his back. Hoping that's healed up properly. And right arm around comes Siddle. And there's a late withdrawal of the bat there. That's just nipped back into the left-handed Sam Curran.
Yeah, good bowling from Peter Siddle. Sam Curran just rehearsing, letting that go. He's just checking down towards third man as well, Sam Curran, then wanders off towards square leg. Ben Folkes down the other end. 59 not out. Started this season very well, Ben Folkes. Unbeaten 100 first game, 45 second game, 59 not out in the third game.
Here's Siddle again, charging in and bowling, and there's a good-looking defensive shot there from Curran.
And actually, all joking aside, and you're talking Joss Butler and Ben Folkes and whatever else, I think now, currency for any batter at this time of the year, with everything that's going on with England, is runs, and currency for bowlers is wickets. And Ben Folkes can't do a lot more than he is at the moment. He's just scoring his runs, and We know what he's like as a keeper. The interesting thing with Ben is he's never played a test match in this country. His 11 test matches have all been abroad.
Yeah, amazing. As Siddle again, that's pitched up, but watched carefully there by Curran. It keeps it out, bang on the stumps here. Just bringing back a bit of control into the game there, Siddle, from that pavilion end. He takes his long sleeve sweater back off the umpire there. And struts back to his position. 164 for 4 now. We've had 53 overs, Curran on 22 and Folkes for 59. And this partnership is rattling along, worth 36. My eyesight's not great, but I think that says 36 down there.
Yeah, that's the nice thing with Sam Curran. If he spends any time at the crease, the scoreboard does tend to rattle round, and 22 off 33 balls. Good to see him out there. Sam Curran, he's been absolutely champing at the bit to play some cricket, and I can sort of understand the whole easy min with the bowling, but batting wise he's perfectly fine to bat. So 22 off 33. Here's Jack Leach back into the attack, and bowled very nicely. The 4 overs he did bowl, they were very nice overs from Jack Leach from this Vauxhall end. Always enjoy watching Mr. Leach have a bowl.
Getting a little bit of turn and varied bounce as well. We talked about that, didn't we? His first over especially looked encouraging and promising. One kept low, one hit the seam and bounced a bit, and he was getting a little bit of turn.
And we know he signs his autographs right-handed.
We know that now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Although he's probably one of those very talented people who can probably, if you asked him to, sign left-handed as well. So
talented lad.
Yes, indeed. Here is Jack Leach bouncing in, left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes up on his toes, pushes down to backward point, and there's no inch. I always think it's interesting as well, because Folkes spent the winter, or the West Indies, keeping to Jack Leach. So he spent a lot of time with Leach bowling balls at him and keeping. So he knows all about Jack Leach. He's forward here, is Ben Folkes, and pushes this one out into the offside. Rolls out there towards extra cover, slip backward point cover, short extra, long off for Folkes. The mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, short leg, and a man behind square at 45 on the leg side. As forward comes Folkes to this ball from Leach, just pushes this one out into the offside, and again there is no run. Folkes settles over his bat once again. Leach into him, quicker this time. Folkes up on his toes, he'll feel he's missed out there, cracks that off the back foot, but that's straight to Lammonby, who's fairly deep there at cover. Bit of protection for Jack Leach there, but he will feel he missed out a touch. Ben Folkes, Leach in again, Folkes forward, plays this one down into the leg side. Captain Tom Abell comes in to do the fielding. Aeroplane swoops overhead, going over the floodlights to our right hand side as Leach is in again, and forward comes Ben Folkes, playing this one down into the leg side. Nice bit of drift from Jack Leach. End of the over, 164 for 4, maiden over from Jack Leach.
You just get the feeling that Jack Leach would rather be bowling at Sam Curran, perhaps coming over the wicket and having a look for those footholes. We're closer look at them now actually as the camera zooms in. They're quite pronounced. They were filled in at lunchtime, but they're looking quite pronounced. Nice bit of rough down that end, the rough end of the village.
Yes, indeed.
164 for 4 as Siddle, here he is, the mean, hostile fast bowler from Victoria, from rural Victoria. We talked about his wood chopping earlier, competitive wood chopper in his youth. Strong man.
All been there.
Banana consumer. Here he is, right arm around to Curran. Again, just keeps that off his pads and squares up to it defensively. 2 slips in place, backward point. There's a man just pretty square on the boundary there, on point, and extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Now, is that? There's a fielder out there, but he's actually.
I'm just working that one out.
Is he in or is he in or?
I think that's.
He's warming up.
Yeah.
He's not on the field. Very confusing.
Back on.
So fielder waiting to come back on the pitch as Siddle hurtles in and just trying to play that down to third man. It's fielded by backward point.
That's Josh Davey, and the interesting thing there is that people often ask why do 12th men wear tabards, sort of the fluorescent. Well, that's the reason, because I that my eye looked at that and I thought, oh,
I thought, funny
there's a
place to be.
man
That's what I thought.
miles away. And actually he's just getting ready. He's having a bat now.
He's fiddling with all the equipment down there. He's definitely off the pitch, but he's not wearing his fluorescent jacket. As once more he's in and bowls Siddle to the left-handed Curran, who comes forward and just smothers that ball. 1-6-4 for 4. Things just tightening up a little bit now here for Somerset, just getting some control back. We know that both the bowlers now, Leach and Siddle, can do that. So Siddle, let's have a look at his figures. 1 for 16. He's going in for 1.18 and over. Really miserly here.
He's been right on the money today.
In his 14th over. Here he is, zipping in and bowling. Ooh, and there's a mistimed drive of a thickish inside edge there from Sam Curran, who really tries to get out to drive that, but not quite at the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, he's into his 14th over now. 5 maidens, 1 for 16 from Peter Siddle. Outstanding. That's just experience, really. He's just running from either end and hasn't tried to bowl quick. He's just bunged it on a line in the length.
That run rate is dropping now a little bit, and these two bowlers back on. Siddle bowling wide of the crease, is in and bowls, and that's left alone, shoulder arms rather flamboyantly there by Curran. He'll want to bog these two down, as the likes of Curran and Folkes will get impatient and frustrated if they don't keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Captain's dream, Peter Siddle. If you're Tom Abell, you can set your field to him and just let him go. And he's just going to keep going like this. Lovely for Tom Abell as well to have Peter Siddle up his sleeve.
There is Siddle, a veteran of the game. Right arm around. Are they going to take... Oh, Sam Curran wants that single. I don't think that was very wise. And he's sent back by Folkes. And that will be a maiden over. In fact, we've had the last 3 overs have been maidens.
Very good. Very good from Siddle. And Sam Curran and Ben Folkes having a bit of a natter about all of this out there in the middle. But yeah, I think this is a case of you get patches like this and just got to sort of get through them, and then the runs will come at some point. But good man for Sam Curran to have at the other end Ben Folkes, because he's very, very cool, calm and collected, very level-headed. He's Ben Folkes, and yeah, it's interesting seeing those two having a good long natter there, and just waiting for the bits and pieces to go on for the short leg fielder. So Brooks is back out there as well now, so Jack Brooks is jogging back up to his position up there at mid-off, and Ben Folkes is ready to go again. Jack Leach, again, we're just waiting for all the shin guards to go on for the short leg fielder, quite rightly. A bit like Robocop, isn't it, these days? All those bits and pieces you put on for going in.
So much gear.
Quite right too, because
they're not Brian Close, are they?
Well,
didn't think he wore any padding. He used to nut the ball, didn't he?
Did.
He used to header it to a fielder.
I know. There's left arm round the wicket comes Jack Leach, and forward goes Ben Folkes. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. It's Banton under the lid, who took that super catch to get rid of Ollie Pope earlier. As in comes Leach again, and that's a bit quicker, and forward goes Folkes and pushes this one back down the pitch. So Abell will be pleased with this, because okay, they might have not taken a wicket, but they've stemmed the flow of runs, and a bit of pressure building here. As forward comes Folkes again, gets that bat in front of that pad and plays it out into the offside. But you get periods like this in the game, don't you? Let's just get through these, and then the runs will come. Otherwise, it could be a long old game. This is forward goes Folkes and plays this one down into the leg side. But periods like this are fascinating, because they've got this just right now of Somerset. They found the combination. It's Leach and Siddle. As Leach is round the wicket, Folkes forward he comes again. Soft hands, and he's almost nodding at the ball as he plays that, Ben Folkes.
It's just this feeling of tightening the screws here for Somerset.
Folkes waiting again. Forward he comes. Nice nicely bowled again by Jack Leach. And another maiden, that's 4 now. 4 on the spin from Somerset. Excellent stuff. And as I say, Abell's found his combination at the moment in Siddle and Leach. And Siddle bowling his stuff at the moment, Leach bowling his. Oh, on the Surrey live stream there, that's always a bit of a shock when I turn around and see myself. Yeah, that's
nice tan though, Churchy.
Never great seeing yourself, is it really?
Been down the tanning salon. So that's another maiden joining lots of dots here. How many in a row? 4 in a row, I think, as these screws tighten. And those Surrey boys out there, Curran and Folkes, we do wonder if they're going to get frustrated, feeling a little bit bogged down. The run rate's just dropped to below 3 and over now, 2.92. Siddle will continue. Oh, another flight, more noise. 2 slips in place. Siddle hurdles in and bowls. Nice defensive shot there from Curran, just not giving anything away here, Siddle. There's no room to free the arms, there's no room to do anything really from play defensively at the moment. Just got to be patient during this period of play, Surrey, and see it out. It won't last forever.
Another thing as well for Banton, with that drop at mid-wicket, he's coming back from a broken finger, isn't he? Now that was drilled at him.
Again, Siddle, here he is, all blonde hair. And that's defended again. Similar looking ball, just coming into the body of the left-hander, because he's coming around the wicket, right arm around, and using the crease nice and wide of the crease. It's another dottage. Yes, you're right about that. We talked about it actually, Anthony and I, of when he dropped the catch. You're right. Did it hit the offending finger?
It's an interesting that, because it was drilled at him, whereas the one he took
one-handedly with his right hand as Siddle again storms in, and that's defensive. Very, very tight here from Siddle. And Curran not really having any opportunity to score here.
Either Anthony Gibson's had enough of me there, or he was saying it was his left hand that the finger was broken. Yes, well, it might have had something to do with it. might have had something to do with it. I don't know. But yeah, the catch he took to get rid of Ollie Pope was an absolute stunner.
Siddle arrow-like to Curran once again. Ooh, and really cuts him in half here. It's a blow, possibly to the stomach or somewhere a little bit more sensitive. Could be somewhere a little bit more sensitive in the nether regions, I think, by the way that Curran has reacted. He's up on his feet again, but down on his haunches for a while.
And they've stuck a man back at deep backward square as well before that delivery. And that is arrowed in. And
feeling a little bit stunned, I think,
the furniture
for poor old Curran. Can't empathise with him, sadly, being a girly. Here we are once again. Siddle vicious with the ball, and that's he comes forward to that, gets plenty of bat on it this time. Sam Curran, as these dots continue here, just frustrating Surrey, getting them a bit bogged down, tied down. And yeah, there's deep square leg out there. The only man on the single on the leg side is mid-on.
He's expecting a short one at some point. There's one ball to go in the over here. And Siddle's just gone back of a length. They've got the man back. Is it going to be the short one, or is he going to keep it up to the
Siddle,
bat?
here he is, charging in and bowling. Oh, and he has a little dabble at that, a dalliance with the bat there, Sam Curran. Doesn't get anything on it. It's a good take from Stephen Davies as the ball just comes back into him. Decent bounce on it as well. 164 for 4 as we have yet another maiden. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a look. Number of maidens. Dum dum dum, and going right back. Is that 5 in a row?
I think that's 5 now.
5 in a row now.
But clever bowling from Siddle again, because even with that man back, Sam Curran, quite understandably, he's just been hit in the nether regions, and he's thinking if he comes short, I'm just staying on this back foot, and he just had a nibble at one that was a goodish length to him. So it's very good bowling from Peter Siddle. He's still there, Sam Curran. That's the most important thing from his point of view, and it'll be Jack Leach to continue down below us from the Vauxhall end, and Ben Folkes will be the man on strike. Still got his short leg in there, Banton under the helmet. So 5 consecutive maidens from Somerset, and runs As this is short from Leach, and it's punched off the back foot, and this time Ben Folkes doesn't miss out, gets that in front of square through the covers and away for 4, and Ben Folkes moves on to 63. It's 168 for 4.
I think I'll take my leave at the end of this over if Anthony Gibson
Isabel,
doesn't mind too much.
Absolutely, we'll see you again tomorrow, which will be very nice indeed. As that's where the patience has paid off for Ben Folkes. As round the wicket he goes once again. Leach and forward goes Folkes, plays this one out into the offside, and I think about 11:30 tonight. I might be asleep by then, but I think I'll either wake up and be hoping that Mr. Gibson is back downstairs in reception in his pyjamas. As forward, always Folkes driving, brilliant bit of work in there at short extra cover, diving away to his right hand side, and there's no run. So Renshaw in there doing the diving. Very good stop it was from him. And just pushing Brooks a bit deeper now at long off. He's sort of 10-15 yards in from that long off boundary rope. As forward goes Folkes, just trying to work around that front pad, hits the pad, rolls down into the leg side, and there's no run. 168 for 4 Surrey, all in reply to the 337 of Somerset. Still the floodlights are on, but doesn't feel like there's going to be any rain. As Leach is in again, forward comes Folkes and just pushes this one back down the pitch once more, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's the first runs in this over for the last 5 overs.
Josh Davies seems to be getting it warmed up a bit down there at mid-on as Leach is in again, and Folkes forward he comes. Plays this one straight into Renshaw again. End of the over. Thank you to Isabel Duncan, and Anthony Gibson will jump in.
Cheerio, everybody.
Left. And thank you to Isabel. And it will be Peter Siddle to continue down there in the distance from the pavilion end. Here in South London, we have got 15 overs remaining in the day, and it's been another interesting day this. And just to remind you, Somerset started this morning with both Abell there and Davey there, and Davey was the first to go this morning, 283 for 6. Abell was 121 not out, Davey was 19 not out. And eventually all out for that 337, but Abell carried his bat. He was not out at the end, 150 not out. Brilliant innings from him. As round the wicket then is Siddle to Sam Curran, and runs for Sam Curran here. Siddle's just gone up to the bat, and Sam Curran has clipped this very nicely straight down the ground for 4. So Sam Curran moves on to 26. Good battle this, Curran and Siddle, and that was nicely clipped by Sam Curran from round the wicket on the angle, and just clips it down the ground for 4. And Curran moves on to 26. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Yes, it's nicely balanced at the moment, this game of cricket. Somerset at the same stage were in a very similar position. They hadn't got quite so many runs on the board, but they reached 170 with just 4 down. The Siddle bowls. Are you doing Siddle or am I doing Siddle?
It's entirely up to you, Mr. Gibson.
I'll do Siddle.
You do Siddle.
That was outside the off stump, no shot from Sam Curran. And if Somerset could pick up another couple of wickets this evening, rather in the manner that Surrey did when they took the just before and after taking the new ball. So that was when Somerset were in the 223. Siddle is in and bowls, and this one angled into Curran's pads. He turns it into the onside, but Surrey bat deeper than Somerset do, with the Will Jacks, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton still to come. What about James Taylor? Does he bat?
Can bat, yeah. He 30 odd not out at Edgbaston. Very solid innings that, so yes, he can bat.
So that's down to number 10, and then Reece Topley at number 11. Here's Siddle. in bowls. This is turned into the onside. Siddle thinks that was turned off the stumps into the onside, but his hands on his head probably heard the ooh. But it's a safe enough single for Curran, who moves on to 27. Just getting into his stride is Sam Curran, 173 for 4. When was the last county championship match that Sam Curran played?
It's a really good question.
You play in 2020? In the Bob Willis?
I'm not sure. It's a good question. It's been a while.
It's Siddle to Folkes, and Siddle was rather irritated there with Folkes, because Folkes was late in getting settled in his stance, and Siddle's just remonstrating gently with him. But he had to check in mid-run. Here he comes now, bustling up to the wicket and bowls, and that beats the outside edge, and just as well he didn't get an edge to it, because it wasn't taken cleanly by Stephen Davies, who spilled the chance he didn't get an edge to it. But good piece of bowling by Peter Siddle.
Yeah, and it was all the build-up as well. Real bit of theatre before that delivery as well from Peter Siddle. Sort of making out to Ben Folkes, who was really cross with him and all that good stuff, and then bowls an absolute ripper to him. So it was all the build-up as well from Peter Siddle.
Here he comes again. In bowls to Folkes. Edge caught! Caught at second slip by Matt Renshaw, and Siddle gets his man. It's Ben Folkes who has gone for 63. Caught Renshaw, bowled Siddle, and it's 173 for 5.
Yeah, and it's all part of what he's done there. He's made something happen here, Peter Siddle. It's a beautiful piece of bowling. It really is. He's gone a bit wider on the crease, and Ben Folkes had to play at that, but it was all the stuff that was going on before as well. And that's just a clever piece of bowling from Peter Siddle. And good innings from Ben Folkes. Comes to an end on 63. He's in such good form. It takes something like that to do him at the moment. And that's just a clever piece of bowling from Peter Siddle. It's all the build-up as well. It's all the... You could see what it meant to him as well, Peter Siddle. And he's just built up to that delivery. The previous one was a cracker, and that one as well. Not quite sure what Ben Folkes could have done about that really, but just really good bowling from Peter Siddle, and nice innings from Ben Folkes. Comes to an end on 63, and now an opportunity for Somerset, and Surrey 173 for 5.
And the balance just shifting slightly in Somerset's favour at 173 for 5, bearing in mind that Somerset didn't lose their 5th wicket until the new ball was taken. 224 I think they were when they lost their 5th wicket, and that was a big wicket, because both Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes were looking in ominously good form. But not, as Mark Church was saying, not much that Ben Folkes could have done about that. Good piece of bowling by Peter Siddle, and we're going to see
Will Jacks.
I was thinking of the bowler actually, but Jack Brooks, who's just donning his headband. His trademark headband. Hasn't bowled very well, Jack Brooks, thus far. Perhaps this is his moment. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58, going at 5 1/4 runs an over, which is not what Tom Abell would have wanted. I'm slightly surprised at this bowling change. I thought Jack Leach was bowling pretty well. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 14. He was giving his captain control, was he not?
Well, he might think of the way that Sam Curran plays as well with Jack Brooks, that, you know, Jack Brooks, yes, he's been expensive. He did pick up that wicket of Hashim Amla.
It's more batsman error, I would have said.
Yeah, but it's still a wicket, isn't it? And I just wonder whether what Abel's thinking. It might be. He just thinks Sam Curran might go after Brooks. He's had all that pressure as forward he comes to Jack Brooks and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run as it runs away into the leg side. Will Jacks is just practicing a few shots down at the non-strikers end, coming off the back of 73 against Hampshire last week, Will Jacks. Brooks is in once more, and Curran's forward and just pushes this one down towards backward point. And there is no run. No, I don't have the stats with me and all that good stuff, but might be that Jack Brooks has had a bit of success against Sam Curran. There's all these things sort of come into it.
Yeah.
But it's a very good question. I think it might be 2019.
When Sam Curran last played a
championship game.
Championship game. Yeah.
As in over the wicket comes Brooks, and Curran off the back foot punches this one to backward point. Oh, Jax is thinking about the single, but there definitely isn't one there, and the throw is rocketed in. And well, at the moment, Messrs Curran and Jax just getting used to batting together, because as you say, it has been a while since Sam Curran's been out there in red ball cricket. Yeah, Kent, August 2020. Thank you, Jeff. That was his last one. August 2020 is this one. It's into the gloves of Stephen Davis. So yeah, thank you to Jeff. Sam played against Kent in August 2020, taking a 3-4 and a 4-for. So there we go. And Sam Curran's last first-class match. Bob Willis Trophy. Thank you to Dan against Kent here in August 2020. Last championship match, Hampshire, here in 2019. As this one's off a thickish edge from Sam Curran, but it's all along the floor, and that's going down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs, and Sam Curran moves on to 31, 177 for 5. So last championship game 2019, and last Bob Willis first class game 2020 for Sam Curran. I can't remember what happened last week, let alone when he last played for Surrey in terms of the championship stuff. As Brooks is in again to Sam Curran, and Sam Curran is forward solidly. Good length delivery, and there is no run. End of the over, 177 for 5 then. Sam Curran on 31. Will Jack's yet to get off the mark, and there is still some cricket to play today. 13.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's 6:30, isn't it? Roughly. Especially with Jack Leach coming out of the attack. Presumably will. I'm not entirely. I was going to say I was surprised Tom Abell hasn't given himself a bowl, but actually he hasn't bowled very well in the 2 games so far this season. But he would be the next in line, although there's always Tom Lammonby's left arm seam. But again, Lammonby hasn't bowled a single ball so far this season. He didn't bowl in the pre-season either, so which is maybe significant. We've got 3 slips for Siddle to the new batsman Jax. Here he comes in and bowls, and Jax gets a thick edge on this one out into the onside. Leach goes scurrying around, sends in the return, and they take a single, 178 for 5. I think if Somerset can nick one more out this evening, they'll be very satisfied with their day's cricket. Disappointing total in the end, 337, with Abell left high and dry at 150. They would have hoped to get up to at least 350, Somerset, but they've more than made up for it with the ball so far. Plugging away, Siddle in and bowls to Curran. Is that a dropped catch? Is that another one that Banton has put down?
I think it might be. Low to his right.
Was it Banton or is it Abell? I think it was Abell, wasn't it?
Low to his right, because it's
Tom Abell.
Hammered by Sam Curran, but it was uppish.
Would have been a fine catch. Yeah, it's Tom Abell there. Apologies to Tom Banton.
But yeah, Sam Curran went after that one. Just from the reaction, possibly a chance.
They took a single, so it's Siddle to Jax. Oh, and he brings that one back into Jax from outside the off stump. Tom Abell will be disappointed. He's such a good fielder. It was hit straight to him, but very hard and low. Got 2 hands to it, but couldn't cling on. 179 for 5 with that single. Jacks waits, bat raised, Siddle bowls, and that's hit hard into the ground, bounces over the top of Siddle in his follow through, but backed up, so there's no run.
I have loved watching Peter Siddle bowl today, because as I say, it's just been all experience and knowing exactly what he's up to here. It's just second nature to him, isn't it? Just run in, hit that length.
Yes, he's an ideal bowler for English conditions, isn't he? He's in now, bowls and brings this one back into Will Jacks, who plays it solidly out into the offside. Well, he's a bowler for all conditions, because he bowls, you know, he bowls decent pace, and he is remorselessly accurate.
And he's done it all over the world. But I know what you mean now in terms of sort of championship cricket. He's ideal, absolutely ideal. And it's the sort of spell you used to see from sort of Ricky Clark or somebody like that. They just run in, completely second nature, and they just hone in on a spot around about the off stump.
He's in again and bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss from Jacks. That was the one that went the other way. He didn't really need to play at it, Will Jacks, but play at it he did. So we had, I think, 3 induckers from Peter Siddle, and then the one that leaves the right-hander off the pitch and nearly got his man. But Jacks survives. He's got 1, current's 32. It's 179 for 5. We've got 12 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely bit of bowling again. Jacks still there on 1. Sam Curran on 32. Floodlights still on here in South London. Brooks headbanded as always, ready to come in from this Vauxhall end. Still a good number of people in for a Friday night.
Yeah, not many drifted away, have they?
Nope. Maybe they're starting their evening here, Anthony Gibson, and then moving on.
Maybe they want to see a bit more of Sam Curran batting.
That could be the reason as well. It's got sort of drifted around the ether that Sam Curran is out there with bat in hand.
And Will Jacks is a very attractive stroke maker as well, although he hasn't really replicated his white ball form in red ball cricket.
Well, I think that's the thing this season is that they've sort of told him what his role was at the beginning of the season, and that's he's going to bat 7 and bowl some off spin. So he sort of knows where he is now. As here is Jack Brooks, and this is a good shot from Sam Curran. Little bit of width, and Sam Curran's just waiting for that off the back foot. Bit too short from Jack Brooks, and nicely put away.
Absolute pie.
And nicely put away by Sam Curran, and he'll move on to 36, and Surrey move on to 183 for 5. Whistled off to the boundary rope, and now Jack Brooks will come round the wicket to Sam Curran. Siren going off somewhere along the Harleford Road. It's always busy on the Harleford Road. It's never quiet along there. 2 men back on the hook. As round the wicket comes Brooks, and Sam Curran's up on his hip and turns this one in there towards Lammonby.
We haven't seen many buses going up and down the Harleford
Well, I
Road,
think as well. I think there might be some roadworks. Could be on diversion.
I should be catching a bus back to my hotel.
In your pyjamas?
Not in my pyjamas.
No, not in your pyjamas.
I think I'd be. Could be a risk arrest if I did that.
Well, I don't know. There's round the wicket once again. Here's Brooks, and it's a full-length delivery. Just opens the face, guides this one off down towards a deepish backward point to Sam Curran. There's Craig Overton to do the fielding. 184 for 5. What's on your pyjamas, Anthony Gibson? Are they floral or
the trousers? Pyjama bottoms is what you call them in pyjamas, isn't it? Yes. Pyjama bottoms are floral, and they're a sort of t-shirt.
Oh, so not the sort of jacket done up?
No, and not the classic pyjama bottoms with the done up with.
Find where you go.
Yeah,
here.
Quite.
Find where you go here, Anthony Gibson.
I think we'll leave it there.
184 for 5. Yes, you definitely would get arrested on a bus with those. As it's going to be Jack Brooks coming over the wicket to Will Jacks, who's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's No run.
Will Jacks. Isabel called him Jack Wills.
Jack Wills, well, absolutely, and he makes his own shirts as well. So, yes, Will Jacks wanders off towards square leg. Jack Brooks gets the ball back in his hands once again, down below us, and will come bustling in over the wicket to Will Jacks. He's on leg stump. That's whipped by Will Jacks. It's good fielding though by Tom Abell. Flung himself to his left, got a hand to it, and sort of battered that off towards mid-on. And you can see there now with the floodlights that star effect of the players is almost like they stand still, and then their shadow 4 times like a propeller on a plane below them. As this one's that's a better leg from Jack Brooks, just going away a touch from Will Jacks. He lets it go outside his off stump. End of the over. Surrey 184 for 5. Then here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Somerset, 11 overs to go this evening. Curran has 37 and Will Jacks is on 1.
And Jack Brooks has gone for 67 in his 13 overs at about 5.3 runs an over, and I remain perplexed as to why he was brought back into the attack rather than persevering with Jack Leach, who has looked just as likely to take a wicket and has been much more economical, going at only 2 runs an over, because Somerset will want to keep the pressure on. And to that end, we're going to have Craig Overton coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Craig Overton has bowled 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 48, and I think has just been shaded by Peter Siddle as Somerset's bowler of the day.
I've really enjoyed watching Siddle today.
Here he comes, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Curran. He's there and bowls. Curran drops that into the offside and won't get a run, as Tom Abell fielding at backward point. Got James Hildreth at first slip, Matt Renshaw at second, Abell at backward point, Banton extra cover, Siddle at mid-off, Lammonby at mid-on, Brooks at mid-wicket, and Josh Davey at long leg. That's the field. And this is a bouncer. Not a very effective bouncer from Craig Overton. Every time he's bowled the bouncer, he's bowled it too short, hasn't he? So it just loops over the batsman's
sort of
head.
tennis ball bounce, isn't it, really? And Stephen Davis took that. And the other thing is, you always know that when the keeper's sort of taking it coming down, so he's almost sort of waiting for it to come down to his waist. There is Stephen Davis.
Just needs to get it up another yard or so. Overton in and bowls to Curran, who looks for a single into the offside and will get it as Abell moves to his left from backward point. 185 for 5. Curran on to 38. It means that Will Jacks will be down at the business end. Somerset pressing hard for a 6th wicket. What's the lead? 152. Somerset marginally ahead, but still the potential for big partnerships from this long Surrey batting lineup. That's wide outside the off stump, and slightly surprised that umpire Saggers didn't call that a wide.
He's not happy again.
No.
Where that back foot landed again. He's not got on very well with that foothold, has he, today?
Well, he was all right after lunch. I mean, it was that 6-over spell before lunch when he was kicking away at the footholds, but then he seemed to settle down after lunch, bowled really well. Here he comes again, in and bowls to Jacks. Again, it's a long way outside the off stump, and Jacks just stands there with his bat still raised, watching the ball sail past into the gloves of Stephen Davis. Getting a little bit dark here at the Oval as the clouds overhead fill in. No threat of any rain, according to the weather forecasters. It's been a progressively gloomy day in South London, outside the off stump again.
Oh.
And that is again what umpire Saggers signalling.
It's byes.
It's gone for 4, is it?
It has, 4 byes. It went, poor Stephen Davis there, that was on the half volley to him, left alone, and it bounced on the half volley just in front of Stephen Davis.
My apologies, I saw it bounce. I just assumed that Stephen Davis had taken it cleanly. He'll be not too impressed with the quality of the delivery from Craig Overton, but disappointed that he conceded 4 byes. So that means it is 189 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, not an easy one that for Stephen Davis. Just on the half volley in front of him. Went through the gloves and shot off down below us for 4 byes. So Jack Brooks to continue from this Vauxhall end with Sam Curran on strike. 2 slips in there, then he's got a sweeper on the cover point boundary. He's got Josh Davey giving him the ball at the moment and a pat on the back. He's got an extra cover mid-on, Peter Siddle wandering off the mid-off, and he's got the straightish mid-wicket, 2 back on that leg side boundary rope as Brooks is round the wicket to Curran, and Curran just waits for this, opens the face of his bat, guides it off down towards third man, and they will pick up a couple of runs. That'll be 2 more to the total as Renshaw does the fielding. 2 more to Sam Curran, he moves on to 40. Surrey move on to 191 for 5. A few people up there in the new 1 oval square block having a little look from the balcony, and the members area as well there, having a watch from the balcony. Brooks is round the wicket again to Curran, and Curran is forward and will take a single, just pushes this one out into the offside, and 1 more to the total. Sam Curran moves on to 41, 192 for 5. It's a terrific view from up there. And yes, you can sit on a nice chair with a table and a glass of something to your liking, and have a watch of the cricket from on high and get a great view back this way towards where we're sat in the JM Finn stand up on the 3rd floor in the Brian Johnson Media Centre, in our very nice commentary box that we have, as Jack Brooks is in to Will Jacks. Short ball, Jacks up on his toes, pushes into the offside, quick singles taken. It's good running from Will Jacks, and 1 more to the total. Jacks moves on to 2, Surrey move on to 193 for 5. Have you been up there yet, Anthony?
I haven't, no.
Yes.
No.
We'll have to try and see if we can get you up there before Sunday, because it is a terrific view from up there.
Well, it's they've built it without damaging the look of the ground in any way.
Well, it's joined up the pavilion to the Peter May stand, really. As round the wicket again goes Brooks, and forward comes Sam Curran. I was lucky enough to be up there when Sir John Major gave a speech, and it was last summer. Sun was out, and it was an absolutely amazing view from up there, back across over the back of this stand towards central London. Brooks is in once more, and this is on the legs of Sam Curran. He just tucks it neatly and tidily away out towards deep backward square. They'll take another single, 1 more to the total.
Completely unthreatening over this from Jack Brooks. I don't know whether he's just hoping that batsman will make a mistake, but I would have thought if they want to persevere with seam, then Josh Davey would be a much better option.
He's been warming up. There he is, Josh Davey. He's whirling his arms there at mid. And here's Daniel Norcross. This is very exciting. I think, yes, that might be it for today, as this is turned leg side by Will Jacks, and this could rush away towards the boundary rope for 4. Yes, it does indeed. And Daniel Norcross is heading off, looking today much like a lecturer I had in philosophy at university, and he was a lovely man as well. 198 for 5.
He looks to me like a bit like Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, actually,
the Lenin cap and the
or my lecturer in philosophy at university. We'll see you tomorrow, Daniel. Take care. Have a lovely evening. Goodbye. And Sam Curran 42, Jacks. He's on to 6, and Surrey are 198 for 5 at the end of the Brooks over.
Which was not a very good over. He's gone for 76 runs, Jack Brooks, in 14 overs, which is not what Tom Abell would have wanted. How many overs have we got left? 9. First of them going to be bowled by Craig Overton from the pavilion end to Sam Curran, who just works it up to Lammonby at mid-on. Curran is on 42 from 67 deliveries, so he's wasted no time. 6 fours. Will Jackson on 6.
Yeah, Josh Davey still whirling his arms down there.
Yeah, I think
long leg.
He's only bowled 10 overs, Josh Davey. Unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Ben Foakes. Overton is in and bowls, and this is defended into the offside by Sam Curran. He looks happier bowling around the wicket, Craig Overton, doesn't he? It's over the wicket where the footholds are a problem for him, and seems to have a better rhythm bowling to the left-handed Sam Curran from round the wicket. Here he comes again. He's in and bowls. Bouncer. That was a better bouncer. That Sam Curran ducked. He rehearses a flamboyant pull shot, pick-up shot, but decided perhaps wisely not to play it because there is a fielder out at deep mid-wicket for that shot with a top edge or just slightly misjudged, as Overton is in again to Curran. He's there and bowls, and good delivery, just short of a length. It's fended off into the offside by Sam Curran.
Both sides have bowled pretty well here, haven't they? I thought Surrey bowled well yesterday, and in the circumstances, and picked up those wickets this morning, and Somerset have bowled really well today. So it's tight, this. It really is.
Yes, I think we'll see what Somerset can pick up another wicket this evening, as Overton is in and bowls, and this is driven, not timed, by Sam Curran. Then I think they'll feel they'll be ahead in the game, but it wouldn't surprise me if the 2 first innings scores were not dissimilar.
That would set up an interesting game of cricket.
But one side or the other, well, but whichever side is, it's going to have to take 20 wickets, which is on this pitch. Who knows? Overton in and bowls, and defensive shot from Curran. Good over that from Craig Overton, offering Curran nothing really, bowling a good length on or around off stump. 198 for 5 at the end of it. 42 to Curran and 6 to Jacks.
Yep, and Josh Davey is coming into the attack now, so 8 overs remaining in the day. Of course, so last night Somerset was 6 down at stumps. So Somerset at stumps last night, 283 for 6 they were. Surrey 198 for 5 at this point. Of course, that was the whole day of batting yesterday for Somerset. Surrey went out there with 20 minutes to go until the lunch break today.
Radstock Rob says,
hello Radstock Rob.
Is there any reason why Tom Abell hasn't bowled? Well, I think, Rob, it's because he hasn't been bowling very well. He's been bowling at least 1 4-ball and over, and Somerset don't want to do that. They want to keep the pressure on. They want to bowl as dry as possible and pressure the batsman into making a mistake.
So Josh Davey below us from this Vauxhall end, coming in over the wicket to Will Jacks, and Jacks up on his toes. Lovely shot, just punches off that back foot, that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Will Jacks moves on to
called all sorts
10.
of things, Paul.
Well, I was thinking of you in your pyjamas again. 202 for 5, and it means that Surrey have a batting point. But that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just up on his toes and crunched it away through the covers for 4.
Pretty dreadful ball, though. A real loosener, and you shouldn't really bowl looseners.
He's got a man out there straight away now on that cover point boundary rope as Josh Davey. As in over the wicket he comes once again to Jacks. That's better length, and Jacks just lets this go outside his off stump. So Jacks has 10. Sam Curran's on 42. Surrey 202 for 5.
If anything, your first delivery of a new spell, you ought to put a little bit extra in, because the batsman may well be expecting a bit of a loosener. And if you can, arrow it in at them, might catch them slightly unawares. I remember Liam Plunkett doing that when he was bowling for Yorkshire a few years ago.
Josh Davies in over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Jacks, taken low down by Stephen Davis. We talked about Mr. Plunkett a little bit earlier, and I did get a tweet about where I was talking about him, sort of that American T20, the US Open, and I'll just have a look for it, because it was interesting. Out in Philadelphia, I think he is now, Liam Plunkett. Felt for him though, I really did, after what happened with the World Cup, etc. As in over the wicket once again comes Davey. Forward goes Will Jacks, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run, because the interesting thing about that, and it's been said a few times and he hates hearing it, I know, but he didn't lose a game with him bowling in the World Cup. Now Plunkett, here we are from John. Plunkett is going to be playing for the Philadelphia team when the MIL cricket starts up again in June. So there you are. So he's out in the States now. As Davey, see his shadow from the floodlights. As over the wicket he comes to Will Jacks, and Jacks forward, and thickish inside edge. That rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run.
That was better from Josh Davey.
But it is an interesting stat about Liam Plunkett, that when he played in the World Cup, England won every game he played in, including the final, and then he never played again, poor lad. So, yes. Waits again does Will Jacks. 2 slips and a gully. Davey over the wicket he comes to Jacks, and Jacks covers up, pushes this one off the back foot, straight back up the pitch again. End of the over, 7 to go today, and Surrey are 202 for 5.
No, not a bad over, apart from the first ball, apart from that loosener that was cracked away through the offside by Will Jacks. Great excitement in the IPL, judging by the sound noises off.
Yes.
See, how many did the Rajasthan Royals? If I support anyone in the IPL, it's the Rajasthan Royals, because of Joss.
Well, they got 222 for 2. Josh Butler 116. Delhi Capitals 121 for 3 after 11.
Even Steven. Pretty much even Steven here as well at the Oval, as Overton is in and bowls to Curran and beats him on the outside edge. Really good delivery, and Overton comes down and just has a chat with Sam Curran. But just every now and again Overton produces an absolute jaffa, and he's a nice big grin on his face as he walks back past umpire. Saggers nearly got him there, Craig, you'd be saying.
Cool. Michael Burgess 170 today for Warwickshire.
Here's Craig in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground. It'll be cut off by Jack Leach, who moves smartly to his left at a deepish mid-off, and they take the single. 203 for 5. The field changes around for the right-handed Will Jacks.
Well, he made 160 against Surrey. Michael Burgess has gone 160, 170 this season. Good start, isn't it? When you're under pressure as well, because he was under a bit of pressure, because of course Alex Davis now at Warwickshire, but Burgess has cemented his place there.
Certainly has. Yes, he's a bit of a... I was going to say run-of-the-mill county batsman. That would be unfair. As Overton is in and bowls, takes him on the pad, appeal for LBW. Umpire Saggers shakes his head immediately, and Overton has a word with Will Jacks this time.
One of the old age shouts from the crowd there of "Give it!" But you know, Michael Burgess,
He's workmanlike.
Yeah,
you know, he's in sort of no frills.
Yeah, and
middle order batsman.
Absolutely, and you know he of course started here, Surrey Academy.
Did he? I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
Craig Overton tries again into bowl to Jacks. He's there and bowls. Jacks plays a textbook forward defensive shot.
Yeah, and he looked very good against Surrey, and he's obviously batted very well today against Essex for 170, and that's putting Warwickshire in a very good position in that game.
Well, they're a good side, Warwickshire. Here's Overton in and bowls to Jacks, brings that one back in towards the right-hander, but not quite far enough, not compelling Jacks to have to play at it.
It's interesting because, you know, to be totally honest, the pitch at Edgbaston for Surrey's game got flatter and flatter, really, and we sort of all knew what we were going into on that final day, but Burgess took full advantage of it, and you know, he's got confidence from that and taking it into the game against Essex now.
Yep. 203 for 5 as Overton bowls to Jacks again, almost carbon copy of the previous delivery, too far outside the off stump. Jacks has nothing to do with it. End of another over. 6 overs remain in the day's play. Curran on 43 and Jacks on 10. Craig Overton's figures are 17 overs, 3 maidens, I think. 2 for 50-ish, because my Wi-Fi has dropped out again.
Yeah, 2 for 50 off 18 for Overton today, and it's going to be Davey down below us from the Vauxhall end. Again, they've got sweeper on the cover rope, sweeper out at, well, a deep backward square, then long leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, slip and a gully for Sam Curran. So some green spaces for Sam Curran, who's 43 not out, and Davey is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Curran. Aeroplane again goes overhead as Josh Davey is into Curran, and Curran will just tuck this off his hip on the angle out towards deep backward square. He'll take the single. Will be one more to Sam Curran, and one more to the total. Curran moves on to 44, 204 for 5. Will Jacks comes back on to strike, so Surrey trail now by 133 on first innings. Tom Abell claps of encouragement as down below us Davey comes striding in once again over the wicket to Jacks. Jacks is forward, playing this one off a goodish length down into the leg side, and there is no run. Just a reminder, Ryan Patel was caught by Leach off Siddle for 5, Burns caught behind off Overton for 12, Amler caught by Overton off Brooks for 15, and then Ollie Pope brilliantly caught by Tom Banton, deep backward square off Overton for 47, and Ben Folkes caught at second slip. Good delivery from Peter Siddle for 63. Jacks on 10 as Davies over the wicket to him, and Jacks is forward, and again good length ball, just plays this one up towards mid-off. I think over sort of the Crystal Palace region, which is behind the pavilion. I'd be surprised if there's a bit of rain sort of 10 miles away. It's a little dark and gloomy that way, but should be fine for your bus journey back tonight, Mr. Gibson.
I hope so.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be lovely.
Number 159.
Lovely, good bus, the 159.
Kennington Road.
Excellent route. As Davey is over the wicket once again to Jacks, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. Watching that all the way into the gloves of Stephen Davis, and then Jack sort of wanders off and kicks at the ground there at square leg. But yeah, good number still in on this Friday evening. Watching away, and well, fingers fingers crossed, good weather tomorrow and a Saturday. There's lots of other things, of course, but normally get a good crowd in here on a Saturday at the weekend. Last week for the Hampshire game, it turned out to be the last day actually last week.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket once more then is Josh Davey, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Will Jacks. Enabled me to have a very enjoyable Easter Sunday and also have a bit of an Easter egg.
Oh.
Rather nice, I must say.
I didn't get an Easter egg this year.
Did you not?
No. I was home for it as well because Somerset rolled over. Well, not rolled over, that would be quite unfair against Essex, but they were edged out by Essex at lunchtime on the third day.
No Easter egg. Waits again does Jacks. Over the wicket comes Davey to him, and Jacks pushes off the back foot this time out into the offside. That rolls out there towards cover, so 5 to go tonight. And Surrey 204 for 5. Sam Curran 44 and Will Jacks is on 10.
As an airliner passes low overhead, by the sound of it, I can't actually see it. Well, the umpires have not consulted as yet, but Paul Pollard is looking quizzically at the sky and maybe just having a word with Saggers.
He might be looking at the aeroplane.
Could be.
Noisy old plane, that one. Going overhead.
It's must be borderline as to whether the artificial light is overtaking the natural light. No sign of any light meters as yet. Craig Overton to bowl another over from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Curran, who's up on his toes, defending that into the offside.
I'm going to say something very obvious now. Craig Overton and Jamie Overton, I know they're twins, but I've just looked up at the stream. They do look identical, don't they? They from a sort of sort of facially.
Craig is just a little bit craggier, I always think.
Oh, they're now consulting the umpires.
Yeah, I thought they would. I thought they would.
But I just looked up at the live stream there and saw Mr. Craig Overton turn around and thought, "Cool, they do look." Now I know twins do look similar. That's the whole point.
If they're together, I can tell them. Oh, they're going off. They're going off. I think. Yep, that will be it. I'm fairly sure for the day. 204 for 5. We have had 68.1 overs. 4.5 theoretically remain in the day's play, but I'm fairly sure that will be that for the day, which means that Sam Curran will finish on 44 not out, Will Jacks on 10 not out. The Somerset wicket takers, Craig Overton 2 for 50, Peter Siddle 2 for 23, Jack Brooks 1 for 76. The crowd applaud as the players make their way off towards the pavilion. The 2 Surrey not out batsmen leading the way, followed in dribs and drabs by the Somerset fielders. And I think of the 2 sides, perhaps Somerset slightly the happier, but 204 for 5 with the 2 good not out batsmen at the crease. Surrey will still have high hopes of securing a first innings lead.
Like Frank Sinatra. He had high hopes, didn't he? Well, there we are. So Mr. Gibson and I will hang around to make sure that is the end of play. We'll leave you now here on BBC Radio London and the Surrey live stream BBC Radio Somerset. Just in case we do get back out there, we won't go anywhere. But with bad light having stopped play, with the artificial light taking over the natural light, and Surrey trailing by 133. If that is stumps for tonight, good evening to you all. If there is any more cricket, we'll be back with you with Surrey 204 for 5.